Hello, hello. Working? Okay, good, thanks.
Testing, testing. There we go.
Hello, testing. Hello.
Yeah, I'll give you this one, and then they'll grab another one for... Oh, perfect. Testing, testing. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of FUELD Conference USA 2025. The energy in this room is electric. It's clear we're all here to wrap up this incredible experience on a high note. Today is all about pushing boundaries, speaking innovation, and redefining leadership in the age of AI. We'll dive into the latest breakthroughs, tackle the evolving changes of data ethics, and hear from game changers shaping the future of industries worldwide. As you settle with your coffee, take a moment, reflect on the conversations that have inspired you so far, and get ready for a powerful finish. We've got an amazing lineup ahead, so let's make the last day count. And don't forget, share your insights and standout moments using hashtag FueledConf. Before we begin, a heartfelt thank you to our gold and lanyard sponsor, Stack App AI, and our bronze sponsor, Fiducia. Your support empowers our mission and helps bring this event to life. Also, due to popular demand and your fantastic response over the last 2 days, we've planned an incredible surprise to end the event on a high note. Trust us, you'll want to be here for this moment, so don't head out too soon. Now, we're kicking off day 3 with a conversation that challenges one of the biggest roadblocks in the tech industry, the not my problem mentality. Innovation thrives on responsibility, collaboration, and action. But too often we see issues like ethical AI, data privacy, and cybersecurity brushed aside as someone else's problem. Today, we're diving into why accountability in tech matters more than ever and how shifting this mindset can drive real change. Joining us for the fireside chat are industry leaders who have seen firsthand how organizations can either fuel or fix this issue. Let's get ready for an eye-opening discussion. Please welcome our speakers.
Good morning. All right. How are you guys feeling this morning? Last day. So thank you for joining us. Toby and I will be exploring this challenge. Although the context is a tech industry context, I feel this is fundamental to what it means to be human. So I want to start with introductions. I want to invite Toby to tell us a little bit about himself.
Thank you, Ravi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Toby, and I'm a consultant at Deloitte, advising financial service clients with managing digital risk. Banks, pensions, as you know, they're moving from legacy systems to modern solutions. So we assess the technology, assess their current state, and provide recommendations on how to go about moving to modern solutions and managing change, as well as some of the cybersecurity risks that could emerge in doing so. Thank you, Ravi.
All right. Let me tell you about myself. So I'm here with Resumex. I'm the director of courseware development at Resumex. I'm also a Resumex certified facilitator. So we have a booth, and if you haven't stopped by, I'd love to chat with you at the booth after the talk is over. I'm also giving a talk immediately after this fireside chat on 7 risks for Gen AI driven product development and how you can manage them. So if that's a topic that piques your curiosity, I'd love for you to stick around. Um, my background has been 26 years in software product development. Started off as a software engineer. I fell in love with programming when I was in the 11th grade lab, and I learned how to code on a language that most of you never heard of. It's called Pascal. So I'm a really old guy. So the first program I learned was something called as linked list. And I wrote the code and I started executing it, and there was bug after bug. But finally, when I debugged all of the bugs and it started working, man, that was such a high. And I said, if someone can pay me money to do this, life is made. So I get into the software engineering field because I fell in love with coding, and I discovered that as an industry, we have managed to suck the joy out of something that is so beautiful. And I was trying to figure out, how do we do this as a human race? How do we take something so beautiful and suck the joy out of it? And I realized that people like me who want to play with computers hate playing with these pesky little things called human beings. And so so I spent the next few years of my life trying to figure out how can we help people who love coding and technology learn to play better with other human beings. And the topic of today's talk is something which is related. So I'm glad that you're here. I want to explore this. So we're going to ask, Toby and I are going to ask you some questions. You've given us the gift of your time. We'd love to make this time worthwhile to you. So we'd love it if you can interact with us. So some questions. The first is, how many of you have experienced this in your team, in your family? Somebody says, man, that's not my problem. It's driving me crazy. Okay, show of hands. All right. What's it feel like when this happens? Terrible. Tell me more. Why is it terrible? Yeah. Yeah, that feels horrible. Anyone else? Yeah. One of my clients used to say, don't throw a dead cat at my table. And maybe this is a southern thing. So someone comes in, boss, the code is broken again. Dead cat. You go fix it. See ya. And my client would say, come on, man, don't throw a dead cat at my table. If you got a problem, come and give me some options. Maybe 3 options. Boss, here's a plan A, plan B, plan C. Here are the pros and cons. I recommend plan B. Here's what I would like to do to fix it. What do you say? Right? That's what we want. Toby, what other questions would you like to ask?
Well, I was just going to add that, the challenge is if everyone says it's not my problem, then it's everyone's problem, because eventually it gets out there and it starts to impact the organization as a whole. So, we just want to have this conversation about why ownership is important. Some other questions that we had are, what has been the impact that you face from, the organization or leadership saying, this is not my problem?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Absolutely. There's a lot of cross lines and bureaucracy, right? When that happens, like, okay, you should be doing this and you should be doing that, and nothing ever gets done. So that's great to share in terms of the impact. Ravi, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, so I have a question. Imagine you had a magic wand and you could wave this magic wand in every team that you're part of. And with this magic wand, you could erase this not my problem. What would you see happening instead? How would people be different instead of passing responsibilities around, pointing the finger, feeling terrible? People would own up, people would fix the problem. What else would happen in this beautiful world? Henry and then Michael. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you. Michael. More collaboration. What else? unity. What a beautiful experience that would be. Unity, collaboration, protocols. And nobody wakes up in the morning and goes to work with the burning desire to say, I want to say, not my problem. That's not who we are. We want to go to work. We want to come back home with a sense of fulfillment, joy, and a sense of pride that we left it all on the court. Some games we lost, some we won, but we were unified, we were collaborative, and we're going to fight again tomorrow. But we are having fun. That's a world we want to build. That's a kind of company. What would it feel like if that's a kind of company you worked in, man? Right? You wouldn't have to sit outside before you get on a Zoom call or on the parking lot, clenching yourself, putting on your armor like, oh my God, I'm going to go in meeting after meeting, and people are going to say, not my problem, and I don't have to do that, right? That would set your soul on fire. That would set my soul on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes this attitude is unintentional. Like, we have so many responsibilities to deal with as leaders, as employees, and things just keep falling through the cracks. And over time, that tends to build up, and before you know it, it becomes something bigger than what it was initially. And so, yeah, it's important to document some of these risks, some of these issues, assess them over time, and make sure that someone's accountable to addressing it. Once we let these things go unchecked, then they can be a bigger problem.
Yeah. So I want to tell you something, an analogy I read in a book called Crucial Conversations. So if you haven't read these books, there are 3 books I love: Crucial Conversations, Crucial Confrontations, and Influencer. But what I loved about Crucial Conversations was the author said that festering conflicts, and not my problem is part of a festering conflict pattern, they are like a slab of rotting cheese that you leave on your kitchen table. It's getting gross, but it's stinking up the whole damn kitchen. But everybody's saying, not my problem. You're hoping someone else picks up that rotting slab of cheese and throws it in the trash, but it's ego. I am not going to do it again. And guess what? That rotting slab of cheese is not going to age well. It's not like a Picasso or a wine. It's not going to grow on you. It is going to grow some things, but there'll be some gross growing on on it. So festering conflicts have to be tackled. And one of the things we'd like to explore is, as Henry said, what are the protocols? How are we going to be with each other when the going gets tough? So I have a question. Toby and I are here because we would love for each one of you to take one actionable insight after this talk, so that wherever you encounter this problem, you have something new to try. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But what happens is, when we are stuck in life and we keep doing the same thing over and over again, if you always do what you always done, you always get what you always got. So sometimes you need some fresh idea from outside. Even if it's a ridiculous idea, you try it, and what happens is God or the universe, whatever is your persuasion, opens up a new window where something else is waiting for you on the other side. So our wish is that you walk away with at least one shift. So I have a question for you. What question would you like us to explore together so that you have an actionable tip after this session?
Any fires brewing at work that you like to address now?
Yeah. Yeah. What do you do if people don't buy into collaboration and unity, and their set of values might be different than your values, but you're stuck? You got to work with them. Yeah. What do you do? So maybe Toby, I'll start, and then you can add your thoughts. The first thing that I have learned, and this is embarrassing, first of all, that triggers me a lot, what you just said, because these are very deep core values. And when I'm with those people, and in fact, I'm in situations right now where I have that experience, my body starts tightening up. And before I get on a call with them, it's tightening up. I received an email this morning and I felt something like that was going on. And I woke up, I had so much peace and calm and serenity, and I see that email and like, oh crap, part of me gets, it's like launches, and it's almost like a tape that starts playing. Man, this person always does, right? And it can change the trajectory of my day, right? So there's something I learned from, I think it was Carl Jung. I think he's the father of modern psychoanalysis. And one of the things, I hope I'm not butchering it, that Carl Jung said is, whenever I see something in another person that's triggering me, it's reminding me of a part of myself that I don't like. Now that is scary, because then what I have to do is I have to look in the mirror and I have to say, wait a minute, Ravi, is there some place in your life where you are being this person? And there's bad news and there's good news and bad news. The good news is, actually there's bad news and worse news. The bad news is I find out a situation like, oh crap, I am being this person, and usually it's in my marriage or parenting. The worst news is I can't find any area of my life where I'm doing that, which means that when I find out, it's very difficult, right? So I ask myself, when do I stop being collaborative? And I'm working with a coach. I realize I stop being collaborative when one of my other values gets threatened. And I'm a purpose-driven person, but if I feel that the other person's heart is not pure, I start digging in and I become a rigid person. So my coach taught me something, Ravi, be curious, not furious. I don't know if there is psychological backing for this, but I think I read somewhere it's impossible to be both. It's like two different gears of a car. You can either be furious or be curious. The moment you engage the curiosity gear, it disengages the furiosity gear, right? So the first thing I'm trying, which is hard, is to have compassion for the other person and say, hey, this person might be a God's child like me and something funky is going on. Let me be curious and ask that person, hey, tell me a little bit more. And this could be the protocol that Henry mentioned. Just like you get on a flight and the flight attendants say, hey, if there's turbulence, you put on your mask, look around, and then you put on the mask, help others, right? The first thing that I'm doing in terms of designing the protocol is first realize I'm tightening up. I got triggered. Let me first put on my mask. Let me be kind to my inner child. And then second, when I'm getting my oxygen, engage the curiosity gear and ask the other person, hey, tell me more. I noticed this happened. Could you tell me what's going on? So that's my suggestion. Toby, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I completely agree with that approach. It's going back to the fundamentals. Well, both humans, if it's someone else that you're dealing with, right, they have challenges, they have dreams, they have hopes, and they also have fears. And if you engage with them from that level of trying to understand where they're coming from, what are some of the issues that are going on inside of them that are causing some of these behaviors to manifest, and you start to realize that they're just like you. You might have something else going on that maybe you show up like that to somebody else. And so as Ravi mentioned, having that compassion, having that empathy to say, okay, I'll step back, let me think about what's happening, and then focus on fundamentals. What is that shared mission and that goal that they have, right? They might not be collaborating right now because they think maybe their goals that they have personally are more important than the collaborative goals that you have as an organization. And sometimes people struggle to have that balance between what I want versus what others want. And so you have to have a moment with them to figure out, okay, we're in this together. What are some of the things that I can help you with, and what are some of the things that you can help me with? And together we can work out this problem and address this not my problem attitude. And I think some of the causes for this attitude is burnout, right? Workload, they're dealing with a lot. Sometimes bureaucracy, they are frustrated with all of the processes that they have to go through to make sure a certain outcome is achieved. And so having that heart-to-heart conversation unravels some of these issues
And as you begin to peel back the layers, then you'll be able to identify, okay, what can we collaborate together to make this a more harmonious effort and engagement. So that's what I would recommend. It's having that empathic conversation. They might have done things in the past that may have hurt you or hurt the dynamic between the both of you, but starting with a clean, fresh slate to see them as a human, I think, sets that foundation, sets the wheels going to resolve those issues.
Thank you for that wonderful question. Any follow-ups or another question? If not, we are going to continue. So I want to build on that. I want to talk about a little bit about the protocols, and I would like to give you actionable step-by-step tools from the world of systems coaching. So I have a couple of blogs and videos on this topic. The first technique I want to share, if this happens, is in the world of systems coaching, I learned a technique which is called putting the problem out in front. So imagine Toby and I have a conflict, and I'm feeling like, man, Toby's doing this again. He's not interested in unity. He's not interested in collaboration. And I can't stand to work with him. It's tightening up my body. If we were to disengage the curiosity gear and engage the curiosity gear, one adjustment we could make is, if we are physically in the same room, instead of sitting across the table, which we might if we have an adversarial relationship, what if we stood side by side and then put the problem, imagine the problem is physically out in front. It may appear like trivial, like, hey, how can the physical change in position change your thinking? I'm inviting you to try it out. Sometimes the body has more wisdom than the mind can comprehend. If you are on a Zoom call, you could physically change your location and imagine that both of you, even though you are miles apart, are looking at the problem out in front, and then give each other an opportunity to say, hey, what do you see? What's it feel like to be you? And see if you can elevate the conversation, not from your position and my position, but from the perspective of the customers and the users. Chances are, assuming positive intent, you both are trying your level best to take care of the customer and the user and the investors and the team. It's just that you may have a different preferred path to the destination. So one possibility, I'm starting with that assumption of good intent. I realize that there are times when that may not be true, but that's my starting point. If I start with that assumption of good intent, and then I ask Toby, hey Toby, what's it feel like to be you? What do you see? What's going on right now, and how is it impacting our customers, users, investors, and our team members? And then just listen. And then see if Toby can reciprocate. And Toby asks me. We are both standing at like a mountaintop and seeing some view. And if we just pause and stand in each other's shoes and see what the other person is seeing, who knows? A breakthrough might emerge. So the technique I would like you to add to your toolkit is problem out in front. Okay, Toby, what would you like to add, if anything?
I think it's important as an organization leader to do pulse checks on your team to see what are some of the major things that are going on for them. Like I mentioned earlier, they might be dealing with a lot of bureaucratic processes. They might be working in silos because that's how the organization was structured maybe from a long time ago. And now that times have changed and things are a lot more agile, there are a lot more external threats, sometimes you might need to change that structure, and employees, they see some of those challenges, but maybe they're afraid to come to you because someone else had done that in the past and it didn't work out so well for them. So it's very important to have that open posture towards them and do pulse checks, have some visibility with them to check in, okay, how are the collaboration efforts going across teams, and also to know, what are some of the
the day-to-day challenges that are emerging? What are some of the things that are growing? Like Ravi mentioned, the cheese that's on the kitchen table and no one wants to deal with it. I think having that open posture will serve you well as an organization in the long run, because it encourages that culture of someone sees something, they say something, and you do something about it. And it's very important, that last part, to do something about it, because that builds trust between you as a leader and your team, because they know that um, that proactive behavior is being rewarded, that it means something at the end of the day. So very important to have that in your organization as well.
Yeah, and please pepper us with questions so that, you know, ours is not the only voice. I have a, if I were to play devil's advocate, where have you seen a situation, or what might be the reason why when someone sees something, they don't say something? Have you seen it? Has anyone seen this? Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the human condition. We crave connection. We want to be connected to each other. I found out about this when COVID happened, and I lost the ability to interact with others. I was dying to go to a Starbucks, even if I didn't talk to anyone, just to be around human beings. So we have so many conflicting agendas and valid human needs. One need is I want to be liked, and I don't want to be the person who is always bringing up things which are difficult. I don't want to be the naysayer. People won't want to come to me, or they won't invite me to meetings. Another could be, what if I look silly? People are like, what? That is crazy. How could you even say that? Or what if it becomes my problem? So I raise the problem and then like, okay, when are you going to fix it? Right? So what happens is, I notice something. I may oscillate between two extremes. One is everything is my problem, or the other is nothing is my problem. And it's good to introspect and to figure out, hey, what's going on? I noticed that today I saw something, but I didn't say something. What other value might be trying to be honored? Is it my need to be liked? Is it my need to look wise? Is it my need to not get more on my plate because I'm so overloaded? It could also be my need to be psychologically safe, because as Toby mentioned, there could be a horror story where somebody saw something and they said something and they are no longer in the company. They were part of the next reduction in force, right? So psychological safety is so important. And one of the things that I am learning is that when somebody sees something and says something, everybody else is watching to see how does the leader react. And if the leader celebrates that truth, even though it may be an unpleasant truth, it becomes part of the company legend. Oh, in this company, it's cool. If you see something, you say something, you will be rewarded and appreciated with gratitude. It becomes part of the company legend. However, if the leader snaps at that person or criticizes that, people are watching. That gets burned into the firmware of the company. It could be 10 years later, both the leader who snapped at the person and the follower who said something, they are no longer in the company, but that story has been handed down from generation to generation, right? So it's so important that the leaders shape the culture not by words, but by their actions. Thoughts, questions, where do we go next? Oh, yes. Yeah, 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 yeah. Such a great question, Jiju, right? So uh, I want to get back to the protocols that Henry suggested. I want to give you maybe 3 protocols, actionable tools that you can apply the moment you finish this, attending FUELD. The first is a tool from the world of coaching called a designed alliance, or in the agile world, we call it a working agreement. When we form a team, or let's say we reboot a team, these are the kinds of questions that we ask, which is, why do we want to be part of this team? What do you want the team identity to be? What do you want the team atmosphere or culture to be? This is the most important question. What might make things difficult on our team? And if you create psychological safety, people might bring up questions like this. Hey, you know what drives me crazy? What drives me batshit crazy is when people say, not my problem. All right, so that's what might make things difficult. Fantastic. How do you want us to be when we are experiencing things which drive each other crazy? None of us is smarter than all of us. The team has the wisdom. If we bring a skilled facilitator, and if each person says, you know what, here's how I would like us to be as a team when this not my problem pattern comes up. And then the facilitator can say, okay, you know what, next time this happens, let's try this. So what you're doing is you're building the protocol when times are good. It's like depositing money in your savings account because you know life will happen. There will be that accident or the illness or something. And you need to draw upon that balance when times are bad. But the balance will be empty if you don't deposit in it when times are good. So the first thing I would suggest is co-create a designed alliance with your team. So that's the first protocol. I might have a couple more, but I don't want to hog the microphone. Toby, what would you like to add?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jiju. I think, as Ravi mentioned, you want to design a process, right, that carries forward what you want as a leader to see as part of your team culture. And so, yes, it's very important to set the framework at the beginning, have that conversation with your team, facilitate what each team member wants to see as part of the team, and also collaborate with them on what that shared framework looks like. But it's also important to design your processes to recognize people that follow along or demonstrate those values that you work together on as a team. So that looks like recognizing proactive behavior. So people who have taken the initiative to say, hey, I've seen this thing, here's a potential solution. I would need some resources to be able to work together on solving this. And you as a leader come forward and say, yes, we can work together with so-and-so person to make this happen. Sometimes that may not present itself at all times, right? You have different priorities of the business. And in those situations, you want to plan out how, based on the priority, when that's going to be addressed. Just so that the team members feel welcome to be able to share some of those things, and also to feel that sense of confidence and trust that you as a leader hold, that your words are congruent with what you've mentioned from the beginning as a shared framework. Yeah, I think that's a very key tenet in terms of recognizing and also setting that framework. But it's not just you doing it once, right? It's ensuring that consistency is there over time, because as Ravi mentioned, you want to keep that story consistent, that you're someone that they can trust, that your organization is a place, it's an environment that is not toxic, it's an environment that is trustworthy and encourages these behaviors. So to cap it all up, it's having that structure, having that shared foundation as a team, and keeping the lines of communication open.
And repetition is important. So this morning when all you guys, everybody woke up, how many of you brushed your teeth? Show of hands. We didn't think. It's muscle memory. How is it tied to Jiju's questions? One technique or protocol I want to add, I want to give you a library of protocols, right? One technique I want you to consider to add to your toolkit is from the world of Agile. There are 2 things that healthy Agile teams, especially there's a framework called Scrum that I believe in, they do, approximately, I would say every 2 weeks, they do something known as a sprint review. In a sprint review, you all stand shoulder to shoulder, could be physically or virtually, and you look at the value. What value did we deliver to our customers, users, investors, partners? If you use a baseball analogy, one of my clients gave me this analogy, and I know nothing about baseball. I am a cricket lover, and when I see baseball, my brain explodes, because when I look at the scoreboard, nothing makes sense. I've been here 24 years. By now it should, but it doesn't. But one of my clients said that a sprint is like having an opportunity to bat in baseball. You get 26 opportunities in a year. There are 52 weeks in the year. And if you divide them into 2-week sprints, you get 26 strikes. Make them count, right? So a sprint review is a way to look back at 2 weeks and do a mini project review. We had a 2-week project. Did we or did we not deliver value? The second protocol is immediately after the sprint review, you have something known as a retrospective. That's more about culture, values. So if it turns out that you did not deliver as much value to your customers, investors, and your users as you were hoping in this last 2 weeks, a great place to be curious is in the retrospective and ask, what happened? What can we learn? And if there's psychological safety, somebody will say, man, we had this not my problem issue again. The build broke, or we deployed something that didn't work. I'm so sick of it. Okay, let's go to the other protocol, our designed alliance. How did we say we would be if this happened? Is it okay to try that out? And the retrospective is the place where you find out. The last protocol I'll give you is from the book Influencer, which is the third book in the Crucial Conversation, Crucial Confrontation series. They gave a table. Whenever you have a problem, create a matrix and try to diagnose, is this an ability issue or a willingness issue? Ability, imagine there are 2 columns, ability and willingness. Now there are rows. The first row is self. Start with reflection. Is it that this person is unable or the person is unwilling? Second row is the team. I hope I'm not butchering it. It's been a while. Is it that the team is unable and or the team is unwilling? So the person is both. If the person is not able, send them to training. They're willing. But if the person is able but not willing, then you have the curiosity conversation. Hey, tell me what it feels like to be you. How do you feel that the way you are advocating for will help customers, users, and investors? And if their fundamental intention is misaligned, it may be time to make a change, right? You can either change the people or change the people. But assuming that it's not a willingness issue and it's not an ability issue, you don't need to send them to training. Then you go to the next level, you elevate. Is it that the team is stopping this person who is able and willing from doing what's the right thing? If that's the case, again, address it at the team level. Or is it an organizational issue? There's a systemic barrier. The company itself doesn't want to do this, or the company is unwilling. So if you look at this problem through these lenses, maybe something will shift. But just remember, ask the team. None of us is smarter than all of us. So my advice is, don't try to have one project manager or leader try to solve the problem. Create an atmosphere where you tap into the team's wisdom. Great question, Jiju. What else is coming up for you? What might cause this to break? Be the devil's advocate. Or come up with another question so that this is a good session for you. Yes. Yeah, not my problem, right? That might have been. Other thoughts, questions? Imagine you are applying some of the ideas that you learned here. Where do you think it's going to break? What might work and what might not work?
Well, what I can think of, Ravi, is, let's say from a system perspective, if you have an organization that has built their processes, from many years back, let's say 20 plus years, and maybe there's a problem that has been identified, and they realize, oh, it's going to take a long time to fix this, systemic issue. So how would you propose going about that? Like, from a systemic perspective, how do you recommend that this be addressed?
Yeah. And I I can see the change. I can see the challenge in myself. So, as human beings, it's so hard to change. So this in the morning, I see people who've come to the conference, but they're waking up early and they go jogging. And it's been my to-do list. Like, man, I want to be healthy. I know it's the right thing, but I'm not able to do it. I'm almost 50 years old, right? I've got 50 years of established behavior. So damn hard. And if you multiply this by a 10-person team or a 100-person organization or a 1,000-person organization that's been in existence for 25 years, it's like 25,000 years of institutionalized behavior. And when I was younger and more naive, I would think that I can change it. It's not that easy. So the first thing I would recommend is to acknowledge, man, this is so damn hard. To acknowledge the magnitude of the challenge that we are up against. The second is to normalize it. Hey, you're not the first who has traveled this path. We're not going to be the last. This is normal. One of the things that freaks us out as human beings is when we are suffering, at least it happens to me, is like, oh my God, is there something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with our company? But if someone comes around and says, no, there's nothing wrong. This is part of the human condition. Perfectly normal. My anxiety level goes down. When my anxiety level goes down, I'm not in a survival mode. I'm not like an animal fighting for survival. I can engage other parts of my brain for creative problem solving. So first, acknowledge it. Second, normalize it. Maybe third, name it. This is what we are dealing with. When you name it, it opens up a library of protocols and toolkits that you can then go and choose from. Right? And the last thing I would say is attach it to another habit. So I haven't read the book, but I've heard there's a book called Habit Stacking, where somebody said, okay, if you want to do sit-ups, but you're not finding time, this is for people like me, attach the habit of doing sit-ups to brushing your teeth. So after you brush your teeth, do 10 sit-ups, right? So you took a habit and then you attached it. All right.
Yeah, that's an actual good recommendation. It's from Atomic Habits by James Clear. I think it's, as you mentioned, Ravi, it's important to keep the emotional levels, stable when these challenges occur, right? And also name it, assess what needs to change, assess what needs to remain the same, and organize a team, collaborate to figure out how that change is going to be made. Like, from change management, this is going to be a big change, for an organization that has, had all of the systemic knowledge and systemic frameworks for 20 plus years. So you have to start from, chipping away at the things that are easier to manage, and then overall give people a roadmap to understand, okay, this is sort of like the open heart surgery that needs to be made. And then work with what people are comfortable with changing with, just to build that momentum. And once that momentum is great and people start to see the positive impact that's had on the team, on overall organization, then that builds that buy-in to make that open heart surgery complete. Key things that you need to identify are the key players that are going to make that happen, because you can't do it by yourself, right? It's a team effort when it comes to making changes on an organizational level. So you have to have those key players that are willing and are able to take on the task, and identify the resources that are enthusiastic enough to make that change, right? And that's the key to having a successful organization.
You have to identify those people who want to make that change and who don't want to just leave it on the back burner and say it's not my problem. So yeah.
So closing thoughts, I want to leave you with maybe, this might be protocol overload, but two more protocols. One might be debunked. There is a DABDA model created by, I think it's Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. It's about how to handle grief. Change brings grief. Even good change brings grief. The DABDA model is denial. Man, I can't believe this is happening. Anger. How dare they do this? Bargaining. Maybe I will be spared. Depression. I am so screwed. Acceptance. Fine, I'm going to make it work. I've seen change in the past. I can navigate this, right? One thing to remember if you are trying to guide organizational change is that change brings loss, loss brings grief. People grieve in different ways. People grieve at different paces. And people have different needs during the grieving process. So one protocol that you could put in place is first to acknowledge change brings grief. Second protocol, recognize that there is diversity of needs in our team. And third is to have compassion and patience to allow people to travel at the pace. And sometimes you go back and forth. And the last protocol I would say is put on your oxygen mask and then ask others, what do you need and how may I support you, and honor that. So not my problem whether it's tech or it's your family or anywhere. I think it requires a deep reservoir of compassion and self-awareness. And remember, be curious, not furious. So closing thoughts. Next speaker is me, by the way. So I want to be respectful of the next speaker. Any closing thoughts, Toby?
Yeah, absolutely. It's important to have that culture of ownership, right? Responsibility is what makes the world go round. And if we all just said, it's not my problem, like everything is just gonna go wrong, you know, we won't have the positive outcomes that we want from our families, from our communities, from our organizations, and even our governments, right? And so we all need to start from within. Start from a place that you have from something that you've seen that's not going right. Say something about it. Find people that you can work together with to solve that problem, that issue, and celebrate it. Don't just stop at, oh, we've done it, now on to the next thing. You have to celebrate all the small wins that you have along the way to build that positive reinforcement that what you're doing matters and what you're doing has an impact on the world. So yeah, building that culture from the ground up takes a lot of self-awareness. It takes a team, and yeah, you have to keep working on doing that consistently, because that's what makes people have hope. That's what builds trust in our communities, and that's what helps build things that people will be able to celebrate for the long term. Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you so much for the gift of your time, and I hope you found something useful in what we shared. And if you're interested in 7 risks of Gen AI driven product development, stick around. Otherwise, it was a joy to share space with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for a thought-provoking session. As artificial intelligence continues to reshape industries, businesses are racing to integrate generative AI into their products. But with great innovation comes great responsibility. This keynote, Risks of Gen AI-Powered Product Development and 7 Ways of Risk Management, dives into the risks that come with Gen AI-powered product development, from ethical concerns to security vulnerabilities, and explores strategies for navigating them efficiently. Leading the session is Ravi Verma, a visionary leader, public speaker, agile coach, Scrum.org professional Scrum trainer and evidence-based management consultant with 25 plus years of experience in software delivery and consulting. Get ready for insights that will help you balance innovation with risk management in today's AI-driven world. Please give it up for Ravi.
Is it on? Can you hear me? All right. Thank you. All right. So let's dive in. My mission in life is to disrupt the needless destruction of human potential. And I kind of referred to it in the previous conversation if you're part of it. I want people to go home with a sense of pride and joy because somebody's waiting for you. And if your job sucks the joy out of your soul, you have nothing left for the people who are waiting for you. And that's not the kind of life any of us want to live. So I won't bore you with my background. Let's dive in. Would anyone be willing to be curious and open about the subject today? If you are, raise your hands. Yes, I've got 3 people. All right, 4. All right. I like it if it's interactive. I find the sound of my voice to be extremely boring. I already know what's in my head. I don't know what's in your head. That's why I came here. Would anyone be willing to shout out answers if I ask questions? 1 person. All right, 2 people. It depends on the question. All right, it depends. What's that? That's fine. And I want to create a psychologically safe space because you have wisdom that nobody else has to offer. So if you share that wisdom, it could create a spark that helps someone else. Look for the 2% truth. This is a technique I learned from the world of systems coaching. A lot of times when someone shares their perspective, even if my initial reaction is, man, that's BS. If I look deeper, sometimes there's a little bit of truth. There's a kernel of truth. So my request is, when I'm saying something or someone else in the room is saying something, see if there is a 2% truth in what they're saying that can help you with whatever challenges you're facing in life. And it's okay to disagree, but let's try to disagree without being disagreeable, okay? And maybe let's have some fun. So I'm going to try and inject some humor so I don't put you to sleep. And I'm giving you permission and requesting you to have some fun as well. All right, so let's dive in. Let me ask you a question. For those who have, how many of you have used a software product? Most people in the room? Something like an app or some software on desktop. How many of you are part of a company right now that is building a software product? Some of you, yeah. Use any stance that you want, whether it is the stance of someone who is a user of software or someone who is in a company that builds software, and answer this question. What percentage of features in a product create absolutely no value, like it's complete waste, it's garbage? Anyone? At least 50%. Others? Which app do you use the most? Which is your favorite app? Software. What's that? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Okay, Chrome, browsers like Chrome and Edge, insurance rate calculator. Who else? WhatsApp. All right. Now tell me, choose whatever app you love the most, and then what percentage of features in those apps are a headache? Drive you crazy, don't add any value. 75% of them. Maybe. If you have a great app, maybe less. Not so great app that you are forced to use, probably higher. Let me ask you the second question. If we use generative AI, there's so much hype around generative AI. If we use generative AI, by what percentage can generative AI increase the amount of features in a product? What's your intuition telling you? Or what's the hype telling you? if you were to put a percentage of how much better it is or how much more accurate it is than without Gen AI, what would you say? 75%. Others, how many are interested in integrating generative AI into software product development? Anybody in this room? Okay, 1%. So that was a setup. What if an app has got 50% waste and the company starts using generative AI and it creates a 75% increase in the number of features, but unfortunately it just increases the wasteful features. So if you look at this, imagine these are 10 different companies. One has got 10% waste, 20%, 30, and so on. This one has got 100%. You use generative AI, and generative AI doesn't touch valuable features. These companies would deliver 100 features, let's say a year. They use Gen AI. Some of them are maybe delivering 200 features, depending on what multiplier you use. But if you use 50%, now this company started delivering 150 maybe features. But unfortunately, what they did was they started delivering more waste. So their waste probably went up, I don't know what the math is, but 66%, right? So this is the risk of generative AI. If you blindly use generative AI, there is a risk that instead of increasing the value, you'll increase the garbage in your application. I have a question. Output and outcomes are not the same. In our industry, in the tech industry, one metric that we often use to measure team productivity is something known as velocity. How many widgets are you creating? And we conflate or confuse output with outcomes. Let me give you an example. If you were working in BlackBerry and the team started creating 1,000 BlackBerries per week instead of 100 BlackBerries, that'd be more output, but that doesn't mean it's more outcomes because nobody's buying BlackBerries, right? So output is not equal to outcomes. The question is, why would generative AI increase waste? What comes up for you if you were to ask this question? Because we are here to talk about risk management. Toby? Yeah. Yeah. So generative AI, one of my colleagues said, is like a hyper enthusiastic intern. It's going to go in whichever direction it wants, and it's very confident. So generative AI is very confident, and sometimes it's very confidently wrong. And it can travel really far, really fast. It has no context and it has no guardrails. So that could be one reason. If you blindly trust generative AI, it could take you in the wrong direction, faster, better, cheaper. So I want to share my perspective on the risks. The first is efficiency-based thinking, and we discussed this if you attended my fireside chat yesterday. Efficiency is, I want to create more and more BlackBerries. I want to create more output because if I create more output, I'll be more successful. So having an efficiency-based mindset could cause you to harness generative AI to drive you into the ditch faster, better, cheaper. The second is confidentiality. I have a very high degree of distrust of tech companies. I've spent 26 years in tech companies. I've been on the inside. It's possible that you are divulging your sensitive information, your proprietary information, or maybe sensitive information of your customers and users. If you're entering it into a large language model, there is a risk that large language model can actually expose your proprietary information or misuse it. So confidentiality is a second risk that can increase waste. The third is bias. There is a lot of bias on the internet, and it reflects the bias that we have as human beings. Has anyone used a large language model and got an answer that was just plain wrong? Anyone had that experience? Did you? Yeah, Michael? Would anyone like to briefly share what was that? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 Correct. So if it's complete bullshit, you can probably, your bullshit detector will say, yeah, this is bullshit. I can't trust it. But if it is 80% true but 20% bullshit, you'll be like, yeah, it passes my bullshit detector. Yeah, I think this is good. Let me try it. And that 20% is going to destroy you because it will take you a lot of time because it is so cleverly concealed. And the source might be, there's a lot of crap on the internet. There is no truth filter on the internet. Anybody can publish anything. And if there are collective systemic biases, that's what the large language model is feeding itself on. So it's like the Google search results, right? You may not want to blindly trust the first link that pops up on your Google search results because it may be great, but it may also be biased. Okay. So the next one is anchoring. A lot of times when I'm coaching teams in the agile world, we intentionally, when we do exercises, we give people quiet time to share their answers either on a mural or a Miro or on a Teams chat so that we don't anchor each other. Does anyone know what anchoring means? What is anchoring? Bias. Yeah, so you ask a question and yeah, you tend to align. Has that ever happened to you that somebody asks a question and then one person answers and then everybody else says, yeah, yeah, that's fine. Has that happened to anyone? What's that? Yeah. Why do you think it happens? What could be the reason why we get anchored? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's related maybe to the previous talk, right? Not my problem, or I don't want to, and especially if it's a dominant voice, and that voice has a habit of ridiculing anybody who contradicts that voice. People will be like, I'm not sure this is the right direction, but man, I don't want this person to make fun of me in front of everyone. Or this person is the brother-in-law of the boss. Boss is creating the promotion list or bonus list or the reduction in force list. I don't want to get onto the shit list of the boss, so let me not mess around. So anchoring could be many reasons. The next risk is commoditized. I saw yesterday on LinkedIn that there is some product where you can enter the URL of a competitor's product and it will reverse engineer the website. So if everybody in the world has access to pretty much the same large language models, and the large language models are more or less comparable, then everybody can build the same damn product. So what would differentiate you? So it's possible that if you blindly trust generative AI in product development and do everything that the generative AI is telling you, you'll create a commodity. It's like potatoes on a grocery store. I mean, who cares? You just go, you want potatoes, you just get a grab of potatoes and you get back, right? It's not like a branded, differentiated item. Generative AI can create a lot of ideas in a very short period of time. I'm seeing this right now with a client where you give generative AI a one-sentence overview of the feature that you want to build, and it can give you 10 minutes of information. And what's happening is people are getting paralyzed by cognitive overload. That they ask this hyper-enthusiastic intern a simple question, and this intern gave them like the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Now the solution became worse than the problem because it's paralyzing. Oh my God, what do I do with so much information? So that's a risk of generative AI. And the last is it can make us robots. A tool is a great slave but a terrible master. If generative AI becomes the master of our companies, we can be like robots following the leader and doing whatever the leader suggests. So I have a question. As you look at this list, which do you think might be the biggest risk for your company? And what might be the impact? Maybe one sentence. The biggest risk for my company is this, and how it will impact my company if it materializes is blah. Or you can also say this is all nonsense, none of this, I have a better risk. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. 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 You have to have the human factor. You cannot replace human beings. So if you notice that people are being robotic in some domain that is as nuanced as insurance, you will start seeing warning signs. Yeah. 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 That's a risk. The muscles atrophy if you don't use them. So if I'm always getting somebody to carry my groceries and anything heavy, then my arms are going to get weaker and weaker. And tomorrow, if there is a crisis when I need to lift something, I never developed that muscle, it atrophied. My daughter is in the 7th grade and she has a math teacher. And many times the math teacher will tell the class, I'm paraphrasing, but this lesson I'm teaching you is stupid. You will never use it in life. But the reason it's helpful is it will teach you the skill of learning, which will be transferable to other problems that are waiting for you in your life. So that is a risk. The act of composing an email may be trivial, but it is helping you develop a muscle of creative thinking and problem solving that may come handy when you face an adversity that generative AI cannot solve, right? That's a great point. So let me talk about some risk management. How do you manage the risk of an efficiency-based mindset when you use generative AI? Ask your team, we are not using generative AI to create more widgets, but we are trying to create more outcomes. So we want to be more effective. And effectiveness is defined as, are we making life easier for our customers, our users, and our partners? So it's possible that you deliver 1,000 Blackberries and you don't make life easy for them. But it's possible you give them 10 Samsung phones or iPhones and you are more effective. So change the mindset from efficiency to effectiveness. To protect your company from a lawsuit or protect your customers and users who are trusting you with sensitive personal information and also your proprietary trade practices, be very careful about the legal contracts of the companies, generative AI companies you're doing business with. Make sure that legally they are promising you that they are not going to misuse your data, and also have policies in place and enforcement about what kind of information your employees or your team members can put into the large language model. The best vaccination for bias is a diverse team. And I know that today, in today's environment, diversity is a bad word, but the best bullshit detector is a diverse team who has been exposed to a lot of bullshit in their life. So when you have a diverse team who have overcome different levels of adversity, if generative AI, like ChatGPT, gives something which is partial bullshit, complete bullshit, everybody gets it, like you were saying, right? Complete truth, you don't have a problem. The problem is that 80% truth, 20% bullshit. If you have a diverse team, someone is going to say, man, this smells really fishy. Let me not blindly trust it. Let's go and get a second opinion or a third opinion, right? That's the best vaccine for bullshit. There are a couple of techniques you can use for anchoring. This is what I'm using in my clients. Instead of asking ChatGPT to solve a problem, I ask the team to solve the problem first, and then ask them, now let's go ask ChatGPT or a generative AI product and see, is there anything that's more valuable that can upgrade what we came up with? So ChatGPT cannot bias or anchor the team. I want to introduce something. I want to talk about generative CI, community intelligence. I feel that AI combined with your community or team intelligence is greater than just AI. Nobody is smarter than your team. But if you use AI as a catalyst to unleash the awesomeness of your team, give them this hyper-enthusiastic, hyper-caffeinated intern, your team can get better. But just remember, don't blindly trust the intern. The intern is just an intern. Your team has got probably decades of wisdom and experience. Please don't devalue your team's expertise by giving the reins to a hyper-caffeinated intern, right? If you feel that your team is getting paralyzed and overwhelmed by the volume of suggestions, then one possibility is be laser focused. There is a technique from the Franklin Covey 4 disciplines of execution called the wildly important role. There is a short video, 5 or 7 minute video on YouTube. You don't have to pay money, it's a free video. If this resonates with you, just look up that video, Franklin Covey 4 disciplines of execution. If you are outcome focused and ChatGPT is giving you an encyclopedia Britannica of information, you can curtail it. You can guide this hyper-caffeinated intern by saying, give me the top 3 suggestions to achieve this measurable goal, so that you don't get overwhelmed by the solution. The solution cannot be worse than the problem. And the last is a technique from the world of agile software development and Scrum. Instead of robotically and blindly implementing everything that your generative AI model tells you, be empirical and data-driven. If you have metrics, use metrics to figure out what changes recommended by generative AI are creating measurable value and what are not. And stop doing things which are wasteful. So these are my 7 suggestions. I have a question. Which of these risk management techniques do you feel might help your company, or which are you most curious about? And it's okay to say none of them, it's all garbage, because this could also be bullshit. It could be 20% bullshit and 80% truth, right? So you just never know. So what do you think? Yeah, one day without the yeah. Yeah. Fresh perspective. Yeah, let's try to compose that email by ourselves and see what happens. What else? All right, we have 3 minutes. I want to be respectful of our next speakers. So, closing thoughts. This is from Alice in Wonderland, butchered. Apologies to Lewis Carroll. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. ChatGPT will take you there faster, better, cheaper. It will drive you into the ditch. So please be careful. Also, no generative AI is more powerful than generative AI plus generative CI, community intelligence. If you disagree with me, you've got a hiring problem, inspiring problem, or firing problem. So provocative statement. So how can I help? I'm at the ResumeX booth. Some ways in which we help. We'll give you product playbooks to protect you against the harms or risks of generative AI. We have trained bots, but the most important is the human element. We've got facilitators who've spent 20 plus years making mistakes in product development, and we want to help you learn from our mistakes, okay? And we've got 5,000 plus freelancers in India who can help build your idea. So if you're interested, stop by the ResumeX booth, and please connect with me if anything I said was helpful. So those are my thoughts. 7 risks, 7 ways for risk management, and I hope it was useful. And if anything I said was useful, I'd love to connect with you. So did you want to take a picture of the previous one? Yeah. So if you want to take a picture, maybe 1 more minute, and then I want to leave space for our next speakers. Thank you so much for the gift of your time, your questions, and I hope that this was useful. Love to chat with you more if I can help. Thank you.
All right, a huge thank you to Ravi Verma for sharing his expertise on such a crucial topic. Up next, we shift gears to cybersecurity, one of the biggest concerns for businesses today. Did you know that over 60% of data breaches come from a third-party vendor? Businesses spend millions securing their own networks only to be exposed by weak links in their supply chain. In the fireside chat on mastering vendor management to reduce cybersecurity risks, experts will tackle one of the most overlooked cybersecurity risks, vendor management. How do you ensure that partners you trust with sensitive data aren't opening the doors to threats? Our speakers will break down the biggest pitfalls, share real-world case studies, and reveal strategies to keep your organization protected. So without any further ado, please welcome David Hirschfield and Nick Yanko to the stage.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So this is entitled a fireside chat. We're definitely going to chat. Don't have a fire. Hopefully, won't have a fire.
Yeah, where's my wingback chair? I need a
That's
big
right.
wingback chair and a coat, a smoking jacket.
Nick and I are just going to have a conversation, and we also invite you to participate as well, and we'll have opportunities for that. I thought I'd start off with a question or two for you, Nick, and then we can.
Fire away.
Okay.
It'll be fun.
So we should start off with just a little definitional work, only because sometimes, believe it or not, people get confused about what we're actually discussing. So we'll start off with vendors and the definition of vendors in the context of risk management. So a vendor is?
So by definition, a vendor is someone that you're paying money to do a service for you, but the definition in this context is a lot broader.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you're looking at your phone as a for instance, this is something that really hits people directly. Every single app you have on that phone is a vendor that's servicing you, right?
That's right.
How many apps do you have on your phone, David?
Probably about 150.
There you go. That's every one of them is a vendor, including the phone itself, including the phone service provider.
Right. And sometimes aren't they referred to as third parties as well?
Yeah, that's really the main piece of this, is that it's other than you that has access to data or information or whatever about you that they're using to provide a service for you.
And why is there risk associated with them? We heard in the introduction to us that over 60% of cybersecurity breaches come from vendors. So tell us a little bit about why that is.
So I'm gonna turn this around and ask you a question related to this.
Fine.
So how many vendors do you think the average company has contracts with globally today? Just on average, how many vendors?
It's got to be over 100.
Right, so it's a little bit higher.
Okay.
The number in 2019 was 588.
Wow.
On average. Now, how many of those 588 vendors do you think have access to that company's data or the customer's data that the company is servicing?
I would think it would be more than half.
You're exactly right. It's about 288 on average.
Okay.
So when you're talking about the context of the risk management and third parties and all of that that's related to that, the people that are interacting with it's us, right?
Yeah.
The customers of those companies actually have their personal information with those 288 vendors. So it goes all the way through the chain from the person who's the customer, all the way through to that vendor, and all the way through to the vendors that that vendor uses. So it goes all the way past the direct relationship to the relationships beyond.
Interesting. Yeah, so by the way, Nick and I did not rehearse any of this, so if I'm
No, we
getting
didn't.
the answers correct, it's pure luck.
It's experience.
It's that too.
Right.
So tell us a little bit more about what is it that, one, what is vendor risk management? What does that mean?
Right. So, David, you've led a lot of teams of people, and you've started companies and you've run companies. So, when you engage with a service provider or a vendor, right? What does that process look like, just to begin with, right? So initially, you're looking at them and saying they have a service you need, but then you engage with them.
It depends.
Yeah.
So, and I'll use some of the places I've worked and led as an example. So if it's a small company like a startup, it's fairly quick. It's, oh, we need this, whatever it is, whatever they're offering. We usually try to make sure that the requirements, what we're trying to do, and what the vendor is capable of doing, and what the price, and if the price is right, then we say okay, and it can be as simple as that. That's the extent of the vetting. In a larger company, so for example, I've worked in companies that were in financial services, which were highly regulated. There was a process which sometimes can be very onerous, where you have to have the vendor complete a questionnaire, and they have to be detailed about their ability to protect our information, etc. And that can take a long time. In fact, Nick and I worked both. That's where we met. We worked in a small business bank, and their process was overly lengthy, partly because they got in trouble for not having one for a while. I think it varies, but it's a really important question, because now that I think about it, it's all over the place.
Right. I guess my point in asking that is that the decision-making process that you're going through to pick that vendor involves some risk assessment. Right? Are they going to satisfy your needs? Are they too expensive? Are they going to be around tomorrow? There's risks that are there. But those things are usually vetted through a contractual agreement, right? They have your SLAs and your payment terms and all of that. But frequently, the part that's missed is the security component. So is there any contract that you've ever read? Actually, I can tell you what they are, but I'm going to ask you if you've seen this, because it's it's something all of us do every day. Are there any contracts that you've engaged with that specifically talk about protecting your information or anything about your information at all?
A couple of them that I can recall were very explicit about making sure that in a couple of cases, the company I worked for had to explicitly agree to the fact that we would not have access to the personal information of their customers, right? So that was one. The other one was one that said if anyone on my company were to have access to that information or sensitive company data, that there would be another layer of vetting, if you will. In other words, that agreement did not cover the ability to get access to sort of a measure to say, but it was the honor system that said if you for any reason are going to get access to something that had a list of these items that are proprietary or confidential, you then had to go through this vetting process, and there would be a separate agreement. But I found it very interesting that seemed more like they were just checking a box to put it in the contract, because at no time did anybody ever ask me or members of our team, well, we're going to give you access to something, now you're going to have to sign this contract. And that never happened.
Right, and that's common.
Yes, it is.
And that's very common, especially in the commercial space. When we're talking about fintechs or highly regulated industries, they have mandated third-party risk management processes. But even those usually are just going through and checking off a compliance box. They're just trying to get the rules right so that they can continue to operate. But in the end, what a lot of us do, and we do it on our phone as well, I always like to drive it down to a personal thing.
Yeah.
When you go in and you launch an app, it always says, this is our user agreement. And this is what we're going to do with your data, and by clicking this, you're saying yes to letting us have access to your data. And that's really as far as we normally go when we look at any vendor that we're interacting with. They say they're going to do the right thing, and we just trust them, and it's the honor system, like you said. So the thing that's really important in risk is there is the component of risk in contractual arrangements that you want to address the business risk, the financial, the reputational, the SLAs and all of that. But the cybersecurity risk is so important and so critical because, David, how much money, okay, now here's where it hits the road, right?
Yeah.
How much money do you believe, on average, third-party data security risk breaches have incurred to companies in 2024? The on-average expense.
So the cost of the expense of that.
Right, the expense of the breach.
The breach.
Remediating it, solving it, whatever it was.
I'm going to guess and say it's over $1 million, but I have no idea how much.
So in 2024, it was $4.7 million average
Wow.
for a single breach.
For a single breach.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's some customers that have had multiple breaches.
Yeah.
And really, what happens in almost all of those scenarios is they don't have a robust enough third-party risk assessment program for cybersecurity, and so they miss the pieces that are gaps in the vendor security structure.
So what is, I mean, thank you, that's very interesting, and I figured it was a high number.
Yeah.
Having worked in companies that had or didn't have any vendor risk management, either it was sort of the range of onerous, difficult, can't get a vendor approved for months versus all I have to do is get out my company credit card and buy the service. How do you determine how restrictive, or maybe restrictive is not the right word, how comprehensive of a vendor management program should you have, given our vendor risk management program, given that there are companies all across the spectrum, right? You've got startups that are 4 people, you have companies that have thousands of people. What's your thought there?
So this is a really interesting part of the conversation because there is no one size fits all.
Right.
So for me, quite honestly, the main thing that you want to focus on is the risk appetite that you're willing to accept for the different elements that the vendor is engaging with. Like, for instance, if I'm engaging with a vendor and all they're going to do is build a website for me and throw a bunch of static images up there and put some text and make sure that it's maintained and is functioning on a regular basis, I'm not going to worry so much about assessing that vendor for the risk that they might have. Now, if that vendor is integrating with data in the company, or they have access to customer information, then I'm going to start digging a lot deeper into their security practices to make sure that whatever they're doing is going to align with what my risk posture, my risk appetite is.
Got it. How do you make sure? So let's assume that you're a company that has a mid-sized company and you have maybe 50 people or 100 people or whatever, and you're doing great, and yet your website and other vendors you do have limited access to customer data or other information. So it's not just static, web pages, for example, and photos. How do you know? How do you know which vendors to be more stringent about beyond what you just said? So, for example, let's say we have a couple of typical tools that we all use, some Microsoft tools or some tools from a CRM like HubSpot.
Right.
How do you vet? Because most people like I would assume, oh, it's Microsoft, services everybody.
Right.
They don't have any problems. Why would we even bother asking them questions or understanding what vendor risk management looks like? So what does it look like when you're talking about vendors of different sizes, types, and capabilities?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. When you look at companies like Microsoft, they won't even answer your questions, right?
Yeah.
They've got their security assurance website and they do public press releases on all of those things. But in the end, here's the thing that people need to understand, I guess, is that say you're a company, okay? This is a scenario. You're a company. You've got 1 million customers that are stored in HubSpot, and let's say that HubSpot has a security breach, and all of the personal information and account information for all those customers is released into the wild. Whose fault is that? Is it your fault as the company, or is it HubSpot's fault?
I'm going to guess and say it's my fault as the
It's
company.
your fault,
Yeah.
right?
Even though it doesn't sound like it should be.
That's the unequal justice that exists in the legal system today. So the way that it's looked at is that as a company, if you're using that service, you're responsible for making sure that that service protects your customers, right? So you're the one that has the data that's putting it there. You have to do the due diligence necessary to protect it. Now, larger companies frequently, when breaches like that happen, they will turn around and try to get some recompense from the vendor. But those types of activity is usually very costly and onerous all by itself, when all they could have done is had a third-party risk management program to protect them from the risks.
Well, that's actually a good segue, and thank you. That's a good segue into the next question I have for you, which is, what can companies do? And let's take examples. Let's take some mid-sized companies to smaller companies. Where do they start? How do they, we know what bad looks like, right? Which is just take out your credit card and buy something. but beyond that, where would you recommend they begin to think about how to minimally protect themselves?
Right, so I think the first place to start is to know yourself, right? What are the risks that you're willing to accept? Because you have to accept some in order to be a business. There's always risk involved in making money. There's risk involved in approaching any kind of contract or relationship. So it's important to know yourself and what risk you're willing to accept. Now, if you've got a very, very low risk appetite, because of that, your risk management program will be fairly extensive, because you've got to cover all the things that you see in your business environment that you believe are risks, cybersecurity or otherwise. But if your risk appetite is very high, then your program will probably be small. So you got to kind of analyze yourself first. And then the next thing is just get a comprehensive inventory of all of your vendors. There's so few companies today that actually even know all of the vendors and all of the contracts and services and relationships that they have outside of themselves. And once you have those two things together, you can begin to take steps to ensure that your customers and your data are kept more secure with those third parties.
I'm glad you said that. We should give a couple of stories that I think I'd like to share, and maybe you have some that you'd like to share as well. When you talk about companies that don't know how many vendors they have, that resonates a lot with me. And the reason I say that is we had a couple of instances in the last few years where a client asked us to evaluate the applications they use. So they weren't talking about vendor risk management at all. All they were talking about was, we know that the marketing department and these other departments are buying software, but we don't have any visibility into it. And we might have duplicative purchases in different parts of the company. And obviously this was a larger company. And so when we asked them, well, how many software vendors or vendors in general do you have? They said somewhere between 1,000 and 3,000. We were shocked. Like,
that's a little bit above average.
That's a lot. That's a lot, and a lot that you don't know. And so, so I think that really your first point about making sure that you take an inventory of your vendors is really critical. Tell us a story about what you consider one of the more, so maybe two stories. One of the better examples of a company that did it well, why they did it well, and if they had to learn from a hack to be able to do it.
Right.
And then maybe a horror story of someone who didn't, and if you have any of those stories you can pull out. Obviously, keeping the names confidential.
Yeah. So, oh my gosh, there's so many stories. So I'm trying to pick a good one. So I think let's start with a group that did it well after going through the pain of having to learn what not doing it well entailed. So, and this was not directly related to again, third-party risk management, but they began to dive into that because they realized the gap that was there. And this happened after a breach that was pretty significant, brought them down to their knees. And so they were absolutely required to go through and make sure that all of the data that they were responsible for and all of the applications and all of the services that they used were was safe, and that it had reduced risk. And that exercise helped them to build a really clear inventory, and coming out of it, it actually wound up saving them money in the long run, because there was a lot of licenses they didn't use, a lot of services they didn't need, a lot of, like you had mentioned, duplication. They had multiple endpoint protection products, all with different monitoring and control systems in them and different versions of the software. And because of this, they standardized on a single platform and reduced the cost, and thereby reducing the risk, right? The less complexity you have, the less risk you have. So the KISS principle is always there. Keep it simple. So let's tell.
You're going to tell the horror story. Scare everybody.
Right. So the horror story that always comes to mind is kind of the grandfather of all of these, and it's not one I was directly related to, but it's the Target breach. If you remember, that was big in the news a while ago. And the interesting thing about it is that it was very definitely a cybersecurity breach, but the breach didn't come through a traditional method. It came through the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning vendor, who happened to have an ID access card that didn't get disabled properly. And so the hacker was able to break into the ID access card system, which was then connected to all of the point of sale systems, and they were able to get all of the customers' data from Target. And as IT folks, we always have a lot of focus on software and on, you know, cloud services and all of the digital products that are out there, but we have to also have a clear eye on the physical vendors too. The guy who sweeps your floor, it's important to know, you know, what his background is if you have a risk in that area. The person who cleans your HVAC is another good example that Target had to deal with. So it's really interesting. The horror stories, there's hundreds of them, and it's just there's a big gap in security now for third-party risk management.
Yeah, well, that sounds scary, and I'm glad I'm not wasn't working at Target at that time. So we are, you know, a bit of a ways through our talk here, and while we've shared a lot of information, if there are any questions from anyone or any things anyone would like to ask or share, that would be fine with us too. We can continue on. Anybody in the audience? I know we've just got a handful of people here. Okay.
I'd like to just see a show of hands. I'm going to ask you guys a quick question here, and I don't want to make this painful, but I was just curious, in your companies that you work in today, are you aware of any third-party risk management programs that your companies use? Do you have one? No.
Yeah. It's what's that? Okay. Good.
Okay.
You know, when we tell people that, when you hear the data that you heard when we were introduced, that over 60% of cybersecurity breaches are a result of vendors, most people don't know that. They don't even think of that actually. So it always is a surprise to share that data point. And as a result, because even when there's a security breach in the news, they don't necessarily, they do sometimes, like with the SolarWinds hack they talked about,
right.
Third-party vendor. I don't know if you want to talk about that hack a little bit, but they don't usually say it was a third party or it was a vendor that caused the problem, and there are good reasons for that. But go ahead. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, I think that the times when they blame it on a vendor,
Yeah.
it's when the government is impacted.
Okay.
When it's a private entity, they have the legal responsibility for the breach, so they're the ones that make it in the news. That's why I call it the Target hack, right? That's why everybody calls it the Target hack.
Right.
You don't realize that the ID card system that they purchased had a vulnerability that allowed the hacker to get in, right? So it's always the perspective of where the legal weight and responsibility lie, but in the end, it does impact the reputation of these companies, and now there's some rules that have been released both at the state and the federal level that require disclosure of these types of breaches and the cause, and whether or not, you know, what the remediation was to resolve it. So the truth about the breaches are starting to come out, where the real responsibilities tend to lie.
That's good. So I have a question for everybody. Raise your hand if you've ever taken a cybersecurity training class online. Okay. So, given that response, why doesn't cybersecurity training, or does it? Why or why not does it help with vendor risk management?
So I think it's interesting because in the CISSP handbook, in the training for that, that's kind of the granddaddy of information security certifications, they mention third-party risk once in the entire body of knowledge. But they focus on core principles: confidentiality, integrity, availability. And third-party risk, they mention it just in the context of the overall risk that can be, you know, imposed on a organization with a lack of cybersecurity practices. So it's almost like it's like an evil stepchild in the corner that no one wants to talk about.
Well, and that's the thing that I think is interesting, because there's a perception that the cybersecurity bad people are out here, but they're they're not necessarily associated with any vendors. They're just, you know, in other places or other locations, and they are looking for one thing and one thing only, and that is money. But that raises an interesting question. Do you think that when a vendor is responsible for a cybersecurity breach at a company, that they are responsible, that they understand their level of responsibility when, so given that more than 60% of all cybersecurity breaches are from vendors,
Right.
do you think they know, that many vendors know that, or is that not the case?
No, I think they definitely know it. And when you read the indemnity clauses in their contracts,
Yeah.
they make sure that you know it's your problem. And they do that for legal reasons, and there's reasons behind it, and it's not something that's really I'm trying to disparage, but it's really just that when you're like, if you ever go to purchase services from Amazon, as for instance, they have their security assurance statements, and they have the due diligence and care and instruction on what you should do to set up their environment as securely as possible. But breaches still happen.
Yeah.
Because this is a long explanation, but because Amazon is such a complex environment, you can do so much there. It's very easy for you as a user to configure it to be at a place of lacking security or increased risk. But when Amazon, in their infrastructure and their system, designs something that opens up risk to you in the way the contractual obligation reads, that's still something that you have to take responsibility for.
So when you think, that's really interesting. I did not realize that they all have that in their indemnity. I mean, I think I've seen it before when we've looked at contracts, but I haven't put two and two together. So the question then in my mind is, what, if the onus is on the company to protect itself from vendors who may not have very good information security practices,
Right.
how do you just say, okay, well, these three vendors don't have any good, so I'm not going to use them? I know that's dependent on a lot of factors.
As a security guy, that sounds like a great
I'm
idea,
sure
but
it
that
does,
doesn't
yeah.
work for business.
I understand. Or what kind of influence do you have over those vendors that, how do you, because obviously if you're not working at that company, you can't say, okay, you need to put in place firewalls here and do all this other
Right.
stuff. What do you recommend?
So the point of a third-party risk management program isn't to impose your will on your vendor's security operations. It's to identify the gaps that exist in their practices so that you can implement remediation on your own to protect the data. So, a basic example is encryption. If you have, say, a massive database of customers that's sitting up in an Amazon cloud database, don't store the data there in its native format. Encrypt it before you store it there. That's a really basic example. But there's a lot of security controls that you can apply to your environment and to the configuration of whatever environment or software you're using to fill whatever security gaps you might identify in a third-party risk management scenario.
Do you believe that information security or cybersecurity breaches caused by vendors is likely to increase for a long time, or do you feel like it's going to get better?
Well, the trend has been continually increasing, so I'm going to go with the data. Continually more expensive, continuing increasing, and the reason for this is because the people that are on the other side of the fence are much better funded, much better staffed, and much more persistent in the goal that they're trying to achieve, as opposed to the security folks who are understaffed and struggling with the process.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give an example that you and I both know about. Obviously, keeping it confidential. I wasn't particularly aware. We had a client who had a breach in the last year. And I wasn't particularly aware of just how sophisticated these hackers are until you showed me a link to their website, and it looked like a regular business. I mean, you literally would, if you didn't know that it was a business and all they did was breach other companies, you would think they were selling something. I mean, they had, all these links and, hey, we need some people here. They were recruiting people. I mean, it was just unbelievable. So don't think that that was a big aha moment for me. Don't think that those folks are, just kind of somebody in a bedroom, right?
Right, and in the real-time communications that we had with the threat actor during that breach, they called themselves a business. They said, don't treat us badly, we're a business, we're trying to make money here. And I'm like, no, you're a criminal. What's wrong with you?
Exactly. Well, and it's sort of, it's a little reminiscent to me of the mob, right? Because you don't think of the mob as somebody sitting in a basement somewhere, you think of them as having what look like legitimate businesses,
Right.
and it's a front for actually, nefarious activity. So that was a really big deal for me. Is that something that is consistently happening? Do you think that these are becoming companies, or is this more predominantly individual bad actors?
No, it's all over the map. So there's state-sponsored actors. There's individuals that are selling, like, again, in this particular scenario, there's an individual who didn't actually take any data, but they sold the backdoor access that they were able to achieve to the actual ransomware threat actor. So the ransomware threat actor has the tool to do the encryption and the collection of data, but they couldn't get in the back door. So there's another guy who's sitting in his basement who happened to stand up a backdoor access mechanism for this client, and he sold that backdoor access to the ransomware actor. So it was like a third-party arrangement in that scenario.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So what are the most common ways that vendors fail their clients and allow for access to companies? Are there? I mean, I've heard, we know what ransomware is, obviously, right? That someone breaches it, takes control of your environment, and then says, where either they suck everything out. It's called exfiltrated. Is that the right word?
Right.
They exfiltrate all the data, all the documents, and then they say, we're going to make them public unless you pay us this much money. But and I don't know how that seems to me like the thing that gets in the news more lately, but I don't know how common that is. What are the more common things that maybe happen behind the scenes that we don't hear, that you're aware of?
Well, again, it is kind of all over the map. So really the goal, it depends on the goal of the threat actor.
Okay.
So for instance, state-sponsored actors that are, they're called APTs, Advanced Persistent Threats. The government gives them numbers and classifies them on their characteristics, and they do attacks that really have no, financial gain in the end. They're just trying to get, it's a military operation is what it is. It's one state attacking another. On the other side, there's so many different ways that the people in the commercial space are attempting to break into different environments. So it's, they still do to this day, even with the advent of two-factor authentication, brute force password cracking, which is from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But all of the old tools are still good friends for these guys, so they keep on doing the same things. They have, flooded attacks on networks. They have there's lots of attacks that are happening in websites and cross-site scripting. So one thing that was new to me that I just learned a little while ago is an attack that's called SEO poisoning.
Okay.
So what they'll do is they'll take a popular agency, they'll put up a website that has a URL that's relatively similar to that agency's website, and then they'll gather all of that agency's data and start pumping it into the Google search engine, so that when you search for anything related to that agency, it goes to the fake URL instead of the real one. And then the fake URL looks just like that agency's website, but it's got nefarious JavaScript loaded on it that'll either take over and compromise your machine or exfiltrate your data or any of a number of things. So that was
And the only way that you'd know that there was anything wrong is if you looked at the URL and you noticed that it wasn't exactly the same.
Yeah, it'll have like one letter off.
Yes, yeah. And that's where it really gets tough, I think, for people.
Yeah, there was one group a while ago, this was quite a while ago, but they created a domain that was GOOGL.com.
Oh, wow.
Google.com.
Yeah.
So a lot of these larger companies now are learning how to protect against that just by registering those domains that are roughly similar to theirs. But it's still a pretty nefarious attack when you've got an agency that's like an educational university who doesn't have the resources to do the research and protect themselves, and somebody just adds one letter to the URL and then does SEO poisoning, and they own all of their clients.
Wow. Interesting. Well, let's open it up for another opportunity for questions. Any questions from anybody? Anything that you have heard or wanted to hear about, that you have questions about? Yes.
We've been trying to tell people so.
Please ask your question.
Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, I can say one thing about that. It is hard to get people to think about spending money on this, right? Because with all the other priorities that companies have, You know, you don't want to, you feel as though, well, it's never going to happen to me, right? So it's a little bit like until you've experienced it, you don't know how awful it can actually be, but you don't want to experience it. One way that you can do it is if you have, depending on the number of vendors you have, the number of contracts you have, what typically happens with vendor contracts, not always, but often, is that companies sign an agreement. It could be just a click-through agreement for software. It could be a person coming to clean the offices, as Nick mentioned, a janitor, and sort of forget about it. And what that usually means is that over time there might be automatic renewal periods. You might not be getting the best financial deal, if you will, out of those contracts that you can. And so what we found in a few instances was we were able to basically encourage a company to start to put together a vendor risk management program, which does have a cost associated with it, and fund it by helping to renegotiate their commercial contract agreements and saving them money so that they're not actually out of pocket any more money than they were before. And so that's one way to do it, but I think there are some simpler ways that Nick can describe.
Yeah, I think just at a really practical front lines perspective, if you want to start out, just ask them for their security policy, whatever vendor it is that you're talking to. But usually that reads like, it's like an encyclopedia of information with a lot of jargon and information in it that you might not be aware of, so it's really good to have a security professional look it over. And then that person will just have a lot more questions, I'm sure, to dig in deeper on that vendor security
The first sign is if they don't have an security
don't
policy,
have one,
then it's a problem.
Then you got a big problem.
Thank you very much for the question. There was a question here as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Just one character, yeah. Yeah, no, I think that it's table stakes to come in with some type of endpoint protection software. And I don't mean just antivirus, right? So most of the enterprise endpoint protection systems today will it'll actually look at all of your website traffic, it'll protect your JavaScript engine in your browser and keep those capabilities from being executed. And most of them today, all of the tier 1 or tier 2 providers like this, they keep a list of all of the bad domains, and they're looking for them all the time. So if you inadvertently visit one of these, your endpoint protection software will not allow you to get there. It'll stop you before you do the breach. But you know, the hackers, like I said, they're a lot better staffed and a lot more resourced. So there's always new domains that are getting produced and always new engines for SEO poisoning and other attacks that are happening. So it's never 100% certain, but that's the table stakes. Get really good endpoint protection software both for yourself and your personal use, and then make sure if you're running a company that they do the same thing.
Good advice. Thank you for that question. Other questions or comments? Has anyone here experienced a cybersecurity breach in their company? Has anyone, oh yes, go ahead. Thank you for that. It's a scary world out there, and yet I think if you take some precautions and you even do a little bit,
just
common sense, and more of it, most of it, it's like a lot of things, right? The awareness is half the battle. If you don't even know it's a potential problem, then you have absolutely no chance of preventing something bad from happening. Then the question, though, is what are the few things that you can do? Let's say you have no vendor risk management program, which most companies do not.
Right.
What are the few things, and you mentioned one of them, you know, asking for security policy. There's some other things that they can do to help themselves in the interim.
Yeah, so I think there's another great resource is to just sign up to newsletters and other security information sites that help you to know what breaches have happened and vulnerabilities that exist on a regular basis, just so you can be aware. There's a lot of them, and it can be a lot of noise at some points in time, but it's always good to keep abreast of that. I think too, at the risk of sounding self-serving, this is a very complex question, and it's very difficult to just kind of bootstrap yourself up alone without professional help. So it's important to get someone who definitely understands security to help you when you're interested in making sure that your company can be secure. I also think it's really important at a base level to just to borrow from your keynote, think critically. Think it through. Think around the corners. Think about the pieces that exist in the engagement that you have with the vendor that either pop up a red flag for you and cause you concerns, and then address those.
It's good advice, and it is I think for us as consumers also, as independent from companies, there's a bit of nervousness as well, right? As we just said, you don't have to be working in a company with your computer from your company or your device from your company to go to the wrong website, as this gentleman just said about the Canadian bank, right? It can affect all of us, and you just have to be vigilant about it. So any parting words of wisdom that you have for everyone? We're at just about a time here.
Yeah, just really quickly, one question that came up a while ago is how do we start in small ways to help to manage our third parties effectively? And the thing that's happening now, especially in the European Union and in other nations outside of the US, is that we're getting to a point where we don't have a choice anymore. They're mandating the requirement to have this. So eventually what's going to happen, especially for larger companies, is they're either going to have a full-blown third-party risk management program or they're going to get a fine. And it's become such a problem because 60% of the breaches that have happened because of a third party. It's become such a problem that it's becoming law. It's becoming mandated.
Well, I'm going to give you one last question, which I know we always get this question about a lot of things: is can AI do this? Can AI in and of itself protect you from vendors in a vendor risk management program kind of way?
It can help a lot. It can also, it's the funny thing about the most secure computer in the world is the one that's unplugged from the wall. So you can program AI to completely lock down your access to any vendors at all. That's just not possible.
Right.
But it can definitely help. It's a tool.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Any other questions before we've got a couple minutes left? No? Well, okay, we'll give you all back
thank
3
you all
minutes
for
of
your time.
Thank you for your time.
All right, a huge thank you to our speakers for unpacking this critical issue. Cybersecurity is not just about securing your own house, it's about making sure your entire ecosystem is protected. Now, let's switch gears into something just as vital: data. Up next, we are diving into the intersection of development and data and how the two can work together to build smarter, more efficient systems. Let's get into it. This fireside chat, titled When Development Met Data, dives into what happens when these two worlds collide, how to bridge the gaps, and what it takes to build products that are both data-driven and functional. Accept real talk, lessons learned, and maybe even a few war stories from the trenches. I am really excited, so let's call on stage our esteemed speakers with a big round of applause.
Hello. Good morning. Morning, everyone. Once again, very good morning, and thank you for giving us this opportunity. So one of the key points in the subject line is data, right? When development met data. So data is a huge topic, and each one of us comes with a different background, but the common theme is how we use data in our respective businesses, in our personal lives, in our social lives, things like that. So we would like to discuss and share some of our observations in terms of how we have been using data as a business, and then what kind of use cases have made it possible now for us to solve problems that were otherwise not possible with the advent of AI and other confluencing technologies. So I'd like to start with a key topic. Yeah, so which is the use of data, but let's go with a round of introduction. So I'll have Jiju start introducing himself.
Yeah, my name is Jiju Eldus. I am a software, I started my career as a software developer. Now I run a software services company, CG Software Solutions. And we have a presence in US and India. We have worked with different enterprises, startups, governments also in sometimes to kind of deal with the real world problems and solve data in real time, right? Issues that comes with data and all of that. That is my high level background.
Hi, my name is Karan Sharma, and I am working for EH Infotech. So EH Infotech is basically into consulting and outsourcing. We provide software services to in many domains. It could be healthcare, media, entertainment, and machine learning, all those stuff. And we have a presence in US, India, Ukraine, Canada, and Munich in Germany. So yeah.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Jiju. Again, I'm Kamesh Challuri. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Accurate Consulting Group. We focus primarily on digital experience management and e-commerce solutions for mid-market companies. And our target industries are generally retail, media, entertainment, telecom, a little bit of healthcare and fintech as well. So let me start with the first question. When it comes to data, right, in the broader context of how data is being used, there is, to begin with, good data and bad data, for lack of a better word. So could each one of you explain from your perspective how you qualify data as good and how you qualify data as sometimes bad and sometimes outright, garbage? Because we keep talking about garbage in, garbage out, right? So in that context, what's good data, bad data, and something in between maybe?
Correct. So if you look about the data, I believe it's the backbone of all the industries. It doesn't depend which industry it is. It's entertainment industries or medical industry, hospitality. It doesn't depend. I think data is the backbone. If you want to grow in the industry, or if you want to grow your business, you need to have the proper data. So right now in the market, there are a lot of lead generations, softwares are available, a lot of people buy the leads, but those are not 100% correct, right? It depends on the time also. If you buy a lead today, maybe it is useful now, but after a week or after 10 days, it's not useful, right? So in order to make that, we have to, normalize the data properly. Whatever the data we are getting is not always true. So we have to filter out the things. The data is not always a good one. So those things, we have to take care before using it into our industries aspects. What I could say. So the normalization of data is very important. We have to segregate it between good and bad.
Right.
Yeah.
And Karan, just on those lines, how long generally you keep data? I mean, do you keep data? You talked about a lead that becomes stale in about a week, right?
It depends on which industry you are, and it depends what you want to do for that data. Sometimes it's a finance data, sometimes it's a royalty data, sometimes it's just the basic lead generations for the real estate. So it depends, which industry you are working on and what is your outcome out of that. You know, sometimes we use data for the forecasting, sometimes we use the data for the royalty, sometimes we use data for the sales. So it depends, you know, it completely depends on the your requirement and industry. Yeah.
Okay. Are you using AI for any of these things to distinguish between good and bad data?
See, we have lot of tools available in the market, you know, for the forecasting, for AI, for machine learning, and also, you know, it depends. Like for us, we serve lot of client, media industries, healthcare industries. So sometimes we do made customs products for them, so that, you know, whatever the data they are looking for their perspective, we are building those softwares for them, you know.
Okay.
So it's sometimes it's a custom made software, because the data is a very sensitive topic. They don't want to expose their data in the market. So whatever the tools are available, that, you know, they don't have the trust, they don't trust those tools. They have the trust issues, you know, because they're exposing their data. So sometimes we have to build the customized tools for them. So yeah, it again depends on the requirement, what kind of data they are using. They want to expose in the market, or they don't want to expose in the market. So it depends on that.
Okay. So Jiju, on those lines, right? What are your experiences?
So this particular aspect of good data, bad data is very dicey, right? Because you have data, right? A lot of times it's based on the use case that you want to use it for. Right now, a particular data that you have, it could be, something that you use for a machine learning problem, right? And we look at different attributes that are present in that particular data. So if you're getting just names of all of the people of a particular state, what you can do with that is very less. But if you get maybe age plus gender, right, then you can infer much more as a business case, or even as a business owner to take a decision, right? So now we call this more of a structured data. It's like what all are the information that you can extract out of that for a particular use case that you want to kind of run. That actually decides whether the data is good for that particular use case. Now, like if you have more data, sometimes it's good, but sometimes more data gets you to an analysis paralysis also.
Right, right. Because you talked about an interesting point. Two individual data points may not make sense independently, but when you start putting them together, then you're seeing some value out of it.
Yeah. So the bad data is highly contextual, and it's also based on what you want to infer out of it, what you want to do with the data, right? So based on that, you'll have to qualify. And at a later point, when you have to kind of use the data to kind of generate inference out of it, that's when what is the business case that you want to solve with the data? That's what decides, whether the data I have is good or bad, and what all you need to kind of get more to kind of, sometimes you might have to clean up of the data, right? For example, what you've gotten is a big string, and from which you might have to kind of extract the pin code, the phone number, right? If you look at a wiki page of an organization, it is plain text, right? It is unstructured. From there, what all you can do as cleanup actions to kind of, maybe sometimes it's a crawler looking at it to kind of identify particular segments to extract that out of it, so that you can kind of identify, say, in this region, have these many customers whom I can cater to for a particular business, right? Now, it started from raw plain text data, but now you kind of did your cleanup. The data was initially not good, right? But your cleanup process, your pipelines over a period of time created really valuable data for you, which can solve a business case for you.
Right. Now let's turn to the audience, and maybe if anybody can share their insights and observations in terms of how they segregate data as good data, maybe bad data, and what are the guidelines in terms of keeping the bad data at bay and leveraging the good data for business purposes. Would anyone like to share their observations?
Also, if you have any challenges that came across across you folks, and how did you solve it, maybe that will help.
Yes, please. right? So how do you solve for that? I mean, like, is there a pattern that you've established? Got it. Okay. Any other observations or points? Right. 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 Yeah, I think the problem is one step further, right? Even in B2B, you see two different departments sending out same RFPs to different vendors. Okay, it comes from the same organization, but it goes to different vendors in different shapes and forms. So I think master data management is at the heart of that. So I'll have
one point I will add is, in any of these, architectural decisions, when you have at an organization level, we follow this pattern called a single source of truth, right? So when you have master data management, always have a single source of truth, so that one is sometimes what happens is, it's very trivial, but this happens a lot. The point of assuming that if you have two systems in which the master data was managed, and one department came to know that one point of contact changed, that person moved organization, they updated in that particular system, but now it's not propagating into the that system used by other department, right? They will continue to send emails to an inbox which does not exist. So as a practice, an organization can always for this kind of purpose ensure that there is a single source of truth, and make sure that that is what is getting integrated with the other systems.
I'll add a point on that. See, instead of creating two different data, a lot of organizations are looking into, if you have a very big data kind of concept, there's a data lake. You put all your data from the different sources at a one place, and whenever it is required, you can normalize the data and extract whatever the information is required. So that is another, way of, another method of dealing with your problem,
So Karan, just a question. Does that data lake have to be real or is it virtual? Can you aggregate all the data from different sources into a virtual data lake so that you don't have to spend time and money on hardware?
See, it's not about the hardware thing. It depends how much data you have. You can outsource different different databases from the market, which are very low cost, I would say. You don't have to build your own database on premises. There are a lot of other, software services, kind of services are there, where you can just rent out the database and you can create and you can customize out of it. So again, it depends how much data you have. If you are having a big data, your cost will, depends on that. Yeah.
Okay. So Nick, does that answer some of the points? I mean, like the question that you asked? Because having a single source of truth, having a data lake, these are some measures that can be put in place, right? In the spirit of maintaining that, master data management. Okay, so now let's just discuss the economics of, having good and bad data. So I'm just trying to understand, as we gather a lot of data, I mean, it's believed that 80% of the data that we look at was created in the last 2 years. I mean, that's the kind of data that we are generating today. It's being created by organizations, by individual users, user-generated content. It's being created by machines, right? As we plug in these machines everywhere, there's a lot of data that's coming from the network devices. All these, we talk about wearables and things like that. So that's on the rise. So can you guys talk a little bit about the costs attached with it? Storing good data and purging bad data, delineating that, we talked about it, but the economics of the model along with the business value. So let's start with you, Karan.
I completely agree, Kamesh, with you. The purging of data is very important. So, we have to make a timeline that do we need data of such, you know, do we need the data for a long time?
Right.
You know, is it, so there are two sources, I would say. We can segregate the data between, you know, real-time data and the master data, or the data which is like, you know, we can keep somewhere, we can store somewhere for the, you know, whenever it is required. It's not handy, but it is there somewhere.
Right.
You know, so, or the third is like purging of data. You know, you don't need data at all. You just use the data and it's not useful. So we have to come with a solution for segregating the, you know, requirement. Okay, this is the data I am using on a real-time basis, so I will keep it on my system. This there is a second part. I might need once in a year or 6 months, or once in a 6 month, once in a month. So I'll keep the data in a different part. And third is like, you know, okay, this is a one-time uses. I use the data and I'll purge it. So the cost also comes like that. Okay, if you take the services of AWS or the other providers, they have a lot of tools like S3. They have S3 buckets. You can go and you can store the data there. The cost is very nominal, and you have the services with them, you know, which helps you to get the real-time data. So yeah, again, it depends, you know, how much data you have and what kind of data you want to store in the real time and what kind of data you have to store in the traditional way. So that way you can segregate and you can decide on the basis of cost.
Got it. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
So, now every company is data obsessed, right? So they want to have data. But what is important is how much, actionable that data is. And what do you want to act on it, right? If you don't have a clear timeline defined for it, a lot of time you might be kind of just wasting storage and resources, right? Because large organizations, this might be something that we'll talk about, store data to the granularity that, how much time a particular user is spending on a page, when did the scroll happen from the time of load of the page, potentially where all did the mouse move to understand the, heat map. All of this information is getting stored somewhere. Now, any organization, there are enough and more tools available that anybody can implement this, store it in your data lake. And so as a business owner, what you should look at is, classify the data into different segments, right? One is your user data, which is like, identifiable user data with respect to user profile, your end user. Then there are transaction data that comes in, which is core to your business, right? They purchased something, they did a subscription, or they engaged on your platform that you're building by making a post, if you're doing a LinkedIn kind of stuff. So these are all user engagement, right? Then you have another set of data which is to track user behavior. This is important if you want to kind of identify a random machine learning algorithm, provide recommendations and all of that. So so now you have these classifications. So you do not touch your core user data. That is, that is to stay forever unless they have a requirement to prune the data by GDPR or other compliance reasons. Financial data, transactional data, that is also something that you would not touch. You might offload that to a secondary storage due to historical reasons, but that data is also there to stay, right? Now comes the data which is that you're tracking from user behavior, right? When did the user come in? What is the pattern? And, their location, their IP, their click-throughs, their mouse movements, all of that. When you look at the amount of space that is used, of course this last set is going to be the huge one, right? It is, as organizations, it's important that you specify a timeline. Like, when am I going to act on it? And if you don't act on it, be very brutal about it. You have to prune the data.
Right.
Right. Otherwise, it's going to cost a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that is my take.
All right. Thanks for that. Now, before we move on to the other use cases, just one thought, because this is a session on AI marketing and the role of data. So, with the advent of LLMs, Gen AI, right, specifically, they're creating a lot of data. How do you see the role of LLMs in terms of creating quality content, the right kind of data? And do you because you go back and you have this entire thread of data that you've created. It's your private instance, but it is still being stored somewhere. So how do you see the role, the power of LLMs in terms of data creation, in terms of understanding what the right data is, keeping track of what you've done in the past as it aligns to businesses?
So Kamesh, if you talk about the large language models, sometimes the data, if you feed the data to a system and you keep feeding them, I'll take an example of ChatGPT. Okay, you open the ChatGPT, you create an account. The day one you ask the questions, it will give you a different response.
Mm-hmm.
But if you keep using that for a month or something, it will absorb your data. It will read. It will do some internal analysis, and it will. If you feel it is more friendly to you,
Right.
whatever the answers you are getting,
Right.
it's more so it's like a learning itself.
Yeah, it's building the context.
Correct.
Yeah.
So whatever the data you are feeding, it depends with the span of time, it's generating the things by its own.
Right.
Okay, it's getting more and more intelligent. If you talk about the cars, the self-driven cars, right? What are those? We are just feeding them data. We are feeding them instructions. Okay, it is riding based on the instructions. It's self-driven. If you take that car and so it's limited to the few cities, right? In Austin and
Right.
in LA, some part of LA. But if you take that car and just launch to some different city, you just put those cars on New York City, I don't think so it's gonna work. It's not
That's
ready,
right. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it depends on the time. It keeps enhancing their ability to do the performance or to make the decisions. So then it comes to your LLM model and AI or ML thing. So with the time, it's developing. So you need to spend some time. You need to use those systems. Then only it will be more efficient. That's what I believe.
Right. Okay. Got it. Yeah.
So
Jiju.
one thing about LLMs are, it's about how much you have, used data to train them, right?
Right.
So it just generates content out of what it is trained on, right? So now, if that particular, if you are not given the data, or if you have trained with the wrong data, right? Then it is it will by default it will generate wrong answers, right? So and another part that we see right now is most of the LLMs, kind of get data from the internet.
Right.
So they crawl, and that is one of the input that goes into their system. Studies show that Stack Overflow has lost a significant amount of traffic after ChatGPT was launched.
Right. Right.
So it's like because of course there is high chance that Stack Overflow was a source for this particular training, and you have answers, Quora, all of these guys, right? Now, an interesting that we see is a lot of people are using LLMs to generate content again, right? Blogs, typical content writing. This again goes back to the space, right? Now, what you see is a cycle in which the collective intelligence is not increasing, right?
Right.
Because by any chance, if there is absolute truth, LLMs could create 90%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on that 90%, if you are not doing proper vetting, and if that content goes back, you are the truth, the percentage of truth, because next time whatever goes out, the LLMs gets trained on that, and it will have a bias towards that, and that will again make the system create less smarter results over a period of time.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense. So let's move on to the next set of topics. Okay. Now, when we talk about harnessing data and look at some industry use cases that were otherwise not possible, but today you can solve some problems leveraging tech by harnessing the data. For example, in our business, we focus on a lot in terms of providing personalized solutions to our clients, recommendations, offers, content. So we focus a lot on personalization, and we blend it with the context of the customer. So for example, let's say you are in Vegas, and the way you're shopping for something, your mindset is different because you're here, rather than when you're at work in the middle of the week, right? So at one point of time, these were not possible, but today, when you track customers where they are, what's the context in which they are. So it is helping us provide that element of personalization to our clients. and they are able to get that differentiation when they take it to their markets. So I wanted to understand your thoughts on some of these use cases in terms of personalization, in terms of contextual engagement with customers, in terms of fulfillment. So why don't we start with you, Jiju, and let's talk a little bit about personalization and also the optimization of resources, be it tech resources or any other form of optimization. So what are your thoughts in terms of harnessing data to better optimize the resources that are available?
So, this is a practice that is used by large organization already. From a resource standpoint, like anything that consumes that is kind of used to solve a problem is a resource, right? Now, typical patterns that we see quite often is, a use case that a lot of us would be able to connect. Maybe when you are doing an e-commerce site, and the purchase is done, and at the end you have to kind of deliver the product, right? Now, planning the optimal. This is something that we did for a customer in Singapore. What we built was a system in which there are orders that are coming, and this orders, finally we have to kind of deliver it. Now, to deliver the to reach the product to the end consumer, what is the optimal route with respect to physical route that you have to take to get your efficiency to the maximum, right? So this was a very interesting problem. So how we solved was that, of course we have the endpoints, and we know which all are the routes that we can take to kind of plan the sequencing, saying like you point A to B to C to D, and then that how many delivery trucks you have, to plan the kind of route for each of the trucks, because to provide a simultaneous delivery, right? So this was an optimization problem that came to us, which was a really interesting one. Now, for solving this, the one part is it is a typical traveling salesman problem kind of stuff, but what made it more interesting was now you have a lot of geographical data and live traffic data that comes in.
Okay.
Right. So that was the challenge there, because you can't go for a static route, right? Based on the time of day that you're delivering, you have to kind of optimize. This was one.
Okay. So, Karan, what are your thoughts in terms of optimization, in terms of scalability?
See, the optimization thing is, you cannot use the raw data anyhow. Whatever the field it is, whatever is your requirement, and whatever industries you are working on. Once you get the data, you have to do the optimization. You have to do normalization, and you have to do a lot of filters out of it. The data is everywhere. Okay. Sometimes you have to go with the real-time data as well. I'll give you an example. Sometimes we follow the Google Maps, right? We know, okay, we are going from distance A to distance B, and it's gonna take me 1 hour or 2 hour or XYZ amount of time. Suddenly the crash happens, right? And it shows hike on the time, the time got increased or something like that. But at the end, Google shows you a detour, right? Okay, try this route, and so it works on the real-time data, right? It has optimized the situations, it has optimized everything. Okay, this is not the right route for you.
Right.
If you choose that route, it might increase your journey time or something like that. But instead, he is giving us suggestions that okay, you can take a detour and you can use that route. Okay.
Right.
So in that way, the optimizations comes. Sometimes you have to optimize on the real-time basis, whatever the real-time situation is happening. So those are one thing. And in real life also, okay, I'll give you another example. Let's take any kind of industry, maybe the music industries, right? You have launched 2 songs, okay, and you are advertising both the songs simultaneously. But the one song is like popping up really well, okay. It is having a lot of views, it is generating a lot of views, lot of streams, lot of downloads. So what does the company do? Company will promote the point A instead of point B, the song A instead of song B. So that then again the real-time trends comes up, and they optimize the situation and they optimize their data, and instead of promoting song B, they start promoting song A.
Okay.
So sometimes you have to think on the situation. Sometimes you have to take the decision based on how it is, how the things are going. So that way, you have to deal with the data and optimize the situation and perform the task.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is probably a good segue to the next part, which is around fulfillment, because you talked a little bit about the power in terms of the ability to optimize, with some specific examples. So let's take it in the case of a business situation where fulfillment and forecasting becomes important. Can you please share your thoughts on that?
See, again, if multiple industries has their own demands and their own supplies and all their own requirements, right? If we talk about let's talk about the stock market, right? So the complete stock market is based on the forecasting.
Right.
Companies are making decision based on the data what they have. They have some traditional data. They have the patterns. So they, with the help of those pattern, with the help of the data, whatever it's going on, they do forecasts, they do investments, and they spend a lot of money out of it, right? So the forecasting comes into the picture. There are a lot of tools people are making, for the forecasting, or there are a lot of data scientist companies are hiring. There are a lot of analysis going on for the forecasting, because it's the main thing. Whatever the decision company is making, whatever the investment they are doing, it's based on that. So that is one of the most important thing I believe, in any industry. If you talk about the sales also, if we talk about the demand and supply, suppose in e-commerce, right? You open an e-commerce company, you launched a product on your website, but you cannot simply you cannot simply buy from the consumer. Sorry, you cannot simply buy from your vendors or somewhere. You have to optimize the market. You have to analyze. Is this the correct market? If I'm launching this product, how much product I need?
Right.
I need to maintain my warehouse. I need to maintain my inventory. So that forecasting you have to that you need to think and you need to analyze. You cannot just stock up the things, right? If you have the vendor, if you have some kind of product, you cannot stock up. You cannot just stock up. You need to analyze and you need to go through the study and you need to have the proper numbers out of it.
Right.
So that's how the forecasting is important.
Let me ask a follow-up question to that before we move on to you. Forecasting has been around, right? For as long as businesses have existed, they always needed to forecast their raw material, their inventory, getting it from the warehouse. How do you see this evolving with the availability of better data, better analytical tools? So what's the difference between then and now?
See, if you talk about the traditional method, I'll give an example of the hospitality industry. So there were no tools available. Okay, there were no data scientists available at that point of time. The forecasting thing was not booming up, but still the scalability and the decision the companies are making, they were having some sort of data. Okay, if you talk about the hospitality industry, there were no tools earlier.
Right.
They just go out and see the number of cars. Okay, if the cars are there, the prices depends on how many cars they have, how many rooms they have filled. So based on that, they just increase and decrease the prices.
Right. That's apparently what JW Marriott used to do.
Exactly.
Look at the parking lot and come back and price the room appropriately.
Correct. Yeah. So they don't have any kind of tools that point of time. They don't have any kind of database solutions, data strategy, and the data scientists with them. But still, they were managed to do all those stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Jiju?
So pretty much most of the points kind of summed up. If I were to add, this is something that that people can implement, right? When you look at as a business owner, how do I have this problem and solve it? The techniques that mentioned by Karan is something that is implemented across, where you look at data, understand trends.
Right.
And the trends is what you use for your forecasting. Right. So now trends could be event specific, right? You would kind of understand what are the events that is triggering that trend and kind of understand it. So that is, to a great extent, thanks to data, we are able to kind of solve that right now.
Right. I just want to turn to the audience and see if there are any other interesting use cases that you believe we are able to address with more tech power in our hands, based on analyzing data, based on extrapolating patterns out of the data. So any thoughts from any one of you? Yeah, go ahead, please. That's right. Yeah, it's a good question. So, Gigi, you want to do that? Yeah.
So one aspect is for training an LLM, most of the time there is very less personal data that goes into it, right? User-specific data doesn't go into the training of an LLM, right? So, but of course, if you look at, there are personal data available. For example, whatever is available on the Wikipedia, right? That is, of course, you know, if it is, say, Trump's personal data, you can say, but it is public, right? But as an end user, it is not there, right? Now, if you are by yourself putting data out there public, for example, I personally blog about my, you know, life choices, preferences, all of that, it leads to an interesting situation where you have this person was, you know, avidly talking about all of the his life, you know, matters, and it was public. The LLMs or the crawlers over a period of time, you know, took it in. Now, as a model, it can do two things. It can flag it as that particular context is of a person. The entity that in reference is a person that could be identified and flagged. That's one thing. Now, one fine day, this guy had a brainwave and he's like, okay, I don't want to do, I'm feeling, you know, kind of very skeptical. Now I took my blog away. Now I have a need of, you know, the right to be forgotten, right? But very less chance that something like this is getting out there on an LLM query for a, you know, a data out. But from a LLM designer standpoint, if something, it's important for us to kind of understand and you know, so what happens in the background is there'll be crawl cycles that will be run over and over again. So the next time when the crawl cycle runs and try to get that particular entity which it indexed before, it will identify that, you know, that is no more existing, and it has to respect that and, you know, take that out of the, you know, last ingestion. So that could be the way that it happens. Of course, there is going to be a time delay, right? Now, the person took away his blog on, say, 1st of March. The crawl cycle is to happen by mid of March. For that window, it is going to be available there. So, but the models are also smart enough to understand that, you know, this particular data is personal data, or is it like a, you know, information, right, which is not personal. So that is the way that, you know, it could be solved, and to a great extent that's what's happening as well.
I think, you know, the question was also around guidelines, right? Regulatory guidelines, GDPR, CCPA. I mean, do they have any bearing on the user-generated data, LLM-generated data? It's public data, but still it's data, right?
Yeah, so as of now, if the data is voluntarily put out by the user, the conflict happens when they want to take it away, and whoever has kind of persisted that at that point. So
Okay.
that conflict point is what we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll add to a point. So see, there is always the regulations, but no one follows it. If you install a software, you never read the agreement. You just click next, next, I agree, I agree. So if you go to any website, there is a cookies thing. You never open and see if they have anything. You just give the permission to all of them. So ultimately, you are giving permission to access your data on a public platform. So there is some regulations, but it is projected in such a way in the market that, you know, it's very difficult for us. We are thinking that our data is safe, but it's not. You are giving the permission to them.
Right.
So
Right, yeah.
it's projected in such a way, you know.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Any other use cases that we can think of? Because see, we one of the things that we are solving with the help of data analytics and all the tools that are available is when we are working with a client in the middle of the engagement, at some point in time, we ask a very rhetorical question like, do you know who your most valuable customers are? And most of the time, the clients don't know who they are. They can talk about their most revenue generating clients, but they're not going to be able to say who their most profitable customers are when we talk about valuable customers. But today, tech gives us the ability to get the right kind of data, run the right kind of analytics, and build intelligence into those solutions to be able to get that information. Because we primarily work in the retail sector for our clients, this is very important. We also work in subscription-based industries like media, entertainment, and a little bit in telecom. But primarily, these are the kinds of problems we are able to solve. So the next set of topics that I just want to quickly touch upon are your experiences in various industries. Because we talked about retail, you briefly touched upon hospitality in that context. What about companies like entertainment and gaming, healthcare? So maybe Jiju will start with you. Are there any industries that that you're working where you can see a huge difference as a result of the availability of data and providing solutions that were otherwise not possible?
Actually, one very interesting aspect that because we talk about right now, the AI coming in and taking away jobs and all of that, right? So I feel like the machine learning and the availability of data has made us do a lot more, right? So one kind of use case that comes to my mind is where I feel still we are not leveraging data to the extent that we should be is climate, right? So what happens is now we all know that the recent fires in LA, right? So if you look at it, the data was out there. Maybe somebody can look at a maps data or whatever to identify that the landscape has changed, right?
Right.
Now it is possible with the current set of stuffs to kind of run a hypothesis. What can go wrong, right? This is very required. I don't think that there is sufficient amount of effort put into this because what happens is like if we could, if there was a model and if somebody thought about it and kind of ran these models, and if there was a warning that was given saying like, hey, there is a chance of such a catastrophe to happen,
right? Yeah.
Then we all could have been prepared about it, and it can go to any extent. Maybe it can even suggest like, these are the fire lines to draw, right? To kind of optimize on eviction, right? So that is one because it comes from one of my experience. We were helping the government in there was a flood situation in Kerala in 2017.
Right.
So at that time we helped with the evacuation and corresponding relief and rescue and all of that situation. So there also what happened was like all of a sudden they kind of released the dams and water flew overall. In Kerala it's like a very small landscape. In 6 hours time is what you have for the entire water to come.
Okay.
And close to 300 lives were lost. So all of this could have been avoided if they had used data to understand, in a flood situation, which are going to be the waterways and, which are going to be safe zones, have this planned in advance and, kind of solve it. In the same scenario, we also have a dam in Kerala, which is a big, conversation right now. It's a 99-year-old dam, which is a gravity dam. And people are very skeptical about it. It's not politics that I'm saying. All I'm saying is there is a potential to use the data to understand if at all something happens, right? What can go wrong? Which all are the safe zones for the people, right? So the same thing in LA. If there is a fire happens, what all are the safe zones that are possible for somebody to be, keeping them or their loved ones safe? These parts are some of the aspects which I feel, which has an increasing need. Because climate is kind of, I know a lot of people might not agree to it, but we are seeing that so evident. So we have to use data in this particular aspect to kind of understand what is coming in. We already use that on weather predictions and all of that, right? Now with a lot of compute that is available and the data available, this is one, not an industry, but a segment in which we have to kind of use more of data to kind of generate inferences and use AI as the tool to kind of nobody can kind of fight nature, right? But in case of an event, to kind of forecast it, plan for that adversarial situation in advance, and kind of put the necessary checks and balances in place. I feel that is one area where we should be kind of putting a lot more effort in.
Okay, got it. Karan, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Jijo. The predictive analysis is much more important, before doing any kind of, before doing any kind of forecasting or launching any kind of product, there should be proper predictive analysis, proper in terms of, suppose I give you an example, okay, if you go to the music industry, if you launch a video or if you launch a song, in a different platforms, so you should have a proper data of the age groups, the proper genre. You cannot simply just launch a video on any platform and at any segment, right? So those kind of predictive analysis and those kind of small research is much required, to launch anything. Yeah, so that is another important aspect of predictive analysis.
Sure. I think we have 1 minute left. Any questions or comments from the audience? All right. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everyone. It's been a
Thanks,
pleasure.
everyone,
Thank
for
you.
your
Thank you.
All right, a huge thank you to our speakers for shedding light on this dynamic relationship. When development and data teams get right, the results speak for themselves. Now, let's take a moment to celebrate the innovators and trailblazers who are redefining industries. This session is dedicated to those who have transformed challenges into breakthroughs and ideas into game-changing impact in marketing and technology. Their leadership and creativity continue to inspire progress, proving that when vision meets determination, anything is possible. I also just wanted to add that if anybody that is called up wants to speak, feel free to speak, and if you don't want to speak, you don't have to. It's completely up to you. To present this well-deserved recognition, please join me in welcoming Heather Ogborn-Stokes, CEO and founder of Serenity Light Recovery LLC, to the stage. All right, so the first one we have is AH Infotech LLC. Come on up. AH Infotech LLC is a leading IT consulting and service company founded in 2015 based in Princeton, New Jersey. Specializing in cloud solution, data engineering, enterprise application, DevOps, and quality assurance, the company delivers customized technology solutions to help businesses achieve digital transformation. To receive this award on behalf of the organization, we have Karan Sharma, Director of Technology and Operations at AH Infotech LLC. You're welcome. Congratulations to you all. All right, so unfortunately, Anthony Regner was not able to make it today, but we do have his award. He is an adjunct lecturer at Hunter College, where he has been teaching since spring of 2024. He graduated from Hunter College in July 2023 with a bachelor's degree in computer science. Although his goal was to be front-end software developer, he is very passionate about a pedagogy of discrete mathematics. All right, and then same with Al Leong. Unfortunately, he's not here as well, but if you're watching this virtually, so Al Leong is an award-winning blockchain and IT strategy executive, CMO of Lender.fi, CEO, board advisor, and director with 32 years of experience, including 8 in blockchain. As CMO of Lender.fi, AI 2030, an AI Mind Systems Foundation, he drives innovation in Web3, AI, and real-world assets tokenization. He has worked with top firms including Adobe, Apple, IBM, etc., and advised 15 plus blockchain companies globally. Congratulations. And then same with Anthony McLaughlin. Unfortunately, he's not here at the moment. But Anthony is a dedicated affiliate marketing expert and owner of Anthony McLaughlin. He is passionate about helping aspiring marketers overcome obstacles in traffic, leads, and sales. With years of experience, Anthony offers valuable insights through engaging content and free training resources. He empowers his audience, primarily busy parents, to succeed in building profitable online ventures. Congratulations to you guys. And up next, Aisha Karishi. I guess she's not in the room right now, but she's the, I'm not sure if it's a she or he, assuming it's a she. Founder of Q-Line Media, is a trusted marketing leader in the Detroit area, dedicated to helping businesses scale through branding and messaging, data-driven strategic and innovative campaigns. Beyond this, Aisha founded Cultured Cities and serves as a AMCOBD, Allied Muslim Chamber of Business, Detroit Ambassador, and TechTown Detroit Partner. Congratulations. All right, and then also we don't have a Hubtree here, but Hubtree is your all-in-one solution for efficient SaaS integration and management. They empower businesses to take control of their software ecosystem by centralizing tools, streamlining workflows, and maximizing ROI. The platform ensures that their customers' SaaS stack operates effectively, keeping them ahead of the curve. To receive this award on behalf of the organization, we have Giuliano Scavone Pagliuizzo, I hope I'm saying that correctly, co-founder and back-end software engineer at Hubtree. Congratulations to all of you. And then next up, we have Jonathan Cummings, who unfortunately isn't here as well, but Jonathan is originally from Kingston, Jamaica, moved to New York City at the age of 16. Currently, he serves as a member of the Steering Committee for Alliance of NGOs and CSOs for South-South Cooperation, an advisor to Global Policy Insights, and an alliance manager for Deloitte. He has significant experience working with international NGOs operating within the multilateral space and managing alliances. Congratulations. And then unfortunately, Jorge Ernesto is not here, but Jorge Ernesto is an ambitious, goal-oriented, results-driven developer and owner and lead developer at Development Den. He is fluent in various front-end and back-end web and application-based programming languages and frameworks. Jorge's innate curiosity, professional background in computer and software engineering, and leniency for hands-on experimentation all fuel his capacity for achieving greater efficiency in the deliver of outcomes. Congratulations. And then up next we have Kellyanne Fidio. Is that in here? All right, well, Kellyanne is a coach, consultant, and mentor dedicated to helping individuals build wealth, reclaim time freedom, and create extraordinary lives. A former attorney turned entrepreneur, she scaled a 7-figure brand before shifting to guiding others towards financial freedom and success. As a thought leader and speaker, Kellyanne's mission is to help individuals align their vision with success, freedom, and long-lasting impacts. All right, congratulations to you, Kellyanne. And then, unfortunately, Kenny Elcock is not here, but Kenny Elcock serves as Vice President of Technology at NESN, where he leads the integration of innovative broadcasting technologies to revolutionize the sports media experience. Under his leadership, the team has optimized production workflows and embraced advanced HD and 4K HDR broadcasting, ensuring seamless audio and synchronization across platforms. Congratulations. And next, unfortunately, Matthew Segrodi was not able to be here as well in person, but he is the Chief Technology Officer and Senior Vice President of Product Development at LIDP Consulting Services Incorporated. His expertise spans defining and executing IT strategies, modernizing legacy technologies, and developing and managing new product lines. Matthew's mission is to deliver superior, user-friendly products to clients, ensuring projects are completed on time and within budget. Congratulations. All right, and then up next we have Milo Code Milligan. No? All right. So Milo Code Milligan is the president and CEO of Code Milligan Company, a diversified enterprise specializing in technology, consulting, and long-term rental property investments. With a robust background in IT services, Milo has led the establishment and growth of IT departments at Rebel for 8 years. Under his leadership, Code Milligan Company is poised for sustained growth and impactful contributions to the tech sector. Congratulations. All right, and unfortunately, Muhammad Kazir Iftikhar, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, was not able to be here in person as well. But Muhammad is a visionary entrepreneur and the founder of V3 Solutions, a dynamic software company initially established in Pakistan. With a passion for innovation and technology, Kazar built V3 Solutions into a reputable name in the software development industry. Now based in the United States, he is ambitiously expanding his business operations to a global scale. Congratulations. Next, we have Nathaniel Halford. None in here? All right, well, Nathaniel is the founder and CEO of Headhuntable. With over a decade of entrepreneurial experience, Nathaniel Halford has become a seasoned software engineer, specializing in AI and software development. In his addition to founding Headhuntable, Nathaniel has led impactful ventures like Elopia and Blue Ocean Flats. Congratulations. All right, and unfortunately, Nehemia Ajiboyo, hopefully I'm saying that correct, is not able to make it today or is not in the room right now. But they are a leader both in and out of the house and a service manager at Chipotle Mexican Grill. With a recent bachelor's degree in information technology, he aims to become a full-stack developer. Currently, he holds several leadership positions and wishes to be a leader who inspires people not only in words, but in deeds as well. Congratulations. And next, unfortunately, Precious wasn't able to be in the room today, but Precious Osuji, hopefully I'm saying the last name correctly, is a Generation Z business owner and founder of Mahogany Media LLC. Through her early in her career, Osuji has been recognized as a strong media partner with national brands such as Walmart and Outfront Media. She continues representing her space with dedication, passion, and a key eye for excellence. Congratulations. And then up next we have Richard Winter, who unfortunately is not in the room as well. But Richard is the CEO and principal architect at Winter Corp LLC, a data management technology expert with over 25 years of experience. He has been engaged over 50 times by leading commercial and government organizations for evaluations, benchmarks, engineering studies, and cost analysis. His team also resolves challenges in business-critical, large-scale products. Congratulations. All right, and up next, unfortunately, Sarah wasn't able to make it in person as well, but we have Sarah Parasha. Hopefully I'm saying the last name correctly. She is a CEO and co-founder of Parasha and Mina Ventures, a visionary entrepreneur, digital strategist, and innovation leader driving impactful ventures across multiple industries. She also leads Mina Ventures, promoting sustainability and tech-driven solutions. Sarah is the force behind Futurist Valley, a digital ecosystem empowering futurists worldwide. She has authored Champ Chick, Inspiring Modern Entrepreneurs. Congratulations. And unfortunately, Shravan Banjan, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, was not able to be here in person today.
Hello, everyone.
A little bit of noise in the background. So unfortunately, Shravan was not able to make it today, but Shravan is a distinguished SEO manager at Grow Think and a visionary in digital marketing, renowned for his ability to evaluate brand visibility and drive sustained organic growth. Shravan's expertise lies in advanced content strategy, meticulous keyword analysis, technical SEO, optimization, and data-driven performance evaluations. Congratulations. All right, and then last but
Hello, everyone. I'm truly honored to receive this award at the FUELD conference. I wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately I'm traveling, so I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the organizers of this conference and to all of the people who have supported me in this journey. And to me, this recognition is a reminder that passion, persistence, and innovation can drive real impact. So to all of the incredible professionals here today, keep pushing the boundaries, keep learning, and keep fueling the future. And thank you again, and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ravan. And last but not least, we have Sugurdor Svasan. All right. So Sugurdor, I hope I'm saying that correct. I'm so sorry if I'm not. Who also goes by Siggy Svensson, is an entrepreneur and marketing expert, is the CEO and co-founder of several successful ventures, including Sahara Digital Marketing Agency, Click Web Agency, Ding Digital, Sahara Academy, and Sahara Festival. With offices in Reykjavik, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, and Orlando, Sahara has a team of professionals dedicated to providing tailored digital marketing services. Congratulations. And I just wanted to say a big congratulations to all of our honorees today. Your hard work and achievements are truly inspiring, pushing us all to strive for excellence in our own ways. Now, I heard that Kellyanne is here. Yeah. Let me find where she's at. Yep, there she is. Hi. You want to come up to the stage? Welcome. I'm glad you made it. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, a big congratulations to all of our honorees today. Your hard work and achievements are truly inspiring, pushing all of us to strive for excellence in our own ways. Now, it's time to take a break. Lunch isn't just about recharging, it's a great opportunity to network, share ideas, and build valuable connections. While you're mingling, don't forget to explore the exhibit area. Be sure to stop by the 2.0 conference, where you can get an exclusive glimpse of what's coming up at our next editions in Dubai, Singapore, and Las Vegas. Jatin Sindhu will be there, ready to walk you through exciting opportunities and ways you can get involved. And about a little surprise we mentioned earlier, it's time to reveal it. We know how you've enjoyed connecting with your peers, so we're bringing back something special, Networking Hour. From 4:30 to 6 o'clock, take this opportunity to build new relationships, engage insights, exchange insights, and enjoy the final moments of this incredible gathering. Now, let's make every connection count. Pivoting back to the present, we'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. sharp, so enjoy your meal and those insightful conversations. Thank you, everybody. Oh. Hmm? All right, and up next we have Ross Pappas. Come on up to the stage. Ross is the creator of howdydo.com, an internet technology company he is currently working on at the moment, but let's give him a round of applause. And then if you'd like to say anything, feel free.
Sure, why not? I'd just like to thank FUELD for being here today, and wanted to mention what I mentioned to the speaker. There's some notable people here, and I didn't get a chance to meet them. Maybe it's hard to attend, and I'm still getting used to how the internet works. So I wanted to just say thank you all to trying to be here and being here in spirit. Thank you.
Great job, and congratulations to all of the honorees.
Is it on still? No.
out in a second if that pushes back other speech. Okay, I'll talk to you about it in a second. All right, so we have one more honoree that I would like to mention his name, which is Kendrick Jones. He is an IT manager for the Area Agency on Aging of the Southeast Arkansas and owner of Sear Tech Services. He is a recognized leader and a mentor. He serves as the president of the Jefferson County Young Professionals Network and has received multiple accolades, including the Young Professional of the Year Award and Arkansas Business 40 Under 40 honoree. He holds a master's in IT management from Western Governors University. Let's give him a round of applause. Congratulations to you. Thank you. All right. Now we are back. Hope you all had a fantastic lunch and some engaging discussions. Now, let's keep that momentum going with our business card exchange session. This is your moment to meet like-minded professionals, start fresh conversations, and open doors to exciting possibilities. Be curious, share your story, and connect with people who can shape your next big opportunity. All right, we're going to regroup in about 10 minutes at 1:40. So if you guys want to take a break, use this time to network, go ahead and do that, and we'll be back shortly. All right. Hopefully, you've made a few solid connections. Now, let's dive back into the sessions with our next discussion, an exciting panel on how personal branding evolves alongside business growth. Now, let's get started. As your business grows, so does the spotlight on you. The way you present yourself, your personal brand, can open doors, build trust, and set the tone for opportunities. But how do you evolve your image without losing your authenticity? There's a saying, your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. The Fireside Chat on evolving personal image with business growth brings together leaders who have successfully navigated the ever-changing landscape of personal branding, from early stage hustling to becoming industry voices. Get ready to dive into how to adapt, stay relevant, and ensure your image aligns with your professional success. So let's please put your hands together for our speakers. Come on up, Mark and Kellyanne. The stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing after lunch? Are we awake? Woohoo! So how are you doing today, Mark?
I'm great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Me too.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So Mark and I have been having some fascinating discussions about, we just met here at the conference, and, this is going to be more of like a chat, but we would love to have the audience interact about personal branding. And really, in this day and age, there's no getting around needing to focus on that if we're going to have any type of meaningful business growth, because people want to do business with people they know, like, and trust, especially in this digital age and this AI age. Our world in just a few short years is going to be a lot different, and you're not going to know if something's real unless somebody's like sitting right next to you. What do you think about that, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, you started to see a lot of AI bots now, and you can't even tell. You have to watch it a second time sometimes to figure out whether it's real or not. So it's really important to think about your own personal brand and make sure that it is authentic, and present your brand as you, because there's going to be, there's a lot of people that are actually using AI bots to be their brand, and I think it's a huge mistake, because there's no authenticity to it, and in the end, that's who you are, right? So like you said, you're really trying to build trust. So it's really always about, how do I build trust? How do I build engagement? And so I'm like a hybrid of a lawyer and a business guy and an entrepreneur. So it's been a journey to figure out what my personal brand should look like and how to build that up.
I can relate with you on that, because as we have very similar backgrounds, attorneys, entrepreneurs, and as entrepreneurs, we want to do so many different things. But when you build your personal brand, what that allows you to do is, when people know, like, and trust you, they're going to be interested in anything that you have to say or have to sell, whether it's a product or service. I mean, think about brands in general. Like, think about the most addictive thing on the planet is this iPhone. When this came out in 2003, when my daughter was born, and if you're an Apple enthusiast, Steve Jobs enthusiast, when you're loyal to a brand, literally you will, because your emotion and identity is attached to that, you will buy anything that brand puts out and follow that brand till the day that you die. And it's no different with personal brands. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so I mean, if anybody's read Simon Sinek, he's sort of, those of us, I'm sure you read him as well. He's kind of like the evangelist of optimism, but also his golden circle of why is kind of, it's why you need to create a brand, right? So basically just says, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And he uses Apple as the ultimate example of a brand that has just they're not necessarily the best product. They haven't been the best products, but they always win. because they created this ethos and a brand that you get excited about. What's more exciting than unboxing something new from Apple? It's great, right? So they built that brand, right? And Steve Jobs built his brand unintentionally for him, but we need to be more intentional about what we do. So I think for me, you know, it's really been, how do I build a brand for myself that, you know, resonates with people that watch what I do, right? So, and that's been a long journey. So I started doing content development and content creation on LinkedIn probably 6 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. And, you know, just putting yourself on camera, in front of the camera, doing video. And I started, all my content when I first started out was geared towards legal content, like trying to give business law advice, which is really hard to do in 60 seconds. And the other problem with giving legal advice is you have to be very careful. You know, how far can you push it before you're saying something that somebody's going to listen to it and they're going to sue you for legal malpractice because they did what you said. So you have to kind of watch a lot of it. But it really, what it did was it created, like, you realize, like, you start to see what actually functions online and where you get wins and where people are engaging with content. And it ended up being the more business side content was much more engageable. But what it did do, just so you understand the sort of the power of like content marketing and the power of branding, you know, as a lawyer, right? Which, so most lawyers shy away from it. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to do any of it. And a lot of us don't want to be in front of cameras, right? You know, lights like this in your eyes, like all of it. But legal, you know, as you know, is like, it's usually 7 or 8 touch point marketing, right? That's kind of the standard, right? It takes you 8 touch points to get a customer, to get a client. I've taken that 8-point journey down to 2, because by the time I get a call or a contact for legal work, they've already engaged with a ton of my content. They've seen and heard me speak on, you know, a plethora of topics. They know who I am, and as I am right now is as I am on all my video. There's no additional, like, there's no big personality like added to the videos. Everything is very much just me speaking on topics that, you know, for 30 years of my career I've learned, and just sharing information. So once you get to that point, there's a lot of value in building that kind of brand, building that for yourself.
Absolutely. It's all about building that brand equity, and you touched on a lot of different points that apply not only to personal branding but just branding in general, in that building a personal brand sounds like it's all about you, but it isn't. It's about how can you serve your audience or your clients. And so knowing your audience is key, and defining your avatar, and knowing how you're gonna, because nobody cares about how great you are. They care about how are you gonna help me? What's in it for me? So you have to align your content strategy and how you position yourself as an authority, as a trustworthy authority in your space, to align with that. And also, it's really important to keep in mind that with any brand, there's different ways, and especially with a personal brand, there's different ways that you can get content out there. You know, some people don't want to be on camera. You don't have to. You can be a blogger. You can write things. You can speak at events, or be on panels. You don't have to be like on YouTube or Instagram doing like content every day. There's lots of different ways that you can position yourself as an authority figure in your space. But bottom line, it's just so important to be authentic, and knowing who you're serving and how you're going to serve them. Business, making money, generating income, money is just energy, and it's all about the value that you put out into the universe. That's going to come back to you if you're providing value. There's going to be somebody that needs that value, and we all as human beings have unique talents, strengths, and gifts. Every person on this planet, in my opinion, should have a personal brand, and no matter what their profession is, even if they're a W-2 employee, because especially again with this age of AI, like how else are you going to really get to know, like, and trust somebody? You know, people will spend all this time on their dating profiles for dating apps and things like that, but when it comes to commerce and business and your career, a personal brand is just, it's non-negotiable. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, or they're scared and they think, well, I'm not important enough to have a brand. You know, I just, I just have a job, or I'm just starting my business. But everyone has something that they can teach to somebody else. Everybody does. To be an expert in something, you only have to be this much, 20% have more knowledge than the person behind you. So being authentic, you don't have to, like with the content creation, and Mark, if you check out his Instagram or his LinkedIn, he's got great content. I highly recommend you check it out. But he's being his authentic self, not worrying about this, like having to have this Hollywood production. I think people nowadays really appreciate if you're going to be doing live content in front of the camera, like on TikTok or Instagram or anything, or even LinkedIn. It's just about being authentic and answering questions and topics. And it's so easy to research these things, like what are people asking about, there's so many resources, especially with AI, that can help you develop content strategies and all of this. So,
yeah, I mean, maintaining authenticity while you're building your professional image is hard, right? It is, because you don't want to fall down some of the traps that exist, and you want to build something that makes sense for people and that they can relate to. So it was funny, like you mentioned, like not having big cameras. So one time, I do use a social media company to help me. I don't edit all my own video. It would take me forever. So, but they sent a crew to shoot for a day. So usually I do, a lot of people do content different ways. I do sort of mass build content. So one day a month I will shoot essentially 30 videos that are used throughout the month, and we kind of deploy them throughout the month. But the one time they sent a full video crew, like they came to my house with lighting and 3 video cameras, and it was this giant production, and the footage is beautiful. Like I look great in it. It's like, I'm like, this is great. Like, look how good I look. This is phenomenal. And it was the worst performing content that I ever put out. Like, I had a whole month where the content didn't do anything. Like, nobody would engage with it. Finally, somebody texted me. They're like, dude, what's with the big production stuff for your production video work? I was like, I don't know. They just thought it was something interesting. They're like, don't do that. And so I stopped doing that completely. We shoot everything with, usually just one vertical, one horizontal camera, maybe 2 camera, and most of it's shot on iPhone or on Samsung. We will use some good cameras just to make sure that some of the video is cleaner, but we really you got to keep it really simple.
Yeah, it can be so simple in terms of the equipment and the tech stack and all of that. And like you said, I've seen that backfire so many times where people try to make it into this huge, like I said, Hollywood production, and it just comes off as so inauthentic, fake. You're not a Hollywood celebrity. You're not, we're not, Steven Spielberg over here. So, and like I said, I love your content, and it's authentic. And yes, you can hire video editors and all that, because that's a total pain in the ass. I highly recommend, once you start building your personal brand, investing back into it and hiring people. You'd be amazed at the talent you can find, especially overseas, whether it's in the Philippines or South America, all over the world, to do all kinds of editing and things like that are just save you time, so that you can just focus on the content. Another great content, like, way to get your content out there for your brand is through podcasting. And I had a podcast in the past. I'm going to be starting up another one in a whole different industry. But podcasting has so many benefits. It's just as simple as getting on the mic and talking, interviewing people, asking questions like we're doing, having thoughtful conversations about topics that people want to hear about, and it really instantly establishes you as an authority figure, which allows you to also reach out to other authority figures that you feel like are unattainable, to say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? Or can I interview you? So it's a really great way to create content where you're not always the one having to create the content. You just invite guests and you have conversations, basically. And as long as you're naturally curious, it's pretty easy to do. What do you think about podcasting, or do you have other recommendations?
Yeah, and podcasting has gotten, I think it's probably the number one way to push your brand right now, because social is so crowded, and the algorithms change pretty much every day, and every time you think you figured something out, it goes in the algorithm changes, and you lose traction. You're not getting as much engagement. You got to play with it again. But podcasting, it just gives you so much content. There's so much you can do to repurpose. You have to be multi-channel right now. I mean, it is building a brand there is a lot of work to it. To getting if you want to do it right. I think I'm doing it right, but I don't really know.
I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's just it's iterative, and it's an investment. It's an investment in you, in your business, and your business growth, and enjoy the ride. It's not like a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Okay, that makes sense.
It's definitely a marathon. I've done a lot of podcasting. I get I've maybe done 20 or so, where you get on you can get on people's podcasts.
Oh yeah, that's another great thing. You don't have to have your own podcast.
You don't have to have your own. You can just and there's so many things you can do right now to support your own brand and your own, and not just personal, but your company, without using professionals. If you just get somebody to coach you, right? So having a coach is huge. You don't necessarily need somebody to do a lot of it, right? So like PR is, like, I believe in PR. Like, a lot of people don't believe in it as much anymore because there's just so much pay for play now, which there didn't used to be. But you can do a lot of your own research and get PR on your own all day, right?
Absolutely.
I do it all the time, right? It used to be called Help a Reporter Out, HARO. They just got bought, but it's still the same thing. You can search it, and you can just set question, what you want to hear about, and you'll see reporters asking for information. They just want to find somebody to answer the question, and that's somebody that's an quote unquote expert in a field. So, the first time I did it, I was like, oh, look at that, I'm on MSN. I had no idea. It was just I answered a question. And I've done it a bunch of times, and it's
You're giving away very, very valuable secrets that I usually charge clients for here, Mark.
But it is really. There's not a lot of people here, so I think we're good.
But all to say, there are so many ways that you can build your authority. What Mark's talking about right now is really building your backlinks and SEO strategy, so that when somebody types your name into Google, they're like, "Wow, this person's like, they're an expert. They're an thought leader." They're, so getting into whether it's press releases or articles on major news outlets or media, things like that. But I would like to kind of talk about now, we've been talking a lot about building your personal brand using social media and SEO and things like that, but there's off internet ways to build your personal brand, which I love even more, and the power of networking and going to conferences like this. So how do you use networking to help build your personal brand?
Yeah, so I'm very strategic in what I go to and when I go, just because I don't really have a lot of time, just to be honest. I'm running 9 businesses at this point, so it's just not like I have to figure out where I'm going to be. So I like to pick things where networking doesn't feel transactional. It has to be a place. So I'll go to a group. If I go to a group and I feel like it's transactional, I'll never go back. I'll just cut it off immediately, because I feel like all you're doing is trading business cards and you're not getting to know anybody, and all they want is, oh, hey, let's meet next week. And every time you do that, you just wasted another hour of your life. So I like to try to find places where you can have really meaningful conversations and engage with people. So I tend to like smaller venue stuff, but that's just me personally. I do better in it. But while I might have a camera like that, but I don't like to do a lot of conference networking. To me is really hard. It exhausts me. because I'm not cut out for it.
Yeah, I don't see that at all. We met today, and you seem like a pro. And I was going to use us as an example of we just met. I mean, we connected before today's talk, but we have so much in common. We would have never met had we not been at the FUELD conference. And so, you know, I personally love conferences, but to your point, you do have to be very strategic. And there's a fine line between being strategic and not being transactional, because we only have so much time and so many hours in the day. And so when you're at a conference, it can be absolutely overwhelming because there's like, can be thousands of people and like, who do you talk to? But when you start talking to people, like, make it all about them and ask them about them, and then you get to know pretty quickly, okay, do we have synergies? Is this worth, like, and it's not that they might not be a great person to be friends with, but, you know, there are ways to really be able to, like, I had one woman come up to my booth and she was trying to pitch me on all her services, and literally it was like cutting into my time to, you know, do work and be at my booth and everything. And I just very politely, and she was fine with it, I just very politely said, it was lovely to meet you. I would love to connect you on with LinkedIn. I have to prepare for this panel. And, you know, so it's very easy when you're at a conference to actually, like, cut it off and be like, you know, you don't say, like, we don't have anything in common, goodbye. But, you know, just be like, you just got to get a sense, like, is this somebody that we can actually we have synergies, we can do business together. So Mark and I met, we had some lunch, and we're talking, and we definitely have synergies that we're going to explore after this conference. So it's just a way of communicating, representing yourself, which goes back to, you know, when you introduce yourself, giving your elevator pitch. I'm sure you've all heard that term. I hate that term, though. It's kind of antiquated, but just introducing yourself authentically and focusing on how do you help people, not, you know, I used to be, and I made a lot of mistakes, but I used to be, and on my LinkedIn, I'm Kellyanne, I'm a lawyer, I'm an entrepreneur, I sold a 7-figure company, I am a podcaster, I'm a thought leader, I'm a speaker, me, 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 me. Like, nobody cares about that. They care about how you can help them. So, like, on your LinkedIn profile, make sure your profile shows how you help people. And then in your bio, you can give all your accolades, you know, I'm a lawyer, I'm a this, I'm a that, blah, 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 blah. What do you think?
No, I think that's great advice. I mean, I think, you know, the couple people that are in here are getting some real good stuff. So, you know, it's we added somebody. Nice, thank you. But, you know, I think it is really, there's so much interesting stuff that you can do with your own personal brand, you know, from networking to, you know, your socials to everything. And it is, like, I do enjoy it, right? You know, I mean, part of you feels like it's a little egotistical. You have to kind of get past that, you know, you say, well, what do I really have to offer? And then you think about it and you say, well, hey, I do actually have a lot of stuff to offer. If you've been in business for 30 years and a lawyer and doing this stuff, you just know things, right? Like, so, and, you know, wanting to share them is actually, there's nothing wrong with that, right? So you have to get to that in your life. You have to get to the point where you can say to that, hey, I know that I can help people. And that's really what I want to do. I mean, my entire ethos is, you know, I left corporate America to help small business. And I only work with small and mid-sized businesses and startups. I don't work with large businesses. I have no interest in it. I don't want to work in that environment anymore, so I don't do it. And I can offer a lot more value and support a small business way more than I can support a Fortune 500 company.
And that's something that we aligned with. I'm the same way. You know, startup life and helping entrepreneurs and startups, and it's not only is it more exciting, but just, you know, you really feel like you're making a difference in somebody's life versus corporate America. But to get back to, like, the point of, like, not sounding egotistical, again, when you look at it from the standpoint of how can you serve somebody, and you would be doing them a disservice if you didn't let them know how you can serve them. And believe me, somebody out there needs your product or service. That doesn't mean that you shove it down people's throat and you lead with, I've got this product or service and I want to sell you. That would be transactional and disingenuous. But asking them questions, being a listener more than being a talker, asking them about their problems and problems that you can solve. Like, business and entrepreneurship is all about solving people's problems and pain points. So once you ask them enough questions and you find out what their pain points are, if you have a solution to that and you build a relationship and they know, like, and trust you, then why wouldn't they want to do business with you?
No, I think that's great. And one of the things I was thinking about was, like, what about your personal image, your wardrobe? All of it it's all part of it, right? It all becomes part of your personal brand. Like, I have this thing for socks, right? So I always, because if you're wearing a suit or something, you're boring no matter what you do. Your tie can be interesting. You might put a handkerchief on, but a suit is a suit. So I always wear funky socks and funky laces. It's kind of a thing. People know me for that, and they're always like, "Hey, what socks you have on today?" So it became like a thing. Like, it's part of my personal brand. Like, what do you think about that?
I love that. And definitely presenting yourself in a way that appeals to your target audience. I mean, it's different if you're, Gen Z on TikTok versus at a professional event. But again, knowing your audience, I'm in the business, entrepreneurship, lawyer world, so I dress professionally. One of my little signatures is I always wear headbands. Mistakenly, people always think I'm wearing a tiara, but no, it's just a headband. But that's like one of my little signature things. But it always, and I never started wearing the headband so that people would notice me. But I always get noticed for my headband by women mostly. Like, that's such a cute tiara or whatever. I'm like, oh, thank you or whatever. So similar to the socks and like your colorful little handkerchief there. It's just you're obviously your physical way you present yourself is very important, and that it aligns with, obviously you're not going to come here and be on stage and be in schleppy and sweatpants. I mean, it's just, it's obvious, but you want to keep that cohesive and consistent, but also different environments, like I do so many different things and talk about, I help people optimize their business and their life. So I'm on the lifestyle side. I might be traveling somewhere, so I'll be in a, at the beach or whatever. I won't be dressed like this, but it's all about tailoring it to the, the situation and the audience.
Yeah, so like I've noticed one of the things we found in my content was when I would wear a jacket, the content would underperform. As soon as I took the jacket off, or if I put a hoodie on, and I look a little, I'm not gonna make myself look that much younger. I'm in my 50s. It's not happening, but you just to try to bring
relatable, right?
You become more relatable. The jacket, it was like, oh, you're not relatable. You're too professional. So there's a fine line.
What's the setting? We're here at a conference. You're wearing the suit, but yeah, in your content, like if you were wearing that, it would look like silly.
It doesn't work at all. So I noticed that, like, that was one of the, because I was always like, oh, I'll always I want to look professional, because I want to be professional. I don't want my content, it's not like I'm doing fun TikTok, right? I'm not dancing. Well, I mean, I have a personal one for that, but I don't tell anybody about that one.
That raises a good point. Yesterday we had a panel on the role of humor in marketing. So there's, and it was a great panel discussion, and we, so many jokes were told. One of them was, I brought up a point about, the discussion was whether humor is always appropriate, like for any brand. Obviously not. Like if you're a funeral home, for example, doing marketing, you're not going to be using humor. And then one of the panelists said, well, actually, a fun commercial for a funeral home where, try our funeral home, everybody's dying to get in. And anyway, humor, I think can be, if appropriate to your audience, can be a great way to market yourself and make you more relatable. And yesterday we just talked about, humor, raising your dopamine levels. It makes you more relatable. It makes people like you, blah, blah, blah. So, like, I could totally see you in the content that I've seen you do so far, like, get a little crazy sometime, maybe incorporate some of that personal side. Like, it doesn't have to be all business when you're doing your business content. Like, it can be, like, my hobby is I like to dance. And, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I use some of it. It's not a lot of it. It's just kind of sprinkle it in. But yeah, people have to know that you have fun, right? That you're not all.
And the channel's important. Instagram, TikTok, it's okay.
Yeah.
LinkedIn,
Yeah, you kind of cut it off, see where you want to put it. But what about mentors or coaches or branding experts that you've used other than yourself? But who do you follow? Is there anybody you follow that you say?
Well,
like,
my
this is somebody that's
favorite
great?
and my proudest picture on my Instagram feed is meeting and getting to have an intense conversation with Gary Vee. If you know who Gary Vee is, he's a very famous entrepreneur who built, to me, like the most iconic personal brand, all based on being an entrepreneur and a marketer and a hustler. He's one of my favorites in terms of his personal brand presence. And most of the thought leaders that I follow are in the entrepreneurship space. So Gary Vee, I love Lewis Howes. I love Ty Lopez. He's more of a digital marketer, entrepreneur. But the thing that these people have in common is they all, like, in my industry, in the branding and marketing, digital marketing and personal branding and all of that, is like they just are so authentic. Like Gary Vee curses left and right, like fuck fear and da da da. And I mean, this guy's like he's world famous. So, and that works for his audience, you know. So, but it just shows you like that he can be his real self, and he's been doing this for what, like 30 years or 20?
Yeah, if you don't know Gary Vee was like, he started wine on the internet. He had the first YouTube channel for wine. His father's wine store in North Jersey, where I'm from.
Yeah, he's from Jersey,
yeah,
but
he's
so relatable. I
Yeah.
mean, when I met him at, they call it VCon, a huge conference in LA last summer, he literally like made time to just like talk to different people, and like he's so relatable, even though he's like so famous. And so he's my favorite. How about yours?
Yeah, he's probably my favorite as well. I mean, it's kind of where I started, like, watching, like, how do you build a brand. I mean, if you watch him, he built it from online from the beginning. You can
Back when we didn't have any of this stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't like it is today.
Are there any questions from the audience? We only have a couple minutes left. Let me make sure I understand your question. Are you asking how do you keep on top of industry knowledge, or how do you keep on top of how to build your personal brand and marketing and such? Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? I mean, for one thing, congratulations, that's very impressive. Number two, the second you get out of here, you gotta go take those offers, because, I mean, imagine people type your name into Google, your clients, they wanna type your name into Google and see who you're all about that don't know you, and they see that you've spoken at some of these events or venues. Like, they're like, wow, this woman is an expert, like I wanna hire her or work with her, you know? So yeah, I mean, and the fact that you're just like getting these offers and not having to go, I mean, that's amazing. So, absolutely.
Yeah, lifelong learning. Always take on classes.
Always be learning.
Always be learning. Never stop. I mean, obviously, you gotta figure out whether or not it fits in your schedule and the cost of it. But almost always, it'll pay back to you.
And I want to just leave off with one more thing. I've always believed that, and I've been really fortunate throughout my life, even like through high school and college, is you should always have a mentor. I mean, you don't have to just have one, several, and you'll have different mentors as you go on, and you should always be a mentor. Have a mentor and be a mentor. It's so important, because there's always something you can learn from somebody, and there's always somebody you can teach. So pay it forward.
100%.
Well, thank you, everybody.
right, that was a fantastic discussion, panelists. Now, let's take a conversation to step further and talk about representation. Here's a fact to think about. Only 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women, and an even smaller fraction are women of color. The numbers in marketing leadership don't look very much different, yet some of the most impactful storytelling, community-driven branding, and cultural shifts are being led by women of color who had to carve out spaces and industries that weren't always built for them in mind. This will be discussed shortly, but we're going to go ahead and take another quick little break. Need to use the restroom, maybe grab some coffee, some water from the back, and we'll regroup in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much. See you soon. All right, so we have another honoree that I want to mention his name. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but his name is Kendrick Jones. He is the IT manager for the Area Agency on Aging of Southwest Arkansas and the owner of Sear Tech Services. He is recognized as a leader and mentor. He serves as president of the Jefferson County Young Professionals Network and has received multiple accolades, including the Young Professional of the Year in 2019 and Arkansas Business 40 Under 40 honoree in 2021. He holds a master's in IT management from Western's Governor University. Congratulations to you. Let's all give him a round of applause. All right. Thank you so much.
Direct West Side Story. So, but we got out of it because it was too expensive. And one of the girls that had done some commercials or whatever, I asked her, I said, what's it really like? She said, brutal. Brad Pitt lived in his car for 8 years.
Oh, the ship, like
the actual industry, yeah. Now they said Mary could have done something because she's got red hair and blue eyes, but so now she's going to veterinary school. Probably
school?
Veterinary.
Veterinary school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's another level of intensity.
I know.
Different way
I'm the one that recommended that she did it, and because she got in the top 1% of the country for math and English when she was in middle school, math and science. I said, well, Mary, if you want to be a doctor or a veterinarian, I didn't know they have a high rate of suicide. They got one of the highest suicide rates there is. But I think she'll be fine. It's mostly the middle-aged men in small animal practice. And then my YouTuber out there, they never get a break during the day ever. You know. So and you never think about the fact it may affect them even more than it affects you, but they're not allowed to show it. So I'm, and plus the cost and everything, to help pay her student loan. I mean, hers only large animal practice, at least in between the visits, you can dry your eyes out if you want to.
So grueling. Having this erratic, inconsistent, unpredictable schedule.
Maris is used to staying up all night. She she does it every night. I think she'd be a really good emergency. Yeah, surgeon. But we'll see.
My wife volunteers at a animal adoption center, and her whole goal is to get as much as possible from humans as well as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And the frustrating thing is, even though she has you're mostly facing with this client that you're facing with the owner.
Yep.
And dealing with real, like, snotty behavior from others, too.
Mm-hmm.
So
They had a vet tech in Louisville, Kentucky, got shot and killed in front of his mother within like the last year. It was a lady coming to pick up her dog, and they were putting off because she didn't pay herself. She went out the car, got her purse, and killed him. How could you do that? You know?
All right. right, big thanks to our speakers for such an insightful session. Moving ahead, our next conversation, a panel discussion on story doing versus storytelling. Creating brands that take action is all about walking the talk, because in today's world, storytelling alone doesn't cut it. We've all seen brands craft beautiful narratives, but how many actually live up to them? Consumers today are smart. They don't just listen, they watch, they question, and expect real action behind the words. That's where story doing comes in, brands that don't just tell stories but actively create change, build movements, and engage communities in meaningful ways. Get ready for an insightful discussion with industry leaders who have mastered the balance between brand narrative and brand responsibility. Please give it up for our panelists. The stage is all yours. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for that. Hello.
Happy Thursday, everyone.
Happy Thursday. Yesenia, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Absolutely. Again, hello, everybody. I'm happy to be here. My name is Yesenia Reynoso. I am the founder and principal owner of Why Communicate, a small communications firm that assists clients and organizations in establishing and maximizing their brand presence through in-house corporate communications. So consider us your in-house corporate communications department. We have a heartbeat of a department, we have a mindset of a department, and we are an in-house corporate communications department. And I think if there was one thing in the communications industry that I, and as well as all of my fellow communications professionals, always tell our internal and external audiences, is that storytelling is the bedrock foundation for your whys. Why? Because the true purpose of communications is storytelling.
All right. Booyah. How about you, Cindy?
I'm Cindy Murray, certified management accountant, MBA. I'm from Frankfort, Kentucky. I'm a licensed independent insurance agent selling car, home, life insurance, annuities, and also Medicare insurance. And we definitely use story doing and storytelling every day in our job.
All right. My name is Neil Gordon, and I'm the author of The Most Powerful Sentence of All Time. I'm intentionally being laconic in my response to that. Anyway, what do you both think of the idea of exploring storytelling as the first part of the larger subject, and then we can talk about story doing on the other side of that? How does that feel?
That sounds good to me.
All right. Would you like to kick us off with some thoughts, Cindy?
I'll be truthful. When I first saw this topic, I didn't know exactly what they meant. As an insurance agent, we use storytelling every day. I looked up on the internet and it said story doing actually started in like 2013. So it takes as an insurance agent, we have to build rapport with our customers, and we do that by storytelling. Tell them something funny or something that might help. In other words, say something like, if you don't have any home insurance, you're going to lose a lot of money. But story doing takes that one step further, and you tell them, you give them your idea. Story doing involves letting them have them take that idea and believe in it. So yeah, it's a further level of sophistication, very good. Yeah, should help with client retention.
Well, I could definitely, coming from the corporate communication space, obviously storytelling is, as I mentioned, is the foundation for messaging. and the way as to how it can instantly be crafted into your liking. On top of us being, storytellers, we're also shapeshifters. We can change narratives and perceptions, and it all comes down to as to how you have a key understanding as to who your audience is, what they like, what they don't like, and the ways as to how you can craft the messaging to their liking, because the true power of communications is within your hands, is within the words. And so I think there needs to be a clear definition as to what is storytelling and story doing. So storytelling is the art of crafting compelling narratives that connects audiences through messaging, branding, emotional connections, etc. Whereas if you're looking at story doing, it emphasizes tangible actions, and it reinforces an organization's mission, vision, values, and expectations. So it's all about demonstrating the impact that you're going to do versus just simply talking about it. So it's, you got to walk the walk, but you got to do the talk first, and then you got to do the walk.
And it's an interesting distinction, isn't it? Especially given the transparency of the digital age and how quickly a person can do a thing and suddenly the entire world knows about it. It's funny, when I was reflecting on this topic earlier, I was, in anticipation of our time together here, I was thinking about something that happened at the buffet this morning here in Luxor, at the Luxor, and this great big buffet with all these different things, and the woman who was taking care of us, it's a self-serve buffet, but the one clearing a plate or doing whatever it is was doing is this woman named Lien, who is from Vietnam. And I remembered her name. I noted her name because it's actually my name spelled backwards.
Yeah.
And I found out that she's been working at the buffet at the Luxor for 31 years. And when my wife asked her, why aren't you a manager, or why didn't you move, and she just explained that she just wanted to keep things simple and just wanted to stay where she was and didn't want to move around all the different restaurants owned by the organization and whatnot. And it struck me that she actually became a really powerful embodiment of both the storytelling and the story doing, in the sense that she brought her story to having fled as a refugee from Vietnam almost 40 years ago, and it demonstrated a desire to live in a world where people are treating each other better, where it implied a lot of anyone who flees their country is clearly seeking a better life and is seeking a much more enlightened form of human connection. But she also was that, because she spoke with us and she had rapport with us, and she had the thing that a brand fundamentally is. She had impact.
Absolutely, and I could really echo your sentiments right there, Neil, because in the communications world, storytelling, the basis of it comes from the 5 W's: who, what, where, when, and why. The why is the heartbeat of the story. That is the key pillar as to how you're going to attract people in, to have a key understanding as to what the kind of message is that you're trying to either inform or persuade. Once you capture their attention, then the words pave the way to the action. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the story that you're about to tell, you want to convince them to do some sort of call to action. What exactly, at the end of the day, you want that particular individual or a whole massive public, what do you actually want them to do? Do you actually want them to, if you're, let's say you're supporting a cause, do you want them to donate? Right. Or if you are, if you're working, let's say for a really top brand such as Nike, who is iconic with their Just Do It brand, do you want them to invest in the latest sneaker line, let's say Air Jordan, off off of the top of my head. There are many different ways as to how organizations can customize their stories in order to convince audience members to actually do that specific call to action.
What do you both think are ways that a brand could... A lot of brands can do something, especially in response to a crisis and some sort of PR nightmare or whatever. They can do performative action. They can donate to a charity. They can issue an apology. They can send their thoughts and prayers, whatever it is. But that often is dismissed as performative in so many words. What do you both think is something that brands can do to transcend that performative quality and ensure, even if it's, let's give everyone the benefit of the doubt that it's an earnest action to take. How does that earnest action get conveyed?
In communications, Neil, it comes down to genuine and authenticity. You know, it's something that, I personally, I've come from corporate America. I've worked in both in-house for both for-profit and nonprofit organizations. And I always, advise senior executives, team members, and our vendors, internal and external, is that at the end of the day, you got to make your presence known. You actually have to take the time and get to know your audiences better, knows the ins and outs, know how they behave, know the kinds of mediums that they, that they normally consume on a daily basis. Where do they hang out? And start building real, genuine, authentic connections with them, because many people are looking for brands that directly align with their values and interests. And so if you are able to truly have a clear understanding as to who they are, what they represent, why should I, as a consumer or client, should be invested in your product? Why should I invest in your organization? What does it come from me? The value of it, it's what matters. And eventually, once organizations start really authentically earning the trust of that brand, and trust is key in communications because you want to earn the trust of the public, then you're going to be able to position yourself as the go-to source for that organization. And it's especially prominent in nonprofit organizations where, especially for me, just recently, I've worked at a prominent nonprofit in the health equity department, where we talk and we interact with local community members and residents in low-income neighborhoods, offering free accessible health care and health equity. And not only that, but we also have to communicate with them in multiple languages, because it's really important for us to be able to deliver those services and to show them that A, we have everything that we have is open and available, but B, we want to cement ourselves as a reliable source to the community, that we are here to serve their needs. We are here to fulfill their, to be a source of value to them. And that is what you're looking for, because if you do, if you end up doing something that in the end breaks the trust of the community, your reputation gets shattered because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I also particularly like the example of speaking multiple languages.
Yes.
Because especially we're about to see a foreign language revolution in that our devices will be translating in real time, and just like GPS made us completely no longer need to know where we're going and we never need to look at anything.
Absolutely.
The people who know multiple languages and are actually able to speak to others in their native tongue. Think about what that, already it means so much to someone. Oh, you speak English, or oh, you speak Spanish. Whatever it is, there's always this sigh of relief and this I feel seen and understood because you took time to learn an entire language and all of that. And that is an undeniable impact.
Yep.
Is walking the talk.
Absolutely. And also doing that story doing element, because multicultural communications has already been on the rise for decades. We're witnessing a shift within the corporate communications industry as we are starting to integrate a lot more multicultural content across all brands, for-profit and non-profit. And so and because we as a society, we are already a multi-ethnic, multiracial nation, many individuals are now looking for brands that that properly represent their culture, their heritage, their history, and so many brands are now looking to figure out ways as to how they could create different types of messaging exactly in their native tongue, so that way they'll be able to transmit whatever message that they have, and as well as perform, and as well as create different types of actions for them to become part of that community, because right now many people are looking for that community element.
Well, for sure. I mean, connection winds up being so significant. I know, Cindy, you have more of a boutique level of service to individuals, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yeah, let me get back to the article I found on what the difference between story doing and storytelling. It's for Rocket Content. It says, how many times in your life have you heard that actions speak louder than words, or been asked to show rather than tell? Sentiments like those are more than just catchy sayings. A great story is that's well told and inspires others. The way it was meant to do is great, but a narrative that takes things into the realm of action is even better, and that's what we're all doing in the business. Story doing has been around since 2013 and does refer in part to the act of crafting and telling a story. However, this type of storytelling is done in such a way that the listener is invited to further participate by becoming part of the larger movement behind what they're hearing. If it's storytelling encourages a target audience to absorb the message behind why a company does what it does, story doing inspires them to stand up and act on that message. Now I will tell you, I was also over the $13 billion cabinet for health and family services. We had 7,500 employees. We covered all of social service, public health, Medicaid, the gamut, and we were in the secretary's office, the top-notch people in charge. I'll tell you one story that really, where the storytelling, if it got out, would have gotten us in big trouble. We got a call from the governor's office one day, and social services workers were down there unpacking boxes of applications for social services and throwing them in a public dumpster. They had all sorts of people's bank numbers, social security numbers, addresses, everything. Now, and the governor's office actually came over and helped us fix that day, because if that got out, that our cabinet was allowing stuff like that, then yeah, it could get sued and lose federal funds and all that. So just interesting thing there.
There winds up being so many examples. Like when I teach people about storytelling, it tends to be focusing on the significance of unexpected events.
Yep.
That's ultimately what makes a story worth telling, is that some sort of surprise, some sort of thing we didn't see coming takes place. And to your point, Cindy, you're talking about something that could catch on very quickly because of the scandal, and the scandal is by its nature unexpected.
Yeah.
What do you both think about meaningful and substantive ways to respond to scandal, so as to actually, yes, there was some sort of problem, there's some sort of unexpected hiccup or devastating event even. What does a brand do generally? What kind of strategies can brands employ to move forward in a way that doesn't destroy themselves?
I would say nip it in the bud, stop it immediately before it really gets to be a scandal and gets out there. That would be my take on it.
For me personally, I think crisis communications is all about preparation. Prepare, prepare, prepare. And I think, organizations need to start realizing that crisis communications needs to be practiced year-round. It doesn't matter how small or how large your organization is. It doesn't matter what your title is, how many years you've worked for an organization. At some point in your professional career, you are going to be dealt with a crisis. And the first thing that you need to understand is the difference between a simple issue that is not going to cause much controversy, can easily slip through the cracks, monitoring it, and then an actual crisis itself, something that could obviously blow up and threaten your reputation. If it is in the direction of a crisis, then the next step obviously will be to execute a strategic communications plan. And that's going to be involved in creating your crisis communications team, your messaging, the mediums as to how is it going to be utilized, how are you going to execute it, and your post recap.
I've got another comment.
Yeah.
On scandal in insurance, I'm sure you all heard recently that the CEO of United Healthcare was shot and killed.
Of course.
In,
yep.
Was it New York?
Yeah, New York. Yep. New York.
So, and I wonder as an insurance agent, okay, how's that going to impact our sales with United Healthcare? And it really somehow it hasn't impacted it at all.
Right.
Because I think the company came out quickly, something said they had no idea, why that happened to him or anything like that. But
I think it also ignited a conversation about healthcare and the current state of the U.S. healthcare system. And as many people, unfortunately, has been dealing with medical insurance issues. Many people are becoming medically bankrupt because of it, and many other important issues that that average citizens, unfortunately, do not have the monetary flexibility to combat it with. And so I think these types of unfortunate incidents can also spark a movement or a conversation that is actually going to get people not only talking about the root causes of the problem, but actually doing something about it, performing an action that is going to be the vehicle towards real substantive change.
We also consider that the perpetrator of that murder was not vilified by everyone, in that there was a more ambiguous impact of that story. And if we juxtapose that, just randomly, this example came up into my mind thinking years ago when the spokesperson for Subway turned out to be sexually violent person, and Subway's sales took a major hit.
Yep.
When that happened, the impact, I mean, the sandwiches didn't change, the ingredients didn't change. The only thing that changed was the public's perception, because he was very clearly a villain in the zeitgeist of the culture at the time.
Yep.
Whereas this perpetrator was certainly a villain, held as a villain by some, but not everyone. And the ambiguity, of course, becomes an even more complicated layer on an event like that taking place.
All it takes is just one little mistake. For brands, you've built your reputation 20 plus 30 years, no matter how it is in business. All it takes is one little spark, one little mistake, a fire could commence, and then your reputation could potentially be down the tubes if you do not execute your crisis communications plan strategically and effectively. You got to be quick to the bone, and also keep your audience updated as to what is happening.
I'm struck by the potential significance of transparent communication when there isn't a crisis in place. And I mean, not the potential. I will stand here and say that transparent communication from a brand is incredibly helpful and powerful for setting the tone of the humans behind the brand. We are people, we are really working hard, and we're doing our best, and sometimes things don't go as well. I'm reminded of this isn't necessarily an ongoing transparency, but it does speak to transparency. There was that famous example of KFC, I think it was out of the UK, when they had a major screw up, and then they had a very playful image of a KFC bucket with like the letters rearranged to
Yep.
spell out, imply a certain word, and it was very funny, and it was, yeah, we messed up. This is not a good thing to have happened, and we're not going to patronize all of you and make you think that it's all okay. There's a transparency that really seems to help mitigate the problems.
You hit the key word, which is transparency, because that's exactly what audiences are looking for. Stakeholders, investors, employees, the general public, they are all looking and not only looking but also hearing to see transparent proof that there is transparency and accountability for your actions. And so many brands right now are finding out ways as to how they can execute different types of communication strategies that are specifically tied towards reliability, honesty, and genuineness when it comes to messaging, because many people at this stage right now are, the days of you being executing any kind of performative actions are over, because people can smell it from a mile away whether or not you're being genuine with it. And brands have to be, very transparent in the messaging that they're putting across.
Sometimes we do have incidents in the insurance industry where insurance agents, you talk about that you're being genuine and, honest. And unfortunately, I'm not one of these because I would never do that. But there are agents out there that will sell them a policy, Medicare policy, that's less than the one that they're in now, just so they can get the sale and the commission. And that's not okay.
Of course not.
I'll actually put I'll make a point on this from a corporate communication standpoint. From both internal and external communications, every kind of messaging that you put out there has to be aligned. And I mean exactly aligned, because whatever actions that you ultimately are going to take are going to pave the way towards cementing your brand credibility. And so communications teams are pretty much kind of like coaches. We tell teams, we advise them on performing this kind of action. We give them the option to do so, and then it's ultimately all going to be up to the CEO or the senior executive team to execute that strategy. But it has to everything has to be consistent, both from internal and external circles, to transmit messaging across all mediums.
What do you do in the corporate world if you're working with such a big agency that it's hard to make sure that everybody is telling the same story?
I think that's where it's gonna, you're really gonna have to work extensively with teams from both internal and external circles, practicing and training on messaging. You have to stay consistent with this. So that means you're going to have to build genuine relationships, working directly, whether it's with them or cross-collaborate within departments, and have an understanding as to the messaging that you want to put out there, also get their feedback, and then ultimately have them involved in the process. Work together so that way everybody can get aligned on a targeted or a universal message that's going to be consistent across the board.
I'm curious, and in full disclosure, I had to think a bit on an example myself, so I'll share my example of the question I'm about to ask you both, so you can both process this as well. But I'm curious as to what brands, and it might be a national brand or it might be a more intimate connection, like the example I'm about to share, of a brand that really surprised you in their walking the talk, as in doing some kind of value, some kind of thing that they did that made you think, oh wow, that's actually quite wonderful, and I wasn't expecting that, and I'm going to tell my friends about this, or something like that. Do either of you already have your example in mind? Because I'm happy to go last.
Feel free to go first, Cindy.
Yes, go ahead.
In selling Medicare, we have the choice between the companies like Anthem, WellCare, Aetna, Humana, ones like that. And Aetna is the one that has come forward. And most of the seniors right now, the first thing they're going to want is a grocery card, because some of them are out there living on $500 a month, and that's it. Aetna has come across, and also covering dental implants. A lot of seniors would look, if they can do it, they would. Aetna has come forward and has been one of the ones to fully cover dental implants. And also they've got one more thing, is they tell people that you can go live someplace else for 12 months and you don't have to change your plan.
Oh, wow.
Most of the other companies won't do that. So Aetna stands out.
Yeah, that's a wonderful example.
I got two.
Yeah.
The first is Patagonia. That is a brand that I have huge amount of respect for because they are very vocal in environmental issues. They have been front and center, whether it's participating through strategic partnerships with other organizations, especially those with nonprofits that's specifically tied to conversations surrounding green energy, the environment, whether it's through thought leadership or through different types of events, or they've even generated fundraisers for causes that that surrounds again a green sustainability. And then the second one that I have is Chewy. It is obviously we all know Chewy is the pet version of Amazon. But and they have been extremely vocal, not only in the words but in the actions, as to how they absolutely help animals, especially those who have been left abandoned, helping in direct coordination with animal shelters to offer them resources, supplies, helping them to give the animals a second chance and finding a loving home. Also helping pet owners. I'm sure many of us here have cats and dogs, animals who we absolutely love, adore as family. Chewy, has helped them, to make sure that they have all of the resources, basic necessities, and they even have worked in collaboration with veterinarians as well to offer medical assistance to animals that are in need of care. And there is a quick example that I would like to give regarding Chewy. I remember a story that I read about. There was, I think it was a woman who recently lost her dog, and Chewy, she told them that unfortunately, she received an auto shipment of dog food, and she wanted to ask if she could return it back. Not only did Chewy was very accommodating in accepting that, but they also sent her a bouquet of roses, of flowers, to offer condolences over the loss of her beloved dog. That kind of direct action and the stories that they tell through their commercials and all of their communications mediums shows that they know exactly who their audience is, who they tailor to, and the actions that they perform in real time cements their credibility across their audiences. And that's why in many ways they have one of the most powerful brands in the pet industry today.
Well, it's frankly just great to hear these examples, and just because, especially in the context of the health insurance and in the context of brands like Patagonia, the Chewy example, Yesenia, actually reminds me of how impressed I've been with this pet adoption center that's a national brand. It's called Best Friends.
Yes, I've heard of them.
You've heard of them, yeah. And so they're all over the country. And the local New York chapter is, and this is the thing that surprised me most, they have 50,000 or so Instagram followers, and they post regularly. And when I saw that, I was like, I would expect the entire organization to have 50,000 followers. But this is this local chapter, and they are so committed to engaging with the local population, and these cats and dogs just get adopted so quick. Like every week there's like almost 100% turnover with these animals, and it's New York City. There are a lot of animals that come through.
I can attest to that.
Yeah, and so there are just it's actually quite encouraging to know that there are so many brands who are committing to the people they're claiming to serve and are actually taking that service seriously.
Absolutely. You know, for brands everywhere, it's all about them finding their true purpose. What is their why? Why I am here? Why exactly am I here to do? I'm here to serve you. I'm here to serve the people. And it's through these actions, storytelling wise, and then story doing is actually doing it in real time. That is how you're going to win the trust of the public. That's how you're going to cement your credibility. And the fact that you have cemented yourself in those spaces, you have converted people into brand ambassadors. And once you have fulfilled exactly their needs and solved their problem, then they are going to start spreading the word to everybody else and get them involved. They intrigue their interest. And then they start learning more about the brand, seeing what they do, and it's a chain effect.
Well, it's a way that we could potentially look at this is that storytelling is the story that we tell about our brand, whereas story doing is the story that others tell about our brand. And that ambassadorship just become my prediction is that brand ambassadorship will be the single most defining factor in commercial success in these next couple of decades as we get more and more saturated and overwhelmed with marketing and whatnot.
Storytelling is not enough. As I've mentioned earlier, we are witnessing an evolution in the corporate communications industry. Storytelling is the bedrock foundation, but story doing is the next step in that process, because storytelling is not enough. Now you actually got to do and perform the action and do it transparently, because especially within millennials and Generation Z, they demand and want to see in real time organizations sticking true to their word and actually performing their actions genuinely, no fakeness whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. How are we doing on time?
It's 3:05 right now, so
10 more minutes. Okay.
Yeah, we can open up.
I've got one other thing we could discuss.
Sure.
See what you all think about it. What do you all think about all these major chains that are going out of business and shutting down? Like Kohl's, for example.
Right.
KFC, all these, food places having to shut down.
Yesenia?
That's an intriguing thing, because I think brands, have already cemented themselves for so many years, Cindy, serving the public and, constantly being a part of their lives, because that is something that, we can instantly remember. But as society evolves, so does the way as to how brands, continue to evolve. And so there's a saying that goes that those who adapt the fastest to the changes are the ones who are going to survive. And so I think my personal opinion is that unfortunately these businesses were not able to adapt to the evolving times. And listening to the new consumer bases that are popping up, and those who were able to adapt and implement and interweave those changes into their day-to-day operations and business plans are the ones who have been able to navigate through the storm cleanly and effectively.
I think there's a few that have actually filed like Chapter 11 bankruptcy or whatever, and they're coming back.
Yep.
So they could use coaches like you.
Well,
happy to help.
When you think about how I'm reminded of an example that one of my clients teaches about, in that he talks about how Sony commanded the stage when it came to portable music, right? They had the Walkman, and then they followed up with the Discman. And of course there were other brands that competed and whatnot, but we didn't have a portable cassette player. We carried a Walkman regardless of the brand that we used. And then I believe it was sometime in the 90s when they started to see the writing on the wall around fulfilling more technologically advanced needs for the marketplace. they pivoted by putting all of their resources into the mini disc player, which most people don't even know about because it barely had any market penetrance in the United States. It had some traction in Japan. But what's interesting is that they pivoted to more of the same. Okay, we have the CD, and now we're going to make the disc smaller. We're going to make sure it doesn't skip, et cetera. And we can record on it. And it's going to do all these things that a typical CD couldn't do. And they thought that they were adapting. But what the adaptation turned out to be, of course, is 1,000 songs in your pocket. And so, and then the music has evolved even since the iPod. And so it's an interesting dilemma for a brand to know that they need to adapt and then find that they're still falling short in that adaptation. They don't no one can predict the future, but perhaps if Sony had gone even deeper still, they would have figured out ahead of the curve that smaller discs was not where it was at. Do you, either of you have any thoughts on what brands can do to ensure that their story is one that stays relevant to people?
I could start off with that. I think, for the corporate communications industry, I think we need to bridge the gap between what we actually say and what we are going to do. I think in many ways, storytelling continues to evolve quite rapidly, and we are living at a time where we're experiencing a 24/7 news cycle, where there is literally so many things happening right now, and many people are consuming their information at a rapid pace. And so it is up to the brands to have a constant heartbeat as to what is happening every single day across news cycles, and to be aware as to what are the trends that are coming, which ones continue to stay dominant, and which ones are on the decline, and how can we implement those tactics into our marketing and communication strategies, plus ensuring and reviewing metrics, statistics like KPIs, key performance indicators, ROIs, return on investment, SEOs, so that way brands can once again be able to adjust their strategies and being able to either stay with with the crowd or start paving ahead and cementing themselves.
Absolutely. Any other thoughts, Cindy?
I think like with the Medicare, I think like with the Medicare insurance companies, they are overseen by the Federal Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So with their Medicare plans, Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans, which is what most seniors want, they are required to do, all of them have to do a base package for them. But on top of that, other than that, they're allowed to do different things to increase their client base. So what they have to do is have continual communications with the Medicare recipients and find out what they want, because that is probably ever changing. You know, go figure that older person would change their mind on what they wanted, but
right.
Yeah, they have to stay on top of what they
Except for
want.
the dental implants, they're probably pretty solid on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there winds up being a recurring theme in just the simple act of meaningfully connecting with your people.
Yep.
Asking them the questions, listening, and reminding them that you have listened and that your actions are in reflection to what you've discussed.
Absolutely. And I think I could wrap it all up, for founders, CEOs, senior level executives. I think the question now that you need to ask yourselves moving forward is what is the story that we're telling? And then what is the story that we are providing through what actions? I think those are the two big questions brands need to ask themselves moving forward as they continue to further establish themselves through storytelling and story doing, because storytelling is story doing.
Absolutely. Any calls to action that for our audience that can help them to move forward and navigate their own brand identity in a meaningful way?
I could. I've used this phrase a lot in both my corporate and now my entrepreneurial journey, is to be uniquely you in the way as to how you tell your story and how you and how you actually execute that story, because that right there is not only going to cement who you are, but it's also going to pave the way towards crafting your legacy.
Cindy?
I think basically focus on what your prospects or customers want, because meeting or not meeting that is going to make a difference on where you stand in market share. So if you can't stay on top of that, then you're going to get beat. Others are going to pass you up. So
absolutely. And I'm reminded of, in terms of telling stories, I'm reminded of a old school literary agent from, I believe she was at ICM back in the day, and she had this saying. She said, "Don't tell me about the Holocaust, tell me about Anne Frank," with the idea that in telling stories we have to remember that we're ultimately people, and we want to hear stories about not groups or trends or anything like that. We want to hear stories about individual people, and one of the best things that we can do is make sure that the stories that we share are relatable on that more individual level.
Words lead to action.
Yeah.
That is the true power all of us have here.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we're at time now. So unless if there is any other questions that you may have, obviously we are here ready and willing to connect and collaborate in any way that we can. So hopefully you've all enjoyed this insightful conversation about storytelling and story doing. Thank you, everyone. Happy Thursday.
Do we have a question?
Oh, we have a question? Mike, I know. I have 4 cats, by the way. Chewy's my go-to platform.
That was a fascinating discussion, panelists. Now, let's take this conversation a step further and talk about representation. Here's a fact to think about. Only 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women, and an even smaller fraction are women of color. The numbers in the marketing leadership don't look much different, yet some of the most impactful storytelling, community-driven branding and cultural shifts are being led by women of color who have had to carve out spaces in the industry that weren't always built with them in mind. This fireside chat on intersectionally in marketing, amplifying voices of women of color explains what it really takes to amplify diverse voices in marketing, and not just as a checkbox, but as a strategic advantage. Give it up for these speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Lola and Karna to the stage.
Okay. I'm so excited to be talking about this today. We're going to be talking about the intersectionality and the power in marketing. My name is Lola Eniolarunda. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at VG Platform. I also run a venture building firm, Exequi.io, where we help corporate professionals that are looking to start their own businesses in tech and kind of like help you get your business going before you quit your day job. And you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Karna Richardson. Most of my background is been in information technology, specifically in the web design development space and the tech industry. And just recently, about 10 years ago, I guess, I ventured also in the educational piece to teach students about to learn in that very field. So, and who better to talk about this subject today with women of color is me and Lola. So, you know.
I'm excited to do that. Okay, let's get started. How would you define intersectionality and what's its relevance in marketing?
Well, intersectionality specifically is based on like race, gender, you know, anything that distinguish, you know, the women of color, you know, and their diverse backgrounds and how they feel about and perceive the way things are. And they have been misunderstood for years and years. So, and that's basically what intersectionality means to me.
How do you think that impacts marketing generally?
Well, it's like for instance, if like when they was talking about before, she mentioned that within like the CEOs, it's only like 10% that has diversity with women of color and things like that. So we just, you know, people want to see people that look like them.
Yeah,
and I guess that's where the concern comes, because if you don't have the diverse people in your platform, then you know you're not going to really represent them because you don't understand. You know, you like the familiar, and that's what you know is resonant there.
Generally, how do you think that is? How do you think that is faring? You know, over the years, do you think it's getting better? Do we have better representation?
I really don't think so. I mean, I think that, you know, they do have like a lot of companies out there, for instance, Rihanna. She has a Fenty Beauty, which she started doing with the fair, darker skins like you and myself. So, but it's not, and I think that even with our fair skin, I feel like the lighter skinned people, they get more of a, you know, a presence than more so the darker skinned women. So that's just something that we have to, you know, we have to deal with for years and years to come. So, you know, unfortunately.
So you don't think it's going to go away?
Well, hopefully, you know, but I guess the change has to start within. I mean, within these Fortune 500 companies, I mean, they don't really have a lot of representation of diverse backgrounds in leadership. And so, like I said, and it's a lot of bias because you want people and things that look like you. So,
And sometimes if you've not lived the experience, you really cannot explain it, right? Like you really need to live that experience to be able to create an impact. So many brands, I mean, like there's been a lot of improvement, right? So many brands now, you know, kind of like include women and women of color in their marketing, but they fall into this trap of tokenism, right? How do you think that brands can ensure that representation is authentic, right? Like you're actually really doing it. You know, the previous speaker was talking about storytelling and story doing, right? How do you bring authenticity into that process?
Well, I think it come down to like my background in UX design and research. You have to get out there and talk to the people to see what is it that they want. It's so easy to kind of like develop a product and say, hey, you know, this is the new product, I want to sell it. You know, but if it doesn't really, you know, help all diverse backgrounds, how good is it? I mean, you're just focusing on one brand, and maybe, you know, they might want to test your product out, but if they don't see people that look like them, then they're not going to want to purchase your product. it was, well, it's one story that comes to mind. I was sitting up there thinking about it, A Different World. I don't know if you've ever watched the show, but it was one episode where Ron Johnson, aka Daryl Bell, he was trying to sell this product with Beauty of the Nile, and so, but you know, a lot of the African American women, they was like, well, I never really heard of that project. Are people of color using it? So what he did is he actually got Kim, aka Charnel Brown, to kind of like come on board to market the product. So when they saw her on the commercial, they was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and buy it. But what messed it up is he didn't do any research, and what happened was their skin started getting blotchy and all, because all of the other stuff that he took out that could happen, he didn't share that information, and that comes from research. You can't just put something out on the market and then expect it to be, you know, good for everyone. So yeah.
So that's what the authenticity is about, right? Like you really have to go in there, you really have to understand it, you have to do the research, you really have to do the work, right? Not just put up a face or, oh, we care about this community, or, you know, we're doing this for women of color. You really need to be there. You really need to understand it. You need to build deliberately for them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Because a lot of times when people, I've seen it plenty of times on commercials where they'll throw an African-American woman in there, say, oh, well, then you're represented, but are you really represented? You know, so yeah, so because we have different interests, our skin tones and everything like that, and actually, like my daughter, she loves the Kardashians. So, and I think when she was younger, Kylie had this lip gloss thing that she wanted to, but she tried it, but it broke her skin out, and I was actually upset with her because she didn't come to me first and ask, and you know, with her skin and stuff like that. I said, and I had to actually tell her, I said, most of the stuff that's made is not for people of color. And I know that you like her, but she doesn't really represent people of color. So that's why it comes in. You have to kind of like talk to those people, get these people on your platform, and you know, have them in your organizations and stuff like that, so that you can help all persons.
So it's not just about marketing this product. It's about really building the products for the community and then marketing. If not, it's just performative, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Definitely.
Yeah. That brings me to the next question around, you know, just reinforcing stereotypes and with the aim of inclusivity, right? So what are the most common missteps brands make when representing women of color, and how can they do better? I mean, like you've talked about one now where it's just very performative, right? Oh, okay, you know, we're going to market to these people. Let's bring in somebody that looks like them. But really, you're still not building for me.
Take my money, I don't work that hard. I fall asleep in the
television. We were always put into the roles of being like mama, or, you know, we had to, you know, have the role that we'd be home, you know, maybe cooking or, you know, cleaning, but nothing really in a professional realm. And not that I'm saying that there's anything wrong with that, because we need good cleaners, we need good people that know how to cook, and so it's nothing wrong with that. But on the professional side, it's still very much of a lack, and that's where the problem comes in. Yeah.
What are some steps that you think companies can take, especially like the Fortune 500, like you mentioned?
Well, first thing I would think of is having more diverse backgrounds in leadership. I mean, even in your marketing, go and like even researching your marketing to make sure that you are representing, you know, diverse backgrounds and things like that, because I don't think that they really, you know, look at it, because it comes back to bias. You go for the norm, you go for familiarity, and if they look like you, then okay, I want to represent it. Yes. So yeah.
Any other steps that you think they can take?
Just, you know, being more open to fresh and new ideas, and keep on your research, and because research evolves over time, so you want to keep on talking, putting the word out there. Hey, we want to market this particular product. We're trying to get, people to kind of like, come on board. But, yeah, you have to just get out there and talk to the people the old-fashioned way. Whether it's through the social media outlets or wherever, but you do. And the only way that's going to start is if you have more people of color. Yes.
Yeah, so it actually just gets back to hiring, right? Getting more people on the table, getting more people in the conversation at the start, right? Before you actually even start marketing. What are some things you think they should stop doing?
Well, first of all, now when you say stop doing, well, I wouldn't, instead of stop doing, maybe include more. I mean, even when you're looking on, TV and stuff like that, most of the brands and commercials and stuff like that, you only see white women. You don't see a lot of black women. Even in television, it's not a lot of representation of us. I even was sitting up there doing some research. I mean, we like to see people like us, and there are some powerful women, black women that were on TV. Like we have Angela Bassett, we have Viola Davis, Diane Curl, Felicia Rashad, and these women, they represent powerful roles where they were high-priced attorneys and, doctors, lawyers, so things like that. So, and we just need to be represented more. Yeah.
That's very cool. Are there some things that they do really good now that you think they should continue doing?
Just, like Maybelline, I saw that they had a thing out where they got Queen Latifah on there. When I actually saw that, I was like, wow, we're on Maybelline, because that wasn't a thing back in the day. So, yeah, Nike has come out with their brands and doing things. Dove also. Yeah, so there are some brands out there that's trying to come on board. I've even seen like Victoria's Secret when they've come on and they're doing stuff too. So. Yeah,
so some good points been scored.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit more about data and AI. I mean, like AI is taking over everywhere, especially in marketing now. How do you think that, we can be a lot more deliberate from now, especially with the use of AI, to not reinforce stereotypes?
Well, now with AI, you can actually, this is what I like about AI, because you can kind of like put in specific questions of like, getting different personas of people. And AI is good about, not like, because I even, made a joke one time and put in, say, oh, well, such and such thing. They was like, well, we don't really want to put in stereotypes and things like that. So AI has adapted to like not putting a person in a specific place just because of their background or their ethnicity. So, yes.
So are there specific things now that, companies can do, startup companies, large companies can do? Do we need to start, building LLMs that are really, specific to like women of color? Or like, what are some things that we can do to use this technology to at least, improve how women of color are represented?
Basically, what I would say is this, putting the word out there. I mean, you just have a diverse. I remember it's a situation where I think on American Idol, when they actually wanted to get like the certain number of men and then a certain number of women, so they would actually set it up that way. Well, we only can have like 10 women and 10 men, so so that they can make it evenings with, when you're kind of like doing your data. And when you're doing your data with that, I mean, maybe have and women of color, you can have women of color, Caucasian, even Asian, Indian, whatever there is, just to have all of them represented. Because when we think about the United States as a whole, we have all people, all ethnicities. So yeah.
So everything comes back again to representation. I think that's a big theme that we just keep coming back to. And it's like, how do we... So the biggest question on my mind has always been, do women of color then need to... I mean, like, even if the table is there and, we're invited to the table, sometimes there's not enough seats seats on that table. So should women of color try to create their own seats? Should we try to build our own tables? Or like, how do we just improve representation, you know, without necessarily always have to, in quote, fight for it?
Well, yeah, that is an option. I remember, that's funny you mentioned that because I remember when Tyler Perry came out, he said, well, you know, I've been fighting to get to certain places and things like that, but it just never happened. So he said, go ahead and create your own table. And, well, people thought that that meant to move to Atlanta, but that's not what he meant, you know. So, but, yeah, so, yeah, I would say that you can, you know, come out there, come together as one and, you know, and try to, I like the fact that now I see the women of color embracing the new hairstyles, you know, because we would always told we had to have perms and stuff like that to be on TV, and we found out later that that stuff was really messing up our hair, you know, so we can embrace our natural looks and it's still beautiful and things like that, and, you know, yeah. So I like to see that. It was one time on Fox 5 because I think it was Elise Edie. She came on one time and she rocked the braids and she looked very nice, yeah, professional on there. And I, you know, because I'm so used to just, they always had to have the straight hair, you know, to be represented like a white woman, but we should have our own identity. And yes.
I embrace that.
Yeah.
And I think like the more tables we're able to build,
yeah,
so the easier it is essentially to be able to represent that. Let's talk a little bit more about like diversity marketing teams and how they influence the stories that are told, right? What are the biggest barriers preventing women of color from having a seat at the table?
Well, it's probably because, I mean, it's the old way of thinking. They think that, you know, that men know best. And, you know, and people just trust and believe in them, and they don't want to they don't want change. You know, they see a woman and the stereotypes, oh, women are emotional, they can't handle things, but we're human. Everyone's emotional. Men are emotional too. So, I mean.
How do we break the barrier? Like, I mean, we face it, right? Like, we're women of color, we hold executive positions, and whether we're conscious of it or not, there's always the perception, you know, there's always that instant judgment, you know, that you could sense in the room until you go out, you speak, and like, oh, okay, that person is super smart or something like that. But what are some things that we can do as women of color to really, you know, always ensure we put our best foot forward, one, but more importantly, just represent or change that process around, you know, because I'm a certain type of person, you know, I'm going to be, or I'm going to do things in a certain way?
I would actually say, speaking on more spaces like this one, you know, getting the word out there, teaching our younger generation how to be professional, speak professional, doing things that people will take them seriously to get the voice out. You know, we've already, you know, stereotyped as being ghetto, uneducated, and not knowing things. So show them a different side, and we got to continue to keep that process going.
So we essentially have to get out there and talk, like, have more conversations like this. You run your own agency, right?
Actually, well, I'm actually, yes, running with like my space is more so with the educational piece, you know, like building curriculums and things like that. Yeah.
In marketing your agency and what you do, what challenges do you face, and do you think they're specific to you as a woman of color, or do you think they're generic?
I don't think that they're specifically to me, but a lot of times, even when they actually are coming up with new ideas and things like that, even when you see like posters and pictures and things like that, it's never really reflected of a woman of color. It was one time, there was a situation where at the CDC, when I was designing a website, and it's probably still out there, for the vaccines. And I actually got to choose what photos to choose, and I specifically chose like a black family because I wanted people to see that, you know, we have families that, you know, and we're out there, professionals working and things like that.
And so, you know, we have the loving homes and things like that because it doesn't get perceived as a lot. So, yeah.
So using your agency or using, you know, our platforms essentially to continue to reinforce a certain image, right, of who we are is very important, right?
Yeah, even if being in tech, you know, because I've been in tech all my life, and it's a male predominant field.
Yeah, it is.
And so two strikes against me, I'm a woman, and I'm also a black woman.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a lot of stuff in leadership because I wasn't even going to get in leadership at first, but I said, well, no, I need to be in leadership to get a seat at the table. I was perfectly satisfied at one point of being just a individual contributor, but I was like, in order to get your voices heard, though, you have to get a seat at the table. And so being the individual contributor, just doing your day-to-day activities is not going to get you there. So, yeah.
So women of color are a powerful consumer base, yet they remain underserved in many industries, right? How should brands rethink their approach to engaging and serving this audience? Now, we've talked about one, which is essentially, you know, bringing in people like us, but you also mentioned something important, like the product may not exactly fit my needs, right? Like, so what else can brands do essentially to rethink their approach to engaging and serving the audience?
Well, that's what I do. And on the UX side, we actually go and interview people and ask them, what type of products would interest you? What do you need? I mean, how, like if you're having specific skin issues or things like that, what's going to help us? What can we do to help you? And, you know, and that's how you have to do it. And you have to, this research has to be constant. You have to continue as a ongoing effort. You know, you can't just, you know, do one thing, oh, we got that out. No, it has to be an ongoing, it has to be ongoing.
That's interesting. Let's talk a little bit more about like even marketing itself and how it's evolving, you know, with the use of AI. Where do you think the trends are going now with marketing and technology and the evolution of, you know, personal brands, especially, right? Like, so no, before, if I was going to start a company, I'll probably engage a marketing agency, you know, and all of that. But these days, I don't need to do that. I can just, you know, begin to create a lot of TikTok videos. I can do stuff by myself. How do you think that is going to impact, you know, the ability of founders now to really speak to minority groups, you know, women of color and all that? Because I'm just doing it by myself now, right? The only thing that matters to me is getting my product out.
Well, I don't think that AI should hinder that because, I mean, keep in mind, AI is still a computer. Yeah. So you have to get the humanized version. Even when you put in specific questions, the Ask AI, you still have to humanize it in some way. You know, even when I prompt the AI to do certain things, I was like, well, wait, that doesn't really sound like me. So I have to actually go in and refine it and make it look like it actually is authentic and it came from me. And even with AI, you still have to talk to people because we are the people that's putting the information in AI to spit it out. So, you know, so people are still going to be important to even for AI to involve. Yeah.
So what are some things that a startup founder can then do, right, to be conscious of this or to have this information, you know, at the point when they start marketing their product?
Just getting the word out there with whichever platforms your target audience. If you're talking about the young people, well, you know, it's going to be the TikTok and stuff like that. You know, you just have to find ways to get the word out. The old-fashioned way is probably not going to work. I even see that now where, you know, they said that they have to revamp even when you talk about politics when they want to actually put everything on the television, but younger generation doesn't really watch TV. They only on social media and stuff like that. So you have to find ways to get the word out to them. Yeah.
Yeah. When we were discussing earlier, you were also talking to me about like some of the case studies. Do you want to share anything around those case studies that you know we are?
Well, the ones that I've learned about, like Fenty with Rihanna, that they did a really good job in actually for fair-skinned women, because, I'm not really a makeup person. So when that actually came out, I was like, okay, well, maybe I can try it. I'm still a little skeptical about things. And it was another product, like it was called Markel. I actually saw it on social media where you can actually, they had it set up where you can put in your skin color. They had like a different survey questions about the things that you might be experiencing or things like that. And then after you go through the whole quiz, and they was like, oh, well, this product will be good for you. So things like that does help, that you can answer specific questions, surveys, and things like that. So that's something you can do to kind of like get the research out there. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Do we have any questions? You can take. Does anyone have any questions? No. Okay. Okay. I think we can just spend the rest of the time just talking about marketing in general. And understanding, because I think, like for me and the work that we do, marketing is becoming a really big deal. So before, when you're building products, you've been in tech for a long time. When you're building products, it's usually the dev work that's the big thing, right? Most people want to build their product first and then you get it out to the market. But now with, AI and people just being able to build out a product in 24 hours and stuff like that, marketing is becoming so much more of a big deal, and it's becoming so much more of, it's not a black box, but it's becoming more difficult for people to crack, right? In your experience, what are some things generally that people can learn from now that can help them, become strong marketers?
Well, the thing is with marketing, and I work for a big organization, and it's a thing of, it's like, how do you come up with your ideas? I feel like it needs to be addressed like in the beginning. Like one of the things that I heard, like one company, I won't mention their names because one company that I'm working with, the one thing that they do when they spit out ideas about what they want, oh, well, this is what we're going to do next. And the questions that I come up as a UX designer, UX researcher, well, how did you come up with that idea? Like, was it off the top of your head? Did you have any specific research? Or how do you know that's what the clientele wants, or things like that? So, yeah, you have to start the historical, like the research and stuff from the beginning. Yeah, so the UX research and all of that stuff needs to be there from the start. You have to have like all the stakeholders in the process in the beginning. Mm.
In my experience, there's something, and I think it's quite common, what customers say or what potential customers say and what they do is always very different. So when you're doing your UX research, to build out, the marketing plan or to design the product, how do you listen to what they are not saying? Because somebody can ask me, do you like your coffee, creamy or whatever, and I'll say, oh yes, and then you go build out, a creamy coffee mix for me or something, and then I never buy it, right? And so I know many times customers or potential customers, especially during UX interviews and all of that, they say one thing, but when it's time to actually, use the product, the way they say they're going to do it, it just doesn't. They just don't do it that way. What do you think is going on there?
Well, now you do have to understand too, because I get like a lot of surveys all the time, and so they can hurry up and finish. You just start checking boxes. So yeah, I've been there. So I mean, but what you could do, with the UX research, you kind of get a sense. Now you're never going to make everyone happy. You can't always please everyone. So what you do is you just take the top maybe 5 or 10. Answers that kind of like gave the most overall of what they're looking for, and then you try to capture those. And then as time goes on, then you just evolve with change. You can see what's trending, you can see what's working, what's not working, and then you can come back and you can revise. But that's why I said it's an ongoing thing. Think about, like, even with applications. Okay, like think about your phones, the MacBooks, the iPhones. They always come out with updates all the time because they have to kind of like evolve with the times. So, and that's with anything, just with any research too. your research. You'll have your historical research there, but yeah, you can actually go back and compare some of the past research with the present and see how things have changed and kind of like make your ideas and decisions are based upon that. So
that's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
How do you know the top 5 to 10% to then take, or you just have to make assumptions?
make assumptions. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I mean, yeah, if you said 80%, 80, let's say 90 to 95% of the people that you spoke with say that they want this particular thing, well, you know you're going to do that. Now, you might not get to the one that only 40% people said.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, and that comes to the thing where you just can't make everyone happy. So, yeah.
There's nothing. So what then happens in this situation, taking it back to like women of color, what if, your sample size, there are probably about 20% of them that are women of color, and you go with this same analogy, like, okay, the most people said this, and I go and do that. How does that then, because most times, we're the minority, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what impacts, because as a business, we want to do, just like you said, what majority of people want, but then that means I will exclude, the people that do not have the stronger voice. So how then do you balance that?
I guess when you are actually in your research, you have to look for specific participants. You have to actually say, what qualifications are you looking for to actually interview and find out what works best, because and that's how you do it. You wean out, you have exclusions, and whatever, no, we specifically need to know these type of people. If you don't meet this specific criteria, then we don't want to talk to you, because, and that's how you can actually get the people that you really need for what you're trying to accomplish. Yeah.
So essentially, I have to be, even when I'm sampling that data, or I collect all that data point, I need to be extremely deliberate, right, in making sure that, the minority voices are equally represented in my data set.
Exactly. So that's why you have to say, oh, well, they might say, oh, well, you, yes, but you don't qualify here, so no, we don't want to talk to you. We're trying to find this specific population, and that's how you get the minority to be heard. Yeah.
It just requires a lot of deliberate effort. You need to go out there. You need to be deliberate about the act. It just cannot be in any way performative. If not, it's going to show, right? Like, if you're not deliberate about it.
Yeah, if you're thinking about data in general, you can't just, okay, so if I'm having a specific subject that I'm trying to actually, I'm trying to, get some answers. If I only interviewed 10 people, is that really, representative? No. So you have to go to different diverse groups, and it might take you some time, but that's what the problem is. People, want to rush and, like you said, get these products out, because their bottom line is they just want to make money, but you're not thinking about everyone. And once you can kind of like get those people that's undeserved, you might be surprised, because they might be the ones that buy more of your product.
Yeah. Wow, this has been so insightful. Do you have any words to wrap up as we close?
Well, it's thinking of, for intersectionality in marketing, you're just going to have to transform the industry. Lead by example, creating some lasting change. Commit to ongoing education, because nobody wants to do that. Continuously learn about different experiences. And yes, it's going to be work, but it's well worth it. And invest in diverse talent. Hire and promote women of color on all levels. And audit your current practices. See what's working and what's not working. Those are things that's really important. So that's what I would say.
Wow. So insightful. Thank you so much. This was good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did a really good job. I like your nails. They're really pretty. All right, a huge thank you to our incredible speakers for sharing their insights and experiences. All right, if you guys need to take a quick little break, now would be the time, and then in just a few more minutes, our next speaker is going to be coming up. Thank you. All right, huge thank you to our incredible speakers for sharing their insights and experiences. We're closing out the day with a conversation about one of the most powerful and fast-growing storytelling platforms on our time, podcasting. In this fireside chat, podcasting is a storytelling medium. Experts will explore why podcasting has become such an influential tool, how brands and individuals leverage it for meaningful storytelling, and what it takes to create content that keeps listeners coming back for more. Let's give our speaker a big round of applause. And if you're more comfortable, you can use this one or either one. Okay. Is this on?
Hello. Can you hear me? Is it off still? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm on. Hey, everybody. I feel like we're all kind of winding down the event. Has it been a good event so far? Who's had a good time? Yay! Awesome, awesome. So I love podcasting. It is not my main job, but I do help coach influencers with podcasting. And I even judge high school, college, and junior high Business Professional of America, state and national events around podcasting. So I love it. I do training throughout the year for the kids because, well, mostly I'm from Montana. So the Montana kids always feel like, you guys have such a great opportunity. All you have to do is follow the rules, do your homework on this job, and you're going to win it. And I want Montana at nationals to place every year. So this year I was so committed to it that I went ahead and ran some seminars, and it's just so great. And I would do it for national. So if anyone's listening right now and they are part of BPA, I will do it for your state as well. But I do have a near and dear place in my heart for my home state of Montana. So what got me into podcasting originally, in my old life, I always say I kind of have my old life and my new life. In my old life, we lived in Northwest Washington, and my husband and I, we got married at 23. He was in real estate, and his folks were in real estate, and grandparents on both sides were in real estate. My family, I had a mailman dad and an insurance agent mom, so we were very, we're not entrepreneurial. It was very, get their job, go to work, get their paycheck, go home. Anything out of that was like, whoa, that's scary. Like, we don't want to do that. So when I met my husband, we started dating. I had a couple dinners. We went to dinner with his folks. And I knew right away that I either better get into real estate or they were not going to have anything to talk to. I was not going to follow any of their conversations. So not too long after that, I quit my insurance job, which was the happiest day of one of the happiest days of my life, and got into real estate with my husband. We bought a lot of real estate. We did a lot of developing. We got a laundromat. We had an alpaca ranch. We homeschooled our kids. I ran a ministry. I volunteered. I was on the chamber board. The youngest, I moved into the chamber and played a pretty decent leadership role when it was mostly men of like my age, what I thought was older then, but now I know how young they were. But so we had such a robust life. We had great friends. We were third generation in that community. And then in 2008, we were casualties of the great economic collapse of the time. And actually, it was 2007. So by 2008, we'd moved. And in 2012, we ended up in Montana. We lived out in the country, but worked in Billings, Montana, where we now live and work. Billings and Montana in general, it's a whole nother world. Now imagine and we moved to Austin, Texas right away after Washington. So we moved from Austin, Texas to Montana. And I loved Austin. I love the warm weather. I love all of it. Well, I hate cold, I hate the snow, I'm scared of everything, so I don't like to ski or drive on icy roads. But my family was there, so we ended up moving to Montana. I'm like, family's the best geography there is, so we're just gonna do it. But I didn't really know anyone, and I was a little bit of an alien. So you can imagine, like, who here is like, oh my gosh, Montana, yes, like, awesome, right? Are you from Montana, or are you just, where, like, okay, do you live there now? Okay, awesome. Okay, so there you go. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, so I was like their pet alien, right? I was the one who liked good food and, going out and doing all the fun things of the city. But they took me in under their wing and just loved me. We were in a community of ranchers. But when we started working in Billings, I literally felt like it was very difficult to get close to people. The business culture was it's amazing people, and you have to be really rugged. So this is nothing disparaging about them, but it's we're from here and you're not. So it was just really hard to get into that. But I'm the type of person, I'm like, whatever, they're gonna be my friends, whether they like it or not. It's just gonna happen, and we're gonna work together, I'm very collaborative. But after about year 3 or 4, I just was getting really discouraged. And I had started my marketing company in 2016 formally, and my assistant came up to me one day and said, and she knew my plight, and she also was from out of town. And she said, I just heard about this thing called podcasting, and I think that you should do it. This was actually 2017 when she brought it up. She said, I think that you could meet a lot of people, and people are going to understand how good you are at your job by having a podcast. And I didn't know what it was about. It wasn't super popular, but I did it. And so what I did was I took this opportunity to invite people deliberately into my world and interview them. And studies show that if you're asking people questions about themselves, that you become more likable to them. You become closer to them. You build a closer relationship to them. And so when she brought that up, that's the first thing I'm like, why would I do it? What would the outcome be if I'm going to put all this time into it? And I love sitting down and asking people questions and learning more about what they're doing when they're the ones like getting out there and doing cool things. So when I started a ministry years before, that's how I built my board of directors. I just watched the newspaper at the time. They were a big thing then. And I would just see who are the people who are doing things. And then I would just reach out to them, and then they would say, of course I want to be on your board. This is an amazing opportunity. This is a great ministry. Well, I thought, I'm going to take that whole thing and I'm going to apply it to podcasting. And then I was able to really build a crowd of people that I still mean a lot to me. So from there, I've had a couple of other podcasts, but that is my journey into podcasting. And since then, I feel like podcasting has really become this, everybody needs to podcast, right? But it's really important to understand why you want to do it and what you want to get out of it. And I love that we're talking today about podcasting as a storytelling medium, because the whole point of telling our stories, especially in business, there's a lot of value that you can get from that. Number one, you really build a lot of credibility, because you're not just telling people this is what I do. You can take data. The other thing is you can take data from being something really boring and statistical into being something warm and something that matters, that connects with people. And then also, just, again, building the relationships, because you're able to help bring other people in and allow them to tell their stories and build that connection with them. So it's super, super powerful. And another thing that has come up that I've discovered as in my journey in podcasting. My second podcast was about, I interviewed top real estate agents. Shocking. I did a real estate podcast. But I interviewed top real estate agents around the country. So they had to sell at least $20 million in real estate for me to invite them onto my show, because I wanted to meet all these really successful real estate agents and really understand what makes them tick and give them, again, that platform to tell their stories. The beauty of it is, too, is that as a host, I was also able to weave my stories in without having to stand up and say, this is my story. So I've always felt like I've kind of hidden behind the host microphone to be able to tell my story in a way that isn't really, out there. Because one thing that you really have to understand is, and who here has been a guest on a podcast? Okay, so you guys, you're gonna totally, this is gonna resonate. Okay, so a lot of you, okay. When you go on a show, there are two ways you can do it. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do it, but there are two main ways. One is you have a list and you have an agenda, and this is what I'm going to talk about, and good night, I've talked about it. Or you're really gonna kind of dig deep and be vulnerable and share your story. And I have done it both ways. I very rarely go onto podcasts because I have to trust the host. I have to trust that the story I'm about to tell, I can be vulnerable and know that they're gonna do right by me with that podcast. Otherwise, what happens is you get the surface level. It's not a story, it's literally an agenda. Whereas when you really trust the host and you're like, okay, I'm gonna let this go where it's gonna go, I generally know what I wanna talk about, but I need to also get real. I wanna be authentic, I wanna be real, I wanna share, because that is really what's going to change people's lives. If there's even two people on the other side who listen to it, and it's something that I really was vulnerable about, that there's that much more of an opportunity to help people. So there's been one show that I've ever gone on to that I've really felt like I shared something that I don't talk about a lot and just kind of opened it up. I was like in tears. And I thought, you know what? If I was the host, I would be like, yeah, she cried, because honestly, what does that mean? It means we're really tapping into our emotions. It means that guest really showed up. So what I would say is and I think being a guest on a show is such a great idea because of the fact that you're leveraging someone else's effort, someone else's money, but yet, it's like they're going to ask you, I don't know, to me, it's just a lot more. To be a host, you have to think of all the questions and what angles am I going to talk about. You have to think all the time, the whole show. Whereas when I'm a guest, I can just show up and go, okay, ask me the questions, and then I'll do my best to, be real. So who here, do you guys mind sharing a little bit? I feel like there's few enough of us to, who has been on a podcast and you're willing just to kind of share a little bit with me about it? Okay, awesome. Thank you. I love it. So what podcast were you on?
To talk about my experiences working at PayPal. This was long ago, before all the famous people, after all the famous people had gone. So
like before presidents became presidents on a podcast, like before that?
Yeah. So right, I was there from 2006 until 2012.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So would you say that on that episode did you have to get vulnerable about anything?
I was asked what it was like to work for the current so at the time PayPal was owned by eBay, and Meg Whitman was the president of eBay. So I was asked what it was like to work in an organization that she led, and also some of there were some things that were done that were really great, and there were some things that were sort of perplexing. I had to be careful about what I could say, obviously.
Right.
But it was there were also questions about what it was like to work there.
Okay.
After there had been there were tons of people who founded Yelp, LinkedIn, YouTube that all came from PayPal. And so it was a little strange being asked that.
So you really had to kind of a little bit be guarded. You couldn't just be like, just ask me anything and I'll just pour my guts out.
I had to be careful. I couldn't divulge any information about the company, but then they were asking me my personal, and I kept having to say that, my personal experience is this. And it was very strange. I wasn't entirely sure what to expect when I got on the podcast, actually.
Yeah. So would you say that, I know that today we're really talking about, we're talking about podcasting as a storytelling medium.
Yes, yeah.
And I feel like that was a really good opportunity because it truly did get the story out. And what was the outcome? Was there an outcome?
So the outcome was that the people, so the audience, this particular podcaster's audience were people who were in payments. So I thought I was going into a podcast to talk about payments, which is what PayPal does and did then. But instead it turned into, what's it like to work there? What's it like to work in a place where all these people came from and went off to found all these other companies? And it was just kind of a strange thing. I couldn't tell a lot of stories. I told one story, but it was an engineering story about, it would make it really quick. It was the, the CAPTCHA when you log in. That was invented at PayPal by Max Levchin, who was their head engineer. And I can talk about this because it was openly discussed in an article. And because at the time, they were losing money due to Romanian hackers who had basically sucked money out of people's accounts. And they just brought tons of pizza in and stayed up for 3 days until they figured out a way to stop that. And that's what it was.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great story. But also, don't you see, too, how you were able to, the whole questioning was related to the story.
Yes.
So I'm so glad that at first I'm like, oh my gosh, PayPal, like how are you able to like tell a story? But it's beautiful because it's truly, that just shows that's what people want to know. They want to know that if they wanted to know your Wikipedia, they would have looked up the Wikipedia, right? So they really want to know the story.
That's
so
interesting.
Yeah, so that's beautiful. I love it. Anybody else want to share about it? So what podcast were you on?
I was recently on the Second Degree Society podcast, which was hosted by a well-known coach, and I was a guest there. And so I talked about corporate communications. I talked about the impact of storytelling, crisis communications, and strategies for how female entrepreneurs are able to adapt and incorporate communication strategies into not only their everyday business plans, but also into their personal brands as well.
Awesome. That's a lot. Like, wow.
Right.
That's a lot. So, like, was it an hour episode or was it like a 20-minute episode?
Yeah. So it actually, after it was a long conversation, but it got reduced to about a 35-minute episode.
Yeah. Well, I love it. Well, and that's the beauty too of podcasting is it can be long form. So did you in that interview, did you have an opportunity to like get vulnerable, or was it a lot more just information?
I think it was a balance between both. I think depending as to the show itself and the host and how it's normally integrated, then as a guest you can decide as to whether or not you could showcase vulnerabilities. And for me, I've, depending as to the moment in the conversation as well, just naturally and organically interweaving your past experiences and how it helps, help audience members to develop a different perspective on things.
I love it. So you're just, here, I'm gonna grab this. So you're a natural storyteller too, like for sure. That's so awesome. And did you know too, I know podcasting these days can be, we're usually, they're really audio or video, right? And one thing I found fascinating was yours video? It was audio. How about you? Yeah. Okay. So the purists are like, excuse me, podcasting is only audio. It is both. However, one thing I did find I was looking up some information about how powerful audio is to a person and their experience. So the University College of London in 2018 did a study about actually Audible connected with them, and they did a study to determine if people were more engaged with video or audio storytelling. And they took 100 people, 100 volunteers, and they gave them different movies, or not movies, but different books that they could either listen to or watch some video. I'm thinking they're movies because I saw the titles and they look like movies to me. But there was a dramatic scene that they would have each one of them experience in audio and that they would have them experience in video. And then after that, they asked the people, what was the more powerful experience? What do you think? I know I know you can guess where I'm going with this, but if this weren't the topic that I'm on, what would you think? It'd be video, right? I mean, you're watching, you know, I can't remember, one of them was like some action film. So if you're listening to an action film being read, or if you're watching, you know, this wasn't one of them, but like if you're watching Indiana Jones and then you're reading a book about it, like what do you think you're gonna feel like you had a bigger experience, right? You're gonna, when you're watching it, right? Well, you know, that leads me to the part where they measured during each experience, they measured their temperature, their heart rate, and there's like a skin measurement that they have that tells you how emotional they are. And so they took all three of those measurements, and they had a higher temperature, higher heart rate, and more reaction emotionally via their skin to the audio. And that means that their body was doing more work as they were listening to it. So those, and we've known for a long time, like I've seen studies through, you know, all the podcasting reading that I do, that listening is a lot more intimate too. So you would think like, oh, you have like all your senses, you know, you have different senses coming through when you're watching it and hearing it, and you're smelling popcorn and stuff. But the fact of the matter is if you're only using one, it's completely focused. So podcasts are just an extremely powerful way to tell a story. Speaking of telling a story, did I tell you that my name is Tiffany Youngren? I don't think so. I'm Tiffany Youngren. I'm from Montana. I love podcasting, and I'm really a real estate investor. So I do coach podcasters as well as, you know, judge the youngins on how they're doing their podcasting. And also, what is the time? Like, where are we at with time? 4:15. So we're like 15 minutes? Is that true? Okay, cool. So, yes, so that is my name, and that is what I'm doing. Who has wanted to have a podcast but has been nervous about starting their own podcast? Okay, so if I bring the microphone down, will you talk to me this time? I'm in the shirt, the gal right in front of you. I mean, if I still have time, we'll do more, but I like this part. This is my favorite part. Can you tell I like to interview people? Like, it's my favorite thing. Well, other than analyzing real estate, but I totally do interviews. Yeah, in fact, right now I do not have I have 3 podcasts that are published. I have my very first one, which is Chat and Grow, Marketing Masterminds. I probably had, 11 episodes, a lot of Billings people, also Neil Patel, and that was I cut my teeth with. I leave it out there just because it's like, wow, look where I started, you know. The second one was called Breakaway Agents. That was the one where I interviewed real estate agents that I told you about. They were high performers. Got to meet a couple famous football players. I got invited to Nampa, Florida, to present at England Voker's franchise partners. And that podcast, I published 50 episodes, mostly because I had to. I get more out of doing the podcast than I care about the outcome. I bust my butt on promotions for my guests. So I would say they are the most important thing when I do my interview as well as run the show. But what I actually get out of it, my ROI is off the charts. So I don't ever have to get a client from the audience. It's all about the relationships that I'm building. My third show is called Next Up Nation, and it is a podcast for podcasters. And I do hot seats. So their first 12 episodes are what I call my masterclass, and I interviewed just top people in the industry. And then there were 2 that they were podcasters that struggled, which I thought brilliant. And one of them went on she actually helps podcasters now, so she's gotten over that struggle, which is awesome. And then after that, it is hot seats. I only interviewed people who had at least 20 podcast episodes published because they have better questions and they know what the problems are. So if you're ever interested in listening to those, and again, I actually have an automation for interviews so that when someone, usually busy people want to have a podcast, and I say busy people make the best podcast, so I have an automation that helped me do a podcast, and I'm way too busy to do a podcast, but I know I can, because as soon as I know this is my list of people, I push it in, and I can even just run it by myself. So tell me, what podcast are you feeling like you want to start? I thought I flipped it on. Let's see, it's this guy right here. Hello.
All right, so we're in the process of starting one. We have a curriculum business where we publish curriculum focusing on soft skills. That's study skills, executive function, social emotional learning. And so all of the content that we have put in our materials with curriculum would make excellent podcast content. So it's just a matter of we've got a lot of the pieces in place, and just continuing to put a couple more pieces together and sitting down and recording.
So kind of recordings that you want to kind of take and add like a beginning and an end, and here's the content in the middle kind of thing?
Right, yeah. And probably will be open to guests at a certain point, but not dependent on interviewing people.
Right. Okay, I'm not here to talk anybody into or out of anything, but I will say that I'm really deliberate about the fact that I do have episodes where it's just content, where I'm like, okay, look, this keeps coming up. I'm going to create an episode to answer these questions that keep coming up. But when it comes to, like, I say I don't care about the audience, but I truly do care about the audience. And having multiple voice, like just today, I'm like, I don't want to stand up there. Like this was a fireside chat, right? But I thought, well, I'm getting my fireside chat, you know? And when you're able to talk to people, it's super interesting to the audience versus, otherwise, packaging it as a training or a membership kind of platform, I think, or even, and that might be a good route to go as well. But I'm sure it'd be amazing either way. But and one thing that you could do is, not that you're asking for my advice, but one thing, if you wanted to incorporate interviews, is to grab, a group of content that is similar, and then interview some people that either are ideally who are have the same audience, but aren't direct competitors. Right. I'm the type that do direct competitors. Like I love, I'm just weird like that. But and then present, dribble it in with the, recorded content. But
right, understood.
Anyway, sorry for the unsolicited advice, but
no problem.
Thank you so much, though. Yay! Let's clap, clap, clap. Okay. Did you want to talk about who wants to do an interview-based one? Because that's totally my specialty, and I don't want to like walk around and go, well, you really should do an interviews-based. Nobody? Do you? Considering it? Okay. What's the concept?
So the keynote that I gave here a couple days ago was about critical thinking. And this was kind of a test for us as a company, because we have basically a consulting firm that offers consulting resources at a fractional cost. So people who work part-time as 1099 consultants, C-level team members, etc. And so we thought critical thinking is one of the things that separates us from everyone else, because our team members are great at critical thinking. So we put together a presentation to see if it would resonate, and it did. So now the question is, what do we do? Because we can tie it to our business on the web, which we've done. We can put it in our messaging, which we're doing. But then there seems to be more opportunity. We can take the presentation, write a paper or an article, get it published, blah, 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 all that kind of good stuff. It almost seems as though you could talk about this topic endlessly over a wide variety of areas, and interview people who are experts, which we are not in critical thinking. I mean, we are within the context that we've learned a lot about it, and we use it in our business, but there are academics and there are many people who, that's their life. It doesn't have as much traction as I think it deserves. And so we were sort of thinking about that. That's just some of the early ideas.
I love that. And I love it when people grab something that you're like, because if you went out and said, hi, I'm going to do a podcast about critical thinking, and everyone's just like,
what does that mean?
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
And doesn't sound like something I want to do on a Saturday. Right. It's just flip on the podcast. But what you said was so true. It's like, but really when you talk about it, do you know what really makes it interesting is when two people who are super nerding out about it and love it, and someone who's curious about it and wants to know more about it, and someone who's already knows a lot about it, and then they get to talk about it. It's super interesting. Like, you want to be a fly on that wall. I have a friend who, she's from New York City. I met her through Breakaway Agents. She's become a good friend, and she likes to talk about brainy stuff, right? And she can't articulate that because she's super smart, so she uses a lot more dictionary words than I do. But she loves to talk about philosophy and really kind of off the wall things that people that she hangs out with talk about. I mean, she's a luxury real estate agent in the middle of Manhattan, and she's got all these, academics, as well as, what do you call them? Like, see, I can't even use regular dictionary words. But they're eccentric, right?
Okay.
So they're eccentric, they're super smart, and those are the kind of people she likes to talk to. I want to be a fly on that wall. You know what I mean? And you don't have to be a genius to do that. And that's how you get traction, is you get people excited about it who maybe hadn't thought that would be exciting.
Interesting.
I talk about SEO, so
Okay.
I understand.
Well,
Like,
that's
I have the
interesting
same problem. I'm like, hey, you want to talk about SEO? They're like, no. And not from you. Because I'll be like, oh, and then did you know the meta tags that, they're like, no. So.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, the idea is still forming, so we're just kind of batting it around. But thank you. That's good advice.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good. I love it. And what's your business? I'm sorry, I missed your thing.
So
So
the
what?
name of our company is Fidecio.
Okay.
Fides, it's derived from the word fides, which in Latin means trust, honor, and faith. So we're really consultants who get credibility quickly. We started off as a consulting company, and then in 2022, we suddenly found that all our clients wanted fractional resources to do things. Couldn't hire a chief information security officer because it was too expensive. A nonprofit can't afford to hire people full-time, so they need people who are really good but who can work part-time, and that's basically what we started doing.
Awesome. Oh gosh, thank you so much. Okay, so I feel like I was super selfish and asked all the questions. Does anybody here have any questions for me before we wrap? Yeah. No. Yes, of course. In fact, I feel like y'all should get credit on this talk because you helped a ton. Here you go.
My question is, do you compensate people on your podcast, or are they just interesting people or about a subject and you say, hey, I got an interesting thing we can talk about, let's do a podcast? I don't know how you get rolling with it.
I love it. That's such a great question. So usually I have some kind of vision as to what I want to get out of a show, and then I have a vision of this is the type of people. So for example, I had people from Billings or people from marketing and from my town that I wanted to get to know. Then I had, okay, I want to meet all the top real estate agents. And then what I do is, no, I don't ever, you know what they get compensated with? I pay for the podcast. I put time, sweat, and tears, and I'm tired at the end of the interview because I put my whole self, like when we talk about being vulnerable, I put my whole self in there to ask them questions. And then I post it everywhere, and then I tag them in it, and then I give them copies of the video, and then I'm like, hey, it's going to release, and oh, isn't this exciting? And so they get, and especially in the beginning this was true, but when you search their name, I have enough content out there that when I'm doing an act, like right now it's not true, but at the time when the podcast is active, if you search their name, our podcast will show up. So it adds credibility to them in addition to adding credibility to my podcast. It also creates huge opportunity for backlinks. Like, I don't want to talk about SEO too much because I know it's like nerdy, but there's a lot of SEO opportunity there. In fact, right down to the fact that a lot of times I'll offer to write them a blog post to put on their site, and then, and feature their amazing brilliance that they talked about on the show. So does that help? Does that make more sense?
Yeah, I think it's great because minimal startup costs to get rolling with it, correct?
Oh, they don't have to. No, they don't. They just show up. I'm like, well, they have to have a decent microphone or I won't interview them. I'm like, you don't want to sound bad because then they're embarrassed. So my job is to not. So yeah, they do have to have, and if you watch my episodes, you'll disagree with me because I let those real estate agents get away with murder. But typically the rule is you want good sound. Like, I'll put up with bad lighting, but the sound has to be good. Because, again, it's the intimacy. It's the
Your
experience.
credibility if you come off wrong with bad sound or
And
your
they want good
graphics.
images. So, like, it's like, if you guys want to look good, and they do. So the lighting is also. So I usually give them a few tips. I actually have a guide that I give them before they get interviewed to give them some idea of how to look and sound the best. So anybody else have any questions? Yeah. Has this been helpful or interesting? Yeah? Okay, thank you. If you're just being nice, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I have a question regarding tools and resources. So what tools would you recommend to people who want to either launch their own podcast or those who already have one but want to further amplify their footprint?
Okay, I love it. So with this is kind of a question that there's not just one answer to. It really starts in one place and goes to a whole nother place. What I like to say is don't spend a ton of money in the beginning. Get a good microphone. Get a lamp and put it in the right spot so that your lighting is decent. Don't use the computer microphone. And if you can get, just test your video too. Because even though I said, video doesn't matter, a lot of people only watch the video and don't listen to the audio. So it's really important to also have it recorded on video. So to start a podcast, that's the first part. And the next part is where do you put it? And that's the hosting side of it. So where do you put it out there so that it's fed out to all of the podcasts? And that, personally, I use a company called Captivate, and it costs money. A lot of people want to go with a free. I do not like advertisements in my podcast ever. And so to do that, if you're not paying for something, you are the product. So I always pay to get it hosted. What I like about Captivate is they have this dynamic way where you can change the intro. You can put in calls to action in the middle of your show, and then you can change them out. So if one day and I do this all the time, I'll be like, my new giveaway is this, and I love it, and I want everyone to know it. And so then I can just swap that audio out in my show. So in the beginning, I would and honestly, even before that, I have a thing called, in fact, if you guys get, I can go on, let's see here, what's the best? I want you to, if you're interested in this at all, just grab me at the end of this. But I have a thing called the blueprint, the podcast Hostmaster blueprint, and it has a planning guide. Your plan is everything. I don't like wasting time, and if you're going without a plan, it's a total waste of time. You're just doing it because you want a podcast, you really want to know what you're going to get out of it, and then you want to create a blueprint to make sure that happens. So, was that helpful? Okay, awesome. Well, I am just going to kind of wrap this up with this. So, whether you want to be a guest on other people's podcasts or if you want to start your own podcast, just know that the story that you have is the legacy that you're leaving. And there's a quote, I'm just going to bring this. I usually do this I actually have a talk. This was not my talk, but I do have a talk that I do, and I talk about leaving a legacy with a podcast. And I hope nobody's offended, but I love Jesus. That's just my thing. And I know that he's got a calling for me, and if I'm not showing up to it, we had a really good friend and mentor. He always said this. He said, you know what? God has a calling for everybody, and if you don't show up for that, your absence is duly noted. Okay, so if you feel like you have a story that you need to get out there, and you feel like podcasting could be an effective way to do that, just get out there and do it. Sound good? We're all in? All right. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for making it fun, you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for such an inspiring session. Let's give our speaker, Tiffany, another round of applause. And just like that, we've reached the end of the FUELD Conference USA Spring Edition. What an incredible few days it has been, filled with groundbreaking ideas, thought-provoking discussions, and connections that will continue to grow beyond this event. Most importantly, a huge thank you to each and every one of you, our attendees. Your energy, curiosity, and engagement have made this conference truly unforgettable. A big thanks to our gold and lanyard sponsors, Stack App AI, and our bronze sponsor, Fidecio. which I think I finally got correct now. Yes! Your support is instrumental in making this event a reality, empowering our mission, and bringing this incredible gathering to life. And if you're ready for more, the momentum continues. We're bringing the FUELD experience to Dubai, Singapore, and Las Vegas in our upcoming editions. Visit the 2.0 conferences booth to learn more and secure your spot for these dynamic gatherings. Now, the conference might be coming to a close, but the best part is still ahead. It's time for networking hour. After 3 amazing days of growth and collaboration, we're wrapping up for a chance to relax, connect, and celebrate with all of you. Join us for cocktails, delicious refreshments, and engaging conversations with industry leaders, peers, and visionaries. Whether you're looking to forge new partnerships, exchange inspiring ideas, or simply soak in the atmosphere, this is your time to shine. Let's toast to the memories we've made and the exciting opportunities that lie ahead. Cheers to an amazing event and to all of you who have made it a success. Thank you so much, everybody.